for me, bro?
Morning.
Huh?
Morning.
Turn the AC off for me.
All right.
They gonna start 10:30 for.
10:30.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, traders, family, friends, people of Earth, pets, non-pets, and everything you'd like to pet. Welcome to Top Step TV. This is opening call, and yes, it is Friday. Oh yeah, and we got some big markets here today. Lots of things have happened overnight. I'm going to pass this over to JD. Say good morning to Coach Hoop and Hogue, and of course JD. JD, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, friends and traders. I just put a note in the chat that we're looking at 1 minute opening range breakout in gold, and we just got triggered into a long. House account long, 5 micro gold, 34.45.30. Taking a total of $250 worth of risk on this trade. We are in the market though. Opening with a gap higher, overnight inventory long. Had some real action, big price swings overnight in multiple markets. We were talking about this in the green room just a little bit. Guys, with the action that we saw overnight, how comfortable are we the long in gold right now?
Better than short.
Better than short?
Yeah. Be short. Yeah, that's for sure.
But yeah, checking in on equities, we saw a 200-point move in the NASDAQ in just a matter of minutes. S&P dumped early this morning. Chart instead of just talking about it, right? There's a 30-minute chart starting right around 6:30 last night.
Yeah,
just started dumping.
I was.
Equity's trying to make a comeback, trading back inside range, inside value. What's 59.87? History's low, trading back inside range, not inside of value yet, in the ES at least, but trying to make a comeback and take back some of those losses from that move. I assume that move came for some headlines coming out of possibly. Did that have to do with those Israeli headlines coming out? Did that coincide? Did that timeline set up?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's when the news came out. Yeah, so they're real quick here, just over the wire here. Israeli Navy missile ship intercepted 3 drones launched from Iran. So, folks, today is just going to be one of those days where, you know what, you got to really be careful on what you put on. You got to keep the focus. Make sure you got that stop in there. We're here to trade, and that's our job.
Yeah. Especially in crude. Please. The moves in crude will be, I know it's been a sleepy, rangy market, but they awoke the beast.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, they did.
It's when it gets these huge ranges, I mean, it's going to have, every news, every little, what's going on is going to push that market around, especially if you're, not that I think we have any crude traders left, at least a few of them.
Mm-hmm. Wow, really struggling to push above opening range high there. Did you see that? Looked like an iceberg popped in right around 34.45.
Look.
On the micro side too. I'm not looking at minis. I'm looking at micros.
Yeah,
Lots
those 250 lots that fly all over the place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Someone was protecting that level pretty tough just now.
I'm unable to see the profiles right now for some reason.
Looks like just looking on the ladder, that 34.46, what the trade 1,253 times under regular contract, and 34.45. Those seem to be, those seem to be the spots that were most traded all night. Seem to be
really trying to protect them right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing sellers step in at this level. And buyers push through. Find out in a minute. Who was trading overnight? Was anybody in the market? Raise your hand in chat. Were you up late or early this morning trading these markets?
sure there were some. Sure.
You're laying in bed, reading the news, see the headlines, jump out of bed, run over to your screen, and get in the market. You ever get that panic rush? You need to be in front of your screen right now. You need to be trading this market. Has that ever happened to you? It hasn't happened to me in a long, long time. I used to get that need, that urge. When you see a headline pop up, you run right over to your screen.
Yeah.
What's the market doing?
As an overnight guy, hell yes. Yep.
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 Oh,
As soon as a trade trader for a long time, yeah.
As soon as I saw that from Hoop, I was like, "Oh, gotta go look."
Hey Eddie, what do we got on the what's on the docket for the economic calendar today?
Docket. I was just going to say something here. Honestly, there's really nothing until 9 o'clock here. University of Michigan numbers. Those will be kicking out here 10 o'clock. Trump's National Security Council meeting. We might want to keep an eye on that. And then we kick it off to the Baker Hughes oil rig. That's about it. But I'm expecting, just like this whole week, speakers that are not on the docket, not on the calendar, to jump in. So that's what we've got so far. Earlier today, here there was a Israeli speaker talking, Israeli ambassador to the UN speaking. That was earlier today. But I posted what I've seen off the wire. So that's what I got. But eyes on the prize, guys. Thank you, JD.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, our Fed governor is really respecting this blackout period. No surprise podium visits. Fed speakers are in a blackout period until the end of the next Fed meeting, which starts on Tuesday next week. Will end on Wednesday with a announcement on rates, interest rates, and a press conference featuring Fed Chairman Jerome Powell.
Then they can start yakking again.
And then they can start talking again.
It
didn't stop them. It didn't stop them a couple months ago. Remember that? I've never seen them violate a blackout period the way they did earlier this year.
Well,
a little upside follow through.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Hogue?
I'm looking for a target, and the all-time highs aren't too far away. I don't know if that's going to happen, but the highest naked point of control is 34.6580, which is pretty much the overnight high.
Pretty far off, yeah.
3450 area. We need to kind of get through that too a little bit. Looks like there's a little bit of consolidation up here a little bit. You know, gold, it needs juice to move. I mean, it's one of those markets that it really needs. It's not a equity where it just goes up and to the right. It really needs, like last night when it was cooking. I mean, it loves that, you know, a lot of volatility and energy to push it. So it's going to need a little bit of.
We're on our seventh green 15-minute candle, seventh consecutive 15-minute candle in the green for gold right now. It's a pretty strong one. Three consecutive 30-minute candles, green, pretty strong also.
50. Here's that 50 level. Oop.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We only got as high as 0.5 R on this trade. Is this see money, take money? I don't know.
And hang around.
Get our CYA.
The opening range trade is valid. Still valid.
Mm-hmm. Get our CYA all the way down at overnight VWAP, 34.40 half. CYA is at 34.40.30, just under overnight VWAP.
$33.43, you said?
34.40.3.
43. Right. Oh, we're cooking right now.
We are momentum.
I mean, it's the opening range trade. A lot of uncertainties out there. A lot of
Oh yeah.
flight to quality going on. Treasuries yield is like about a month low right now on the 10-year.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's nice to know that we're not gonna Trump's not gonna fire.
Yeah,
He's not gonna fire Powell if he doesn't lower rates. What a guy.
I don't think he could he?
Legally,
No,
no.
he
You
can't.
can ask him. You
Legally,
can ask him to
he can't.
resign, and
Mhm.
I guess it would be up to Paulo whether or not respect those wishes. But I think if the president asks you to quit, pretty strong indication that you're no longer welcome, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Well, VIX, last I checked, was up 11%. Volatility is increasing, just under 20.
Yeah.
Dollar index rose overnight. Last I checked, 98.4. Yield on the 10-year again near a 1-month low, 4.34. These markets are really illiquid. If you look at your dome, you're going to see a lot fewer bids and offers. This is, it's thin, it's illiquid. It's going to cause deeper slippage if you get your stop hit. There's a lot of products are in rollover, including crude oil. The equities and currencies are all in rollover. This is really going to seriously complicate the rollover for those that are trying to get a cheap rollover or make money on the rollover right now. So this is really going to throw a horseshoe into those plans. They're being forced to pay attention to directional trade now. Don't know if this is going to be enough yet to bring the adults into the room in the equities, because right now their focus is on that roll.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that shift in open interest last night. In the September.
S&P?
We've been seeing those 500 lot tape, those 500 lots that were flying around the ladder yesterday. I mean, that's rollover. What was that 1,000 lot in the NASDAQ that you saw, JD? Right? Wasn't there a? Yeah,
there was.
I mean, those are just
later on in the day.
Rollover. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that paid up too, because we saw what appeared to be a tape bomb right around 1:30 or so. Gabe and I were on air together when it happened.
Crude opening range trade could be a doozy. That range could be
Speaking of the
wide.
roll. Speaking of the roll in equities, a week from today, next Friday, the June contract will expire. It will be off the board. No more trading June. We'll likely roll to the September contract. What do you think, Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah, probably Tuesday. Wednesday, probably the latest.
Rolling to the September contract, Labor Day contract, as they call it.
Right now, the September contract has 1/10 the open interest, but it is quickly moving over. And if you're paying attention to open interest, it looks like there's been a huge jump in open interest in the equities. That's just part of a function of rollover. About 500,000, 400,000 or 500,000 will expire and settle in cash. So that'll even all that out.
What's the benefit? I always wondered that, Hogue. What's the benefit, really, more often than not, why you would, as opposed to letting it settle in cash versus just rolling it? What's your not going into the next contract and just letting it expire?
I would think.
Okay.
You're just going to let that position expire. And a lot of those are probably speculators. A lot of them are probably in the money on it. They know it's going to settle in their favor, so they'll just take the cash after settlement.
Gold.
A little bit of a pushback there, huh?
Gold.
A little bit. Some rejection.
There.
We're wiggling.
Well,
We're wiggling.
That was one of the things that I always funny that I learned when I first got on the floor. And I'm like, when I was first in the pit, the guy goes, "Well, you're going to end up taking delivery." And I'm like, "Delivery? What do you mean?" And he goes, "Well, they're going to back a boxcar of pork bellies up to your house and drop them off." And he goes, "What do you mean? He can't take delivery." He goes, "Yeah. He says, if you have that contract on when it goes off the board, you own it. You can pay for storage, and we'll store it for you, but you own it." So that was my first thing. I'm like, are they really going to come to my and just drop, you know, one of those Union Pacific cars off at the house and just, you know, you have
Stop
to
scaring
deal with
people,
it.
Hoop.
But it was, yeah.
Well, it's not Amazon. You got to go pick it up.
I mean, that guy's not going to come up in the truck and just drop it in my driveway.
Hey, we got a
And I
question from
busted that.
Cedric in the chat here. Can we explain, show an example for initial balance levels for gold? So initial balance, he says it's times are different than the ES and the NQ. Yes, they are.
Yes.
So initial balance is based off the first hour of regular trading hours. We mark it as different regular trading hours. So in equities, regular trading hours are 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. In gold, regular trading hours are 7:20 a.m. Central Time to 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So your 1 hour initial balance in gold will be 7:20 a.m. Central Time to 8:20 a.m. Central Time. Mark that down. CL Trader in there. Thanks for the help, CL. Appreciate it. Eddie, what kind of news we have overnight before we get into these charts?
Well, considering today is Friday the 13th.
That's pretty hokey.
13th.
Ooh.
Ooh, scatty. Ooh. Yes, we had some news coming up here. Let me just pull it up real quick here. Lots going on here for us. We did see that the stock futures did slump. While oil prices surged, obviously, if you're just logging in and you haven't looked at the news, there has been a strike in Iran. Israel carried out a military strike on Iran. We did see the Dow futures fall by 449 points, 1.3%. S&P dropped 83, and the Nasdaq down 1.5%. Escalating tensions in the Middle East, a crucial hub for oil production, added uncertainty for investors already grappling the heightened trade tensions that some fear could dent global growth. Global stocks posted a near continuous rally since early April, with traders largely hoping that Trump's tariffs agenda may not be as aggressive as originally thought. This just over the wire here. OPEC Secretary General affirms that there are currently no developments in supply of market dynamics. Just want to share that with you real quick here. So we'll keep an eye on the market here. We'll keep an eye, as I mentioned earlier, not too much on the docket, too much on the economic calendar, but I'm sure that we will have a lot of speakers here today. Also, as we bow our heads, over 240 people were killed in an accident. Reuters reported plane 787, carrying some 242 people, crashed in takeoff in western India. So our prayers and thoughts go out to those families. And that's what I've got so far, but I am just winding up for a great Friday here, and I'm going to pass this back to JD.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Eddie. All right, guys. Hogue, I'm working on an offer to cover a couple of these at 2-to-1R in gold. I got a nice pop there. I should have 10% of it, but I did not. So we're just hanging on. We still got our full trade on. We're going to take a look at the crude oil opening range trade at the top of the hour, as we usually do. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Hoop and Hogue. We're going to educate us. Tell us everything we need to know going into the equity
I was
open.
going to tell you to sell one for the rally.
Sell one for the rally?
Eyes there, GD.
I don't think it needs our help just yet.
No, not yet.
I'll keep our sacrificial one lot in my back pocket for a minute, and I'll let you know how it goes. All right, take it away, Hogue and Hoop.
All right, folks. Yes, there is new information. There are new uncertainties in the marketplace. If you were watching last night, if you just Eddie, yes, Israel attacked Iran in military and nuclear ways. Just their nuclear sites. So yes, there's a bunch of new uncertainties in the market. It's making Wednesday's excess high look a little bit more ominous. This is new information, however. We've got the 200 session moving average just below here. That looks like an interesting area for an execution. when these things happen, when there's big uncertainties in the market, there's big opportunity. There's also big risk. These markets are very thin. There's like we were talking about, that's very illiquid. So make sure you're really protecting yourself today. Not trading is a trade. You don't know what's going to happen the rest of the day. It's Friday, capital preservation Friday. Volume and open interest in the equities is, of course, in rollover. It is going to be a complicated roll. Volume and open interest is very blurry. I know, Hoop, you know this. Back in the day in the floor, when it was rollover, a lot of directional traders, discretionary traders, took the day off or took the week off of rollover.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hoop, what do you think on this daily chart?
You got that big wick as of rejection of that low from overnight. I think once again, I don't know behind the scenes at the Goldman Sachses and everybody who rolls their position now. I know after a sticky news night that if you're trying to do size and the ladder's thin, they don't have to get all their roll business done today. So they might let it, my thing would be, if I'm on a big book, I might just see how the market kind of sloshes around here and maybe come in Monday morning and let some of the dust settle before you start pushing it around. But we got a nice rejection up that 59, 36 area. There was some support down there. Yeah, it's rollover. It's not, Hogue, I sent you that one little slack on what that guy's one impression was of rollover. That's how a lot of us feel about it, and a lot of traders don't understand it. And it's a lot of inventory that has to get adjusted. So that's why, I've been telling people, if your strategy's not working in this environment, what it's the old, it's not you, it's me type of situation. It's an environment of what we're in, right, Hogue?
Right, 100%. Yeah, I'm looking at the 30-minute chart now, and we do have some. That big drop to the downside was the most volume in the overnight session. So how do we gauge overnight inventory in this? I mean, the market opened here, we really broke, and now we've just been grinding back to the upside. One of the things on the 30-minute chart, and we talk about how auctions end, and they end in excess. We do have an excess tail on the bottom of this 30-minute chart. So, there is some recovery here, which is good. I don't know if it's just digestion of the events from last night. We're being told that they're not done. There's going to be more. So just gotta be paying attention to the wire. I know Eddie's going to be on that all day. If anything else happens, hopefully we're going to be among the first to know about it. But again, we're opening with a gap, so I'm kind of basing my expectations today off, if we can't close this gap, we're probably going to continue to rotate lower. We've got a couple of visual targets in the form of naked points of control. We checked into this one, 59.69 last night. It didn't get checked in the overnight, so I'm going to look for that to get checked in the overnight. And if we continue below, 59.16 would be the next visual target. Then last week's low, then weekly kickoff low. So there are some visual targets down below for us to look at. Now, when volatility hits, when unexpected uncertainties occur, a lot of your shorter time frame levels are going to get ignored. They're just going to get walked through. It's something to think about. Look for the price action in today's price action. Look for levels and opportunities. Whether if you're short term, maybe that 5-minute 3-bar reversal could provide you some decent opportunities. So with not knowing what's going to happen, when I guess we never really do, be careful. Be careful. Probably the most important level that I'm looking at is yesterday's IB low. So we'll take a look. We've got this trend line that goes all the way back here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of contact, and we broke through it last night. Now, where does that come across in the range from yesterday? It comes across right at the IB low. That would be a gap close. This trend line, and I know some people don't like this, sometimes those trend lines will be supportive and then become resistant once they're broken through. So again, A gap close, IB the low, yeah, from yesterday would be an area that I would be interested in taking a look at these equities at the S&Ps at least. Hoop, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of I would really let the first 30 minutes play out a little bit here, in case there's any news flying around. It's rollover and this news hit, so it's going to make it. Futures never makes it easy, right? 30 plus years around it, never. Just when you think it's it's easy or it's calmed down, something that comes in. This is a big one because it's more than just it's a black and white event where it just goes, hey, this happened and we're done with it. This has a lot of could be some future over the weekend stuff and tax and these type of news events are a little bit different than a tape bomb. Let's just say that.
Yeah, this is likely to be around for a while. I think the markets are actually holding up relatively well.
So do I. Mm-hmm.
So let's take a quick look through the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of redundant sometimes to do the S&P and the NASDAQ, but we gotta do our thing here. I didn't show this on the S&Ps, but if you look at the weekly chart, particularly on the S&Ps, it's really kind of an indecisive bar right now. If we were to close right now, we've got long shadows on both sides. We're still on the weekly chart putting in higher highs and higher lows. If something happens today and we really crack this thing, that could create a bearish engulfing pattern on the weekly chart, which could be something we're certainly going to want to pay attention to. Now on to the daily chart. We are just kind of focusing. My focus always goes to those extremes and those excesses. Mm-hmm. Wednesday's excess is looming large right now, and there's new information in the markets, but it doesn't stop the thought in my head that we got unfair high here. It was unfair for longs. Buyers backed off, sellers took over, and now sellers are really taking over. We added 14,000 in open interest, but again, the volume and the open interest is very blurry during rollover. It's one of the reasons I choose to be very, very scarce, I would say, in my trades during rollover. I'm just going to go to the 30 hoop because, we're kind of looking at the same thing in the S&Ps. Yep. Overnight inventory, short, reconciling. Again, excess on the lows here, a couple of long wicks down there. One of the things that I really was kind of focusing on was this box here. Okay, this box, there's a lot of highs. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we started to use it as support. Are we going to use it as support today? Let me get rid of this. Then, the reason I keep these kind of obscure levels on, the low from last night was right at the base of the late spike higher from the 2nd of June. Well, maybe sometimes these more obscure levels are going to be respected. At least it was respected last night. We don't know what's going to happen. Opening with a gap, overnight inventory, probably still a little bit short. Hoop, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, isn't this always the dilemma a little bit as a day trader? When you look at longer time frames, like weeklies and dailies, like ultimately when the NASDAQ crossed that yellow line's the yearly VWAP. I've been talking about that. As soon as we crossed it, we just started going up. The thing about the, your moving averages too, it's also the angle of how the moving average starts to move, and when it gets, instead of flatlining and starts to move up, we had some momentum, but, that might have been a bubble burster a little bit overnight. So I think the market's going to need to digest it here. And I just think, just like I said earlier, I think with it being Friday and, what can happen over the weekend, I got a feeling we're going to see more thin volume come across this. So we could get pushed around pretty easy today, even though it's rollover.
Yeah, and it's thin. Remember, these markets are pretty illiquid today. All right, let's check out crude oil. My goodness.
Oh, boy.
All right, here's the daily.
Beast.
So Yeah, we broke out above weekly kickoff high. There's a lot of open interest that piled in here. It is in rollover. A lot of that open interest is still in the market. What did we do yesterday? We lost 1,200 in open interest. Not big. A lot of contracts did move from the July contract to the September and the October contracts. So the rollover is certainly in play here. So we got that news. We've rallied. This trend line, I mean, there's really only 2, maybe 3 points of contact on this trend line. It goes all the way back to September of 23. This is the upper trend line of the area of balance that we were in for over a year or about a year. We broke below it. Now we're recovering it, and now we're up against this upper trend line. You know, we looked above it. I think it's going to probably be somewhat impactful today. I know I'm not the only one that has that trend line on their chart. What do you think? Oop.
Well, you know, it's been a range bound market forever and a day. And then, you know, if you look on the daily, that January 14th and 15th highs, we came, you know, on the daily, we came right up to them. You know, that was the, call it the stopping point. Because I was watching it when it's trading at $77 overnight. And it's super, I think it's still fairly super thin, even for liquidity, and it's rollover for crude. You know how I know you love crude rollover. So, yeah, man, finding trade location in this guy today is going to be, if you're a day trader, you're going to have to, I would, you know, if you're trading, I would be trading micros and I would be sizing down and widening out because there could be stuff flying through all day.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Thin, volatile, size down, widen your stops. Let's take a look at the 30. I mean, we're pretty sure we've got some overnight inventory that's long. You know, opening here. Yeah, doing some reconciling up here. There's that trend line. Excess above it. You know what? I'm looking at this as a balance area low. Let's call it 70.88 and 70. I'm sorry, 71.88. No, let's go 70.88. 70.88, and I'm looking at $76 as the upper area of an area of balance that we may just digest here for a while. There was a big shock yesterday, and we're right at, and this trend line is part of that as well. I don't know what you think. It looks like a little person waving at us here, but I don't know what you think about this, Hoop. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, when you got when you blew through so much overhead inventory, you're in rollover. You know, what do you think, Hope? Tuesday's probably switch day next week, maybe?
Probably.
I mean, looking at the volume, yeah. Yeah, man, I just, I don't have a great relationship with crude. I've been pretty, vocal about that. But now that it's broken out, is it just going to be, maybe a 2-3 day anomaly and we just fall back down? It just depends on how all this, basically is, Israel and how this all plays out. If we get in here and step in here and clear this up quick, which would be great. And then maybe we slip back down into the 70s. But right now, man, you're going to, like I said, I would just be patient in here. And, your stops are going to have to be wide because I got a feeling this open is going to be a doozy this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, with uncertainty in the market, it's always like we're trying to forecast or foresee into the future what might happen outside the markets to have us, to give us an idea of what to do in the markets. And it's, unless you got, Tuesday's newspaper today, we can't do that. Great. So we got to focus on the price action, focus on what's in front of you, focus on the market that you're trading. and see if you can't find some good opportunities. There's a lot of good traders here. Multiple, infinite time frames for people trading here. So stick with what you brung, folks, and perhaps size down, perhaps widen those stops a little bit. Volatility has come back into the markets to some degree, and so all right, we are going to. Eddie, do you have any crude news you want to go through, or should we go through the gold right now?
You know what? I do got some news here. As you can see,
Okay,
that
good.
crude on the move. We scouted the charts, looked for a groove. We drew and reviewed, properly cued with trades that impressed and profit that wooed. Stay sharp, stay shrewd, don't get screwed. Oil prices surged today, as you can see, in the wake of that large-scale strike on Iran, which dozens of military and nuclear targets were hit. Futures Brent climbed 5.7%. We also saw that WTI also rose about 6%. Now, Iran launched around 100 drones towards Israeli territory in response. This is coming from a military spokesperson, and it was declared across Israel warnings. Iran's state media confirmed the report saying that the strikes had killed the Revolutionary Guard commander, Hossein Salami. That's his last name, Salami, along with 6 nuclear scientists. So that was their target. Israel target the nuclear facilities, and that's the report. So this is going to be probably the number one here today. So we're going to keep a definite 100% focus on the news here. And that's what I got, Johnny.
All right, thank you, Eddie. All right, so in about 2 minutes here, I think, for the
quick
crude
update
oil
on
open.
this gold trade.
Hmm?
We peeled off a couple at 34.55.40. We've locked in $290 worth of profit. Realized profit $291 right now. Tightened up our risk. So worst case scenario on this trade, we walk away with $300, and we're still trading
Beautiful.
higher in gold.
Got a runner.
We got 2 runners. Left 2 for a runner.
2 runners. Hey.
Even 2 for the auto liquidator on a Friday. Here we go.
So are we
Crude?
doing the opening range and gold and crude?
Yeah, exactly. Man.
You think it's worth it?
Let's see how big it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right in the middle of the perceived range right now.
Anytime we try and get cute with it, too, try and talk ourselves out of it.
Yep.
It's like the golden trade of the month, you know?
Not much. Not much more double digits anywhere on that dome. Not a lot. Really thin on the offers.
30 seconds till the crude oil open.
Well, it's
going to be wide opening range.
ready to rumble.
Jay in the chat with the Biff quotes. He knows what I like. They got a chuckle out of me. Biff is probably one of my favorite fictional characters of all time. I think he gets a bad rap and everything he does. Back to the Future 2 is definitely my favorite of the series. Biff's Revenge. Excellent film. That's what it should have been called. Biff's Revenge.
Biff's Revenge. There we go.
We're getting some movement.
Gold moved on it.
I'd be looking at a 1 minute chart.
11 ticks so far.
Not heavy.
Just range is a beast. $30-minute ATR is 90 cents.
We got a 15 tick opening range so far and growing. Low is 73.84. And we're making our way down to the lows now. Just put in a new low. Still got 10 seconds.
It's acting decent.
It's not too big. I say we do it.
Yep.
See what
Doing
happens.
it.
Got to take
Working.
the trade.
Stops to enter. Working our stops to enter above and below the market. 74 even up top and 73.83 below. See what can happen here.
80s and evens. It's the old good old crew. 80s evens.
80s and evens.
Right? Halves.
Is it going to get us here?
Almost. There it is.
And we're in. 73.82, short one crude oil contract. 20 ticks of risk on this trade.
Gold's cooking. 60.
There you go. Yeah, it is. Get out of 2 at 65.
We've only got 2 left.
We only got 2. Oh,
I'll get out of 1 at 60.
Got it.
Immediate rejection off of opening range low and crude.
Mm-hmm.
Stopped us out in like 15 seconds yesterday, didn't it? It was real fast.
Yeah.
It's going to happen again right now. We're toast on this trade. I'm done with it.
You got to say it's toast because sometimes it stops it.
Yeah, it's toast. You know what? I'll even draw a line for you guys here. Oh, never mind. Too late. We're out.
Over the wire here,
like the evens,
had some comments from actually some actions. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu holds a series of calls with world leaders today. He's expected to talk to Trump and Putin today. Also, he did speak with Germany's Chancellor Merz, India's Prime Minister Modi, and France's President Macron. Iran tells the UN Security Council in a letter that it will respond decisively to Israel's unlawful and cowardly acts. This is just over the wire.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie.
Be the bringer of bad news all day. I hope that changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pray for peace, folks. Pray for peace.
Oh, what was that price you wanted to peel one off in gold? Was it 65?
65.
Yeah.
Okay.
But 60.
One more up there.
7's the high. 34.67 high a day. I mean, overnight. Yeah.
Yep.
Overnight high? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, gold how it loves to run the high by like 4 or 5 ticks and then just do a 180.
Yeah.
Still got that naked point of control up there at 34.65.80. Was checked overnight, but not in regular trading hours. I'd like to see that get checked in regular trading hours. We don't get to choose that, but if people are focusing on it, it'll happen. But I always like to go a little bit short of where I think it's going to go.
Yeah. We'll go peel one more off up there, lock in some more profit, and then we'll hold a runner for the rest of the day.
I always love when JD talks about the toast. I just remember that day when you were. It was such a classic trader thing. You know, we're all been there. The trade just it was bad and it's going the wrong way. We're all so great at telling the misery of a trade and it's going against me, and then we're done. And then all of a sudden at 180, wasn't that like by a tick, JD?
1 tick, a single tick.
Yep.
This is by a tick.
That was great.
Toast.
We're done.
What are the odds, you know?
Yeah.
999 out of 1,000 times we would have been stopped out on that trade. Just that one time.
Gabe was in. Yeah, Gabe was in one yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, when he was trading. I mean, it literally came within, I think Gabe would know, it was like a couple ticks and then just did it. I mean, I know he eventually got stopped out, but man, you talk about sometimes you feel like it's heat-seeking time when you put a stop in. It's like, and I don't think traders, probably some of the biggest angst is when you get stopped. Either you get missed by a tick or you get hit by a tick and it goes the other direction. Man, if that happens early in the day, that could lead to a rough trading day.
Yeah. Based on the last couple of days of crude oil 1 minute opening range trade, I'm pretty convinced that there's a predator element in there sniping that 1 minute. Yeah, someone's playing the 1 minute opening range.
They, of course,
hold off on that one for a couple more days.
They always do. They always do. It's only when it actually plays out do you really see directional trade come from it. They do like to fish those stops on the other side of it. They have that order flow. They sense when it pops off that first minute. They say, they're in.
Got them.
Let's go get their stops.
Yep. See, in cattle, you don't have to worry about that. I don't think there's many predators sitting around in cattle.
Yeah. Triple M says it's the Goldman interns at work. Triple M, I do have to correct you. The Goldman interns only go after our sim stops. Goldman interns only go after simulated stops. We are trading in the live markets here.
There goes crude.
Screaming. Nope. They're
going the other way.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Not above even. And
take it off this 1 minute chart.
Mechanical trade though.
Yeah. That's it. For 2 months.
3 minute opening range. 3 minute opening range.
It was profitable.
Work.
Well, Hoop, should we
3 minute opening range in crude oil would have worked. Go ahead, Hoop.
3 minute. All right.
3 minutes good in crude so far.
Well, Hoop, we haven't gone over gold yet. We want to take a look.
Gold. Yeah.
Daily. 1, 2, 3. 3 nice, strong,
close to the highs.
Gold green bars there. We added 19,000 contracts yesterday. It is not in rollover on strong volume. When the market is directional to the upside, and we add open interest and volume, it's a good auction. And the news last night, what the events from last night, has that auction continuing to the upside. Do you see new all-time highs here soon in gold, Hoop?
I was a little worried about it hanging out. We had a pretty good drop the other night. I just was worried, like I said, we were talking about earlier, it always needs momentum to push it, I believe. It's not one of those slow directional up move markets. And I think it's got a catalyst now. So with what's going on, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, we're only, what's that all-time high? 35, 37, 90?
Yep.
That's what mine's showing. So, yeah, that might be one of those things where you come in on Sunday night and we're
there.
You might not get a chance to get in on it. So that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, it's a we were talking about the other day. It's a fascinating market. JD was talking about how many green bars. Was it 13 green bars in a row? It's amazing how many green bars on a 30-minute that market can put in and just get directional and go. So I'll tell you, traders, when it goes directional, it's what's your favorite saying? Oh, don't fight a directional market. That is so true.
Yep, 100%. Well, let's take a look at the 30 and see if there's any barriers that we've got to get through. Let me get this back here. All right.
76.
All right, so open with a gap, no gap close. We're looking for options for trades in the direction of the gap. This 34.6580 is the highest naked point of control once we put in the all-time high. Now, we've got a couple of barriers here. We've got that barrier that naked point of control to get through. We've also got this blow-off top that Anne Marie called out back in 5th and 6th of May. And that was when we just got Hugard would yell at me if I said too expensive, but we put in an unfair high for longs and we broke off that level. Now that's not the all-time high. The all-time high was over here. It was on the 22nd of April, but the all-time high came in the
overnight
extended trading hour session.
Yeah.
those tend not to be lasting highs. Well, it's lasted quite a while, but I'm afraid it might be ready to take that out. But there's a couple of barriers for us to look at. First thing we got to do is take out that overnight high and hold above it. It's kind of a weak high, even on the 30-minute chart. Looking at a overnight profile, I think that's a weak high, one tick above the previous high. It's a weak high, so I'm looking for this market to continue to push to the upside, unless. What do you think, Hoop?
Yeah, I mean, the 3480 level is kind of the next, probably a next barrier, I would say, that it clears. Yeah, I mean, it's not in roll. A lot of uncertainty. God, I'm get tired of that word, but it's the word of 2025. That's for sure.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
And when we all know it, from years of being around the market, when there's uncertainty, people are going to gold, and there's more to it than gold now than just being a safe haven. I mean, we've talked about China and putting a lot of stake in it. Yeah, I just fundamentally it's in a really good spot. So I wouldn't be surprised here. You do have Fed meet next week, so it seems like kind of the perfect market to do it right then.
Now, if we can just get it to go in a straight line.
Good luck.
All right. So there's our 4 markets that we check out every day. And remember, this is always only about context, reminding everybody about risk management and remaining patient in our trading as always. This is, we're not providing financial advice here. We're just talking about the context of these markets, the way we see them. And hopefully it helps everybody. Getting a nice little push here back up to the upside in gold. Took a little breather there for about a minute, and we're looking good here, JD.
We sure are. Looking to peel one more off at 65.30, 34.65.30. And then we'll leave a final runner for the auto liquidator. If we get up
You
there.
want to run to the gas station and fill up today too, because gas
right.
stations are going to adjust that crap really fast and bring it down real slow.
Oh yeah.
So
That's a good call.
Probably already
do
did.
peak driving season.
Probably already
Summer
did
driving
overnight.
season's coming.
Mm-hmm.
We just lost
Sound off in the chat.
1,000 listeners here today, right now.
Hell,
The number just dropped
I'll
1,000. My God.
Going to Costco now and filling up.
Everybody just sort of dropped everything they were doing.
Yeah, you probably want to be long.
Sound
gas.
off in the chat. What are you paying for a gallon of gas? Your closest gas station right now.
The thing too, JD. I mean, the prices were just coming down here around our area. We're like, wow, hey, it's
Coming down?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, it was like there's under $3 here, like $2.89, I think. One gas station had.
Oh.
It's like, well,
You
wow,
always.
it's-
I'm just so used to seeing it inch up higher and higher and higher the closer we get to the 4th of July, and then it peaks.
Look at crude, HAD.
it's on your way now.
I'm still paying over
Such
$4, but I got to buy premium.
Crude is such a scam.
I was waiting for it, JD. Freaking scam market. Scam market.
Yep.
It's not even real.
Yeah, exactly. Not real. Ooh, cattle could be an interesting.
Look at that.
Yeah. I mean, literally just checked the other side of that range, stopped everybody to frick out, and then turned around.
Yep.
Yep. That's why I don't trade it.
It's still on the back burner, folks.
Yep.
Nobody's ready to marry crude oil again.
Yeah. You got to be a Class A grifter to get in that market. I'm done with crude.
Class A grifter. Love it.
And of course, it doesn't help that it's in rollover.
No. I like where we're at in gold though.
Yeah. Let's go get that. We'll just leave the one on.
Go
for
get those highs. Yep.
giggles.
Locking a few more, and yeah. Love locking in profits early. Makes the rest of the day just a little bit easier.
Let's get this
Bond's
to happen
pulling back.
before fast markets. Why'd you pick 530, JD?
Big fat round number for P&L, and it was just above the price that you called.
Oh, got it.
I'll 10% it. I'll 10% it when we get up there.
Yeah. Yep.
So are you one of the? Are you the guy that like you go out for dinner and then you calculate the tip based on an even dollar level?
100%.
100%
Always
crazy.
round up.
Yeah.
Always round up. What was that Steve Martin line? Remember that movie, My Blue Heaven? It's not tipping, I believe in. It's over tipping.
It's over tipping. Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like you came back from Minnesota, man. It doesn't look like those grains. There's plenty of wet ground and plants in the ground because the grains aren't going anywhere. It looks like.
Mm-hmm. I talked to a couple of people, and nobody was disappointed with their plant, where I was at least.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone seemed pretty happy. Seeds were in the ground.
Beans have really scrambled the rally. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that all can change in one good, heat wave.
Yep.
I remember, when we had ground that, when we go through some of those droughts where they have to bring in those huge watering machines to, to save the crop. It's such a rarity, though. I mean, a drought like that happens, I don't know, Hogue, maybe every 20, 25 years where you just get that, 95 degrees for, 3 weeks and at the right time in July. And that'll really cook, literally cook grains. But they're just, don't happen a lot.
Getting some wiggles here in gold here.
Yep.
Wiggly.
You've been seeing a wiggle every 20 minutes or so. It's never.
Where's the
you never just go
CYA
straight
right
to your
now?
target, right? CYA is down at 34.47.30. So we were a ways off from our CYA. Should we tighten that up?
Okay.
Should we adjust?
7:30.
I mean.
Yeah.
34.50.
Nothing is exact in trading, right? So that's the way I believe it.
I mean, you could move it down to 50. Move it up to 34.55 and change.
55.
I mean, we are lennying this trade. We know that, right?
Yeah. We're begging to get stopped out now, Hogue.
We are.
I did move it, though. We'll lock in some profits. Adjusted our risk, trailing a stop.
So close.
Get your scalping hats in the gate today, people.
Yeah, right.
You can get too married to anything today.
Decent selling coming in. Solid red candle on 5-minute chart in gold.
Eddie, where are we on the tilt on gold? Gold right now, 62%, 56 in the money. 34, 51, 51 is the long average price.
51, 51. Long
and I don't stutter. Yes.
Equity's pulling back.
Buyer step right back in.
Coming back up. That little break got bought up.
This is decent buying coming in, too. I'm just looking at the dome.
Yep. It seems like it really wants to try and test those highs.
Mm-hmm.
Just needs a push, right? Everyone, Chris Hogan would say, get out and push.
Yeah.
Everyone out and
Well,
push.
Everybody get out and push.
The
We're going
family
uphill right now.
roadster. The family roadster. Get out and push.
The Wagon Queen family truckster.
Exactly. Some good
You didn't
old
order
nothing
the,
says traveling with the wood paneling on the side of the station wagon.
You didn't order the metallic pea green?
What's his name was the salesman in that, right? Too. What's his name?
Eugene Levy, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
One of his classic roles.
Exactly. He's got such the right salesman shirt on, the white short sleeve buttoned up shirt. Yeah, so good.
We're pulling out all the classic flicks today.
Yep. Oh, Trading Places is on tonight. Might have to get some popcorn. Yep. Mm-hmm. MP Michael will be there. Probably watched it. I know that's his favorite.
I think I probably still have the VHS tape of it in my basement somewhere.
I just always love to talk when I talk to people in Discord. Is that the fact that people go, "Well, pork bellies aren't real." I go, "Yeah, damn right they are. I was in the pit." So yes, Mr. Valentine set the price in a market that I traded in. It's pretty cool.
Who would say something like pork bellies aren't real?
Well, I think they just thought it's made up in the movies.
They thought it was fake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They probably thought frozen concentrated orange juice was fake too.
Exactly. I bring it up. I brought it up in Discord class. I put up the ice exchange and pull up the old orange juice chart. Yep.
Pork bellies. I have heard something very exciting is going to happen in the pork belly market this morning.
So good.
Well, we're getting pretty close to the end of opening call. Do you have any closing comments that you'd like to tell our traders today?
Yeah, if you touch the stove in crude, please make sure it's in micros, because any news through that market today is going to really push it around. So, yeah, just it's Friday. I know you guys hate to hear it. Just stay patient. If you've had a good week, watch the show.
Yes. Capital preservation.
Well said, yeah. Plenty of
the game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's going on.
Capital preservation is right. It's Friday. Yeah, don't do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Plenty of tradertainment coming your way. We'll keep you entertained. If you're not feeling it, don't do it. And if you do it, make sure you're trading with stops. The only thing you have any real control over is your downside risk. Make sure you're controlling it.
Well, on the schedule today, we've got a lot going on here. It being Friday the 13th, of course. Coming up at Fast Markets, Coach Dakota Muhammad and MP might join us. Rising Star, we got Bobby T. Coming back here, Lunchbox Trading, Coach Hoop, Coach Vince, Robert C. for a quick drop-in. Don't forget, we got Top Quiz today with Sarah. Virginia D is going to be with us. And Reverse Challenge, we're bringing back Zona. So we got going on here today. I'm going to pass this back to Johnny. Mr. Hoagland, back to you.
Thank you very much, Fast Eddie. I just want to give it another minute to see if we can get that profit target hit in gold.
We're so close.
So
right there.
close. Just everybody get out and give it one push.
Okay.
Everyone blow on your screen. Maybe it'll push it higher.
Nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever done that.
No. Nobody's ever yelled at it.
Ever. Come on.
Nobody's ever tried to push it up with their cursor. Let's go. Come on. Nobody's pushing. Let's go. Get out there and push.
Not Schnell.
Yes, Jennifer, look out there.
I know nothing. I see nothing.
Good old 70s.
Rich saying, so one for the rally.
already did that.
Come on.
We only got 2 left.
63.
We're hitting this.
63.
This would be so exciting for the end of the opening call.
Wouldn't it?
What?
Nice rip right
Come on.
now.
All right.
No, it's gonna work.
Well, we're gonna have to wait.
Oh,
Hoop, thanks for joining us. We'll see you later today. All right, folks. Yeah, new information in the markets. We've got thin markets. Domes are thin. Size down. Maybe a little bit wider stops with the extra volatility that came into the market last night. Treasury yields have dropped a little bit. We're seeing gold spiking and continuing to at least spike for the session today. Crude oil was flying off of just a little bit, and just try and almost there, folks. Almost there. We're gonna get this. All right, so Capital Preservation Friday. If you've had a good week, I suggest doing what Robin was saying last week. If you have a good trade, that gets you another opportunity to take another trade. If that's a good trade, that gets you the opportunity to take another trade. If that's a good trade, that's the opportunity to take another trade. You get to a point where you're up enough to where you can say, all right, I'm only going to risk 50% of that. I'm going to finish the day positive. I'm going to have a good weekend. Lots of opportunities, I'm sure, coming up next week as usual. So on that note, it is a good day to say pray for peace, of course. Maintain staying humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Almost there in that gold trade. Almost there. Get out and push. We're almost got that 65 level. We're going to get this, I think. So it's Friday the 13th as well. Ooh. I'm not really superstitious that way. Actually, it's one of my wife's favorite numbers. So we're going to have a great day today. We've got some experts coming up on fast markets. We got Dakota. We got Mo. We got all of us. It's going to be a great session. So don't worry about Friday the 13th, because we've got fast markets coming up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, welcome back here. Let's get busy here. Let's keep the focus here today. Very special day. Lots of important things to go, and I'm going to hit the gate here. So keep that focus in the gate. And I'm going to pass it over to Dolby Time. Good morning, DT. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well, Eddie. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Markets are going to be open in about 30 seconds, but we got our guests in here. We got Coach Dakota, we got Mo, and of course, Jack. 20 seconds till the open. Hello. It's going to be a hell of a day. How's everyone doing so far?
It's Friday, man. It's Friday.
It is.
It's Friday.
Friday that feels like a Monday.
Yeah.
All what I remember is Dakota saying, "Buy the dip, buy the dip."
Buy the dip. Did you buy it? That's the question.
Did you?
I'm already long in. I'm already long one
go.
in ES.
There's the bell.
This is hilarious.
Markets are open.
Very easy. I'm minimizing my targets. I was looking for 2,000, 3,000 a day. Now I'm taking very slow. 500 will be fine for me. I'm not shooting for YOLO trades, or I need to build my account. You have to take it step by step. First, keep your account. Make sure that you lose minimum. Then build up your account slowly. Don't rush in to those 10,000, 15,000, looking at the big board, looking at the numbers. You are not there yet. You are not at that stage. Look at where you are. And then after you made a nice caution, then increase your risk a bit. Increase your risk, not your targets. So I'm changing this. Thankful for ES. ES is helping me a lot to do that. And here we go.
So we all bought the dip, right? Look at this market.
I mean, it's an incredible entry, Mo. Excellent looking entry. Dakota, do you have any
Yeah, you can
levels?
see
Not really. I mean, we are at an interesting area in the Nasdaq. This was support from the 12th, and so this market's only down 0.8%, which is kind of surprising, to be honest, with everything that's going on overseas. For the market to only be down, not even a full percentage point now. We're almost 300 points off the lows, and this market's just ripping higher.
It's
It
wild.
is.
Things are so bullish that even what used to be like a really bad scenario is just completely flushed out. And let it be known, I was mocked yesterday for saying the Italian foreign minister might not know exactly what's going on with the situation. It turns out to be right. Yep, buy every dip.
Well, I'm short 3.
Okay.
Nasdaq, 74% long here.
First take
Yeah,
profit hit.
73% long in the tilt.
I'm flat.
Second take
I
profit
took my
hit.
profit.
And I have a runner.
I closed my position. It was a nice rally.
Fantastic.
2,000 lots.
Y'all are just
Yes,
chopping it
offered
up.
2,000 lots at 60.14. That's a lot.
Yeah, I sold it.
That is wow. Nice eyes on that, Jack. 2,048 contracts, 6,014. I gotta say, between the two of you, between Mo and Dakota, we've actually seen some strategy change. Mo, you were doing NASDAQ, you switched to ES. Dakota, you switched, you're trying out this new strategy. What's kind of prompted this? Dakota, let's start with you first. You switched from your old style to a new style, or old style?
I think it's less of dramatically changing my strategy, because I've traded this before. Previously, I've traded it last year, a couple times last year, and it's more of a see profit, take profit, scalping. The entries are very similar, but the time frame is changed. I'm taking profits, 5, 10, 15 points rather than holding for a little bit longer. I have tighter stop losses. So trade management has definitely changed.
So Dakota, I noticed since you changed your strategy, it seems to be like more momentum based. So what made you grab the short there?
I mean, I'm expecting this. I was expecting this market to sell off dramatically, and I mean, a nice 150 point pump to start the New York session does not seem right to me. And then we came up here, and let me show you this level that we hit on that sell off. This is a 5-minute chart. There was hesitation right here at these 780s. We got up there, touched it, and then as soon as we started to reject back down below 62, popped into the short, and already took profits. So nice.
Wow.
20 points.
Do you find it less stressful, Dakota, to trade like that, or do you think your other strategy was less stressful?
Wow. I don't think it has much to do with stress. This is more mental. It takes more mental capital because it's more executions. There's more actions that I have to do, as in like me clicking the button for getting in. This adjusting my entry, multiple take profits, multiple trades. So there's more mental capital being used, and there's also more room for human error. And I've made plenty of mistakes already with just little details like, do I get in 3? Do I get in 6? Oh, I forgot to put my take profit. We hit the take profit. We already turned back around. I forgot to adjust my stop loss. Little details that needs to be polished up.
Yeah, you'll get there. This thing requires.
We got some chatter here regarding live cattle here from the community. Checking live cattle here, we'd probably be seeing some big moves also. Back to you, Mo.
Yeah, I mean, execution, Dakota, requires some time to be good at it. I mean, you need some time. with time you will find yourself finding ways to better execute. So don't worry about
I'm gonna
that.
get into it right here. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
short. I'm short.
you need some
6
time.
micros. Short 6 micros. Let's see if we can
Okay,
get some take
nice.
profit. Into the
We're at
40s.
Dakota.
For my change,
47
Dolby,
Hope.
I have added more changes, not only changing ES,
Mhm.
but last day, one of the chat, my friend Tim, he is using my strategy, my 21 EMA, and he's since 2 months he was practicing that, and he told me yesterday, add this 50 SMA to your chart, and
Okay.
look if they are in sequence, buying every dip to the 50 with 1.5 ATR stop, 1.5 ATR, and look for 1 to 2. And exactly this is what keep happening today and yesterday and the day before. I was testing this during the last week, last night. It was incredible. This trade was, because it's new for me, I just traded one micro.
First take profit hit.
One micro. I just
Nice.
bought it in here. I don't buy it immediate at the 50 MA. No, I look for the recent high. I project down what was the 50 MA at that high. I buy at it. So this is extreme, buying points to buy at it, and it worked very. You cannot. I couldn't believe it. Otherwise, I would take 10 minis, not one micro. But it worked wonderful. And, yeah. So I'm changing. This is a new entry setup for me. I will practice it today.
Fantastic. Well, Mo, keep us updated on that. Jack, any levels that you're seeing in here that would entice you for a trade? Are you going to hang tight for a little bit?
Well, if it weren't for the news, I mean, 6,000 has been a huge level of support in the ES going back to last week. We went through it June 6th. You can see how it's just bounce, 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 bounce. We haven't seen it during the day session in a couple days until now. I am hesitant just to blindly buy at 6,000 right now, but if we go down, I might catch it on the way back up.
Okay, we got some plans. Got some traders on screen adjusting their strategies a little bit. I always found that if I was adjusting my strategy, I had to be careful about over adjusting or adjusting too much. It's like kind of about finding that balance. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But I like what you guys are doing. Any suggestions for traders in chat, either Dakota or Mo, like when to maybe start pivoting or tweaking a strategy and how to do it correctly so you're not overcorrecting?
Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah. Give it some time first. Don't jump immediately to change. You have to be consistent in execution. After a while, let's say a month, you see your result are it's one of three. Either you are making a lot of money, don't touch anything. If your results are showing dramatic loss, there is one thing that you can do. Instead of long, go short. Instead of short, go long. That's it. If you are keep consistently losing, that means you only need to flip the position side. If you see no change, that's a 50-50 strategy. You need to change something about it.
What about you, Dakota?
Dakota, did you take any profits on those shorts, or was that a loss?
Yeah, I did. I took two. One at 5 points, and then one at 10 points. I got triggered back into another one at 778, looking for basically the same thing, looking for a break back down. But yeah, I've only been going for about 5-10 points. There's a lot of momentum in this market, a lot of volatility, and so the take profits have been a lot nicer, as in the momentum. There's a lot more momentum in this market. So like I'm in this short, and then there's my first take profit. Let's see if we get that got triggered. Second one right there for another 12 points. And now we're starting to sell off. The ATR is down to or up to 30 points. So we're halfway to the main ATR on the 5-minute chart, and there you go. It just got hit. So there's another banker. This market has some momentum to it. Yeah, short 778, and there's 30 points off of that.
That's very well done, Dakota. To some degree, if your take profits are that small, the overall direction of the market almost doesn't even matter as much because you're looking for such a small move that it could happen either on the short side in a bull market or on the long side in a bear market, right?
Sure.
Does it help?
Technically, you could say that. I think direction is extremely important when you're trading momentum like this because you're trying to get into that momentum, and momentum's a lot easier when you're going with the current direction of the market. Like today, I'm going to be a little bit more on the bearish side. I know I said I'm from a bull, but obviously today's events are a little dramatic, and so I believe that there's more momentum for shorts today than there would be for longs. Now, I could be wrong. We've seen that huge buying step in to start the New York session, but I think there's just so much going on right now with what's going on around the world that there's definitely better opportunities to the short side for these quick scalps, these quick scalps. Like we say, stair step up, elevator down. I think we're going to see some elevator downs today rather than. I could be wrong though. I mean, look at this market. Yeah. It's so freaking resilient. We're down only 0.75%, and that's just so surprising.
I'm with you, Dakota. Like just for today, where I am nervous, just blindly buying pullbacks here in the ES because I got to think with it being a Friday, are you really going to run it to the top going into the weekend when the markets are closed for 2 days and who knows what's going to happen? I wouldn't do that, but at the same time, I wouldn't say we were kind of at the lows where we were. If we were down like 3% right now, then I'd be in dip buying mode.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit closer than you guys. Regarding what's happening in the Middle East? Everybody was see this coming. I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised this is getting too late. Actually, this hit has been announced since 2 months ago. I don't see a retaliation. I don't see this will go even worse. However, you see when the news hit, market already dumped huge, and now it's getting a bit relaxed. Everybody is, expecting something from Iran. Nothing happened. So I think the market will keep going higher today. Maybe before the close, people will start getting out because they don't know what will happen in the week. So I will be worried about buying late today. However, I see this market is reversing actually strongly.
It is. Gold tried making brand new highs. I think it just maybe made some highs by a tick or two. Kind of topped out around 34.68 in gold, and also maybe double topped house account still long 34.45 in the MGC. What's the game plan there, Hogue, with that house account trade?
We had 2 left on. We got out of one of them at 34.65, and we've still got the runner on.
Okay. There's no wishing if we had a runner on because we're just doing it.
Nope. We actually have one.
Nice.
Hang in there. Oh, how has the how was the have you guys? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
I was going to say something super interesting, and this is kind of new that happened last night when you get a news event like this, is that the treasuries hardly made a bid. It was gold that did the move up, which is interesting. Kind of shows what people are thinking about the bonds. But usually with something like that, you would see fixed income just get bought up.
And the logic behind that is that people are seeking a safer return in a time of uncertainty, right?
Flight to safety. And, they used to just blindly buy it as a flight to safety when something happened, when the yield was, 1.8% or something on the 10-year. It's kind of surprising that at these yields there wasn't more of a bid.
Yeah, I think we do see the yield on the 10-year at about a 1-month low this morning was what it looked like to me.
Yeah, let me share it real quick. This is not the chart I would expect. If you told me that Israel was going to bomb Iran, like last year or something like that, this is not the 10-year chart I'd expect to see. It's a yields get smashed.
Yeah.
New world.
The 2025 bingo card is starting to get filled up 6 months in. What will the last 6 months have for 2025? As we are trading futures, because we're about 3 months ahead if we're trading indices. What do we have going on here? We do have some very exciting stuff. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour, y'all. If you are on the X or on the Twitters, whatever you want to call it, please find us at Top Step TV and send us your battle stations, your any trader certificates, payouts, whatever you got, your memes. We will share it on screen and help contribute to the content on Top Step TV. And we've had some pretty amazing people submit stuff, like Carl Hungus, Lost Trader, made themselves into legends, Top Step TV legends. You can make yourself one as well. Hashtag fast markets and hashtag power hour. Hoga, I want to talk to you about the opening range trade. You guys have been kind of fighting with the Lennying trades. How have you guys been doing? Have you been doing more Lennying or less Lennying, and what has been the results?
Well, we Lennied the gold trade today. We were long 5 micros, and we got out of 3 of them on the way up at 34.55.40. So yeah, that was a Lenny. The other Lenny was the one we just got out of right near the highs there, but it looks like it might have been a good Lenny. We're coming off pretty firm here. Overall, I think we're probably Lennying about 50% of them. The opening range trade was profitable in April, was profitable in May. Jury's still out for June. But yeah, I think we've been doing a fair amount of Lennying.
Fair amount. So are we trying to get the Lennying down? Also, can you have a good Lenny? I think that's like oxymoron. I think all Lennies are bad Lennies, right?
Well,
sorry to
Lenny isn't really part of the program, but with the liquidity today, we kind of agreed to see money take money. I think we did a really good job of holding on to this trade to the level we did. The reason that I kind of pointed out the exit up here at 34.65, there's a naked point of control that goes all the way back. It's the highest naked point of control ever in gold, and it looked at it last night and rejected. Look what it just did today. Looked at it today in regular trading hours and rejected. So this would have been certainly a partial out on that. If that's part of the plan, then that's all right. That's not a Lenny. And really, this was the level I was looking at to take a couple off. We did take a couple off a little bit early. I would call that the Lenny. But up here, I wouldn't call this a Lenny. This was part of the plan to lighten up at least some of it up at this level. So we partially Lennied.
just
partial
Lenny.
Lennyment.
It's like like Dakota said yesterday. You're partially pregnant.
That was a good line.
Yeah, there's no
line yesterday.
You either are or you're not, right?
Yeah. Yes. I'll never forget when I was a clerk, I got my broker hung on a 1 lot, and I'm like, I kind of need this fill. He's like, am I hung on it? In other words, you owe the customer a fill. And I said, kinda. He says, the heck you mean kinda? We're either hung or not.
I know.
I'm looking for a long down there, 5,992. If you switch to my chart, I noticed something very interesting. I mean, trend lines, I always love trend lines. And it's an art to draw them. You can see this trend line coming from yesterday to today low. Okay, if you projected that same trend line from the highs, you can see this at the beginning of today's show, the beginning of the stream. It was there before we started. We were somewhere here. You can see how it's tagged it high. Okay, maybe this is luck. This is whatever. But twice? Come on, give me a break. So this means something. This trend line is a resistant, clearly. And if it is that resistant, I'm not surprised if we see stronger pullback here. I'm looking for 592 because the same strategy that we set entry, predict the high to
Tape
the
bomb.
50 MA, and we buy here with a stop 1.5 ATR, which is 7 point.
Okay.
7 point from if the market goes there.
Both Dakota
everybody flat?
and Mo are using the ATR.
Of course,
Tape bomb.
Chat,
I
you
used
use the ATR.
ATR long
Yes,
time
Amanda.
ago.
What is what was the tape on? We touched those 6,000s and then just bid up 5 points. Jack, was that you? Did you smash the buy button on that 6,000
I mean,
ES?
5 points is given like the environment right now. I would say 5 points could be anything. Dakota, did you say you're long?
No, I said tape bomb.
Yeah.
Bomb.
A little bit of a wiggle
Bomb.
there. Nasdaq shut up.
3 time now. 3 time now. 3 time. 1, 2, 3 now at this trend line. This is not a coincidence.
I mean, the happy place is going to be around this 6,000 probably. SPX 6,000, baby.
Yep, you've been pounding that table for a while. I've got crude oil rolling over a little bit. Gold is right around 34.60. Crude oil 72.55. A little bit more red on my crude oil screen than I anticipated. Sorry, we were at 74s, now down to 72.
If I'm not biased, I would take this short, but I'm biased long.
Is it part of the plan?
Mo? And Jack, you
Oh,
like
yeah,
trend
go, Mo.
lines. You like trend lines, right, Mo? So this trend line,
I love trend lines, but you need to
this
draw
trend
it
line, this
carefully.
is the 30-minute chart. Goes all the way back to here. This is the low on the 7th of May. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of contact. And
now it's a resistant.
now it's resistance.
Ooh.
Right? So we broke below, back to it. This is a gap close to the low from yesterday, showing signs of resistance there. This was a level I was talking about in the opening call for a potential for a short. At the very least, it lets you limit risk. I know your bias is to the long side, Mo. I just thought I'd show you this.
Yeah, I mean, if this goes down from here, this is a very bearish sign.
Yes.
Testing the broken trend line and go down again. It's a reversal signal.
We do have a University of Michigan preliminary numbers at 9 o'clock. So we do have a news event coming up.
Say we do.
University of Michigan sentiment preliminary numbers in 7 minutes.
Just for Jack.
Just for Jack and JD.
Just for Jack.
Right? Didn't JD get the fiver from the University of Michigan? Has it framed. It's on his fridge somewhere. I think it's like $10 now. Is it like inflation adjusted from its own report?
Yeah.
Right? They would know.
Yeah, they ask them about inflation too. So you get what people it's just the vibe pull. Fridays we get the vibes.
Pull. Yep.
So this is the opposite of what we saw in the short side. That's the trend line from the highs. Okay, we projected from the low. We are at that one again. So this is the inverse of this one. Let's see how this works.
Okay, I am short.
Dakota's short.
Yep, from 741.
741. Okay. And then Mo, you have a resting bid in the ES. Are you going to keep that in there? Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. From this
Resting
high,
bid
as I
phase?
said, from this high.
Dakota, you're in 6.
Yep, 6 micros. Looking for
6
a breakdown
micros,
below
nice.
those 730s.
Starting to get a little heavy here across the board. Gold is pulled back. Crude oil is got like 4 red candles in a row in the 15
First take
minute.
profit hit.
Nice job. Oh, did you get filled yet? It's getting pretty. You gotta assume it's getting pretty close to your entry. Not yet.
92.
Okay.
92.
92.
3 micros. Actually, it should be 90. Yeah, 92. 91.75.
So we do 5 minutes till Michigan. Oh, things are getting a little bit heavy. Nice little 5 minute or 3 minute range in the Nasdaq.
I'm out.
Oh, it is out. Okay.
Nice trade.
And So Dakota, how much of a sample size do you need for this strategy to start ramping up size, or have you already started doing it? Obviously, you do have some
I've
experience.
started. So I've started doing this beginning of the week. Now remember, this is not just a new strategy.
Right.
I've traded this plenty of times. I went through this before, and I tested it in my live account. I think yesterday during the New York session, and it worked out really well. I tested the day before, $300. I tested it last night. I decided, okay, well, I went from 3 micros to 6 micros, and today I'm trading the 6 micros, and I'm up $700. Now, I'm going to continue to ramp up size until I get to my regular mini size, 3 minis, because this is like, I don't want to say a test, because saying that I'm testing this out would be wrong, because I'm trading in my live account. It's more of, I'm actually trading the strategy, but I'm using a very small size so that I could continue to get comfortable with it and then scale up, appropriately. So $700 in micros is pretty good with
That's great.
this style of trading.
Is this a part of DBA Concepts, or is this like a little secret? Exclusive
yeah,
only.
man, this is like DBA Scalp Concepts. DBA Concepts Scalp style. I don't know. I'll think of a name up for it. We can think of a name
Really
for that.
quick before we get the 9 o'clock number that I love, I see a few questions about the University of Michigan sentiment. I don't know exactly what they ask, but they have a number basically, and the higher it is, the higher the sentiment. So beating it would be to the north side of the forecast, which is 53.6. Last time it was 52.2.
Nice. Thanks for the context for the University of Michigan number. It's actually started to be pretty impactful. It's moved the markets. Depending on the month, depending on the year, some numbers are more impactful than others.
What I got for that, the sentiment index rates the relative level of current and future economic conditions. So higher than expected is bullish, lower than expected, obviously, bearish.
Mo, did you get
you,
filled?
Eddie.
No, not yet.
Yes,
close,
now I'm
man.
filled. There we go. Okay, Mo's in.
Stop at 84.
Stop at 84.
5984. Only 7 points of risk. Looking for 14 points of reward.
Nice. And we got
How many, Mo?
3.
And then Eddie, do you want to hit us with the tip of the week before we get to this University of Michigan? We got like a minute.
Well,
20.
you know what? We got about a minute here. Can we get this number out, and then can we hit that? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. As Jack said, they're looking at 53.6, prior 52.2. That's the sentiment prelim. The 5-year inflation prelim, they're looking at 4.1%. 1-year inflation, 6.4%. So we got, let's see here, 5 numbers regarding the University of Michigan.
Little update on the house. House is now flat. We trailed the stop up to 55, and we were liquidity out of there. So house account up $361 flat right now.
Nice. It's a great morning. Easiest 361 you ever made in your life. And this crude is still
30 seconds.
Offering down. 72.41 and counting. Long red 15-minute candle there. 20 seconds to University of Michigan. So if you have a trade on, please be careful. You might be experiencing some turbulence momentarily in about 10 seconds. Mo has no fear. University of Michigan. Who cares?
Here comes the sentiment.
Oh, there's some sentiment.
All right, coming in here right now, we are looking at the sentiment here at 60.5, much higher. The inflation
Give me my 2 to 1.
1% as expected, and the 1-year inflation 5.1. They were looking at a 6.4%. Once again, here coming in at 680. I'm sorry, 60.5. They're looking at 53.6. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie.
My target by a point.
That's
Is
a
it by a
massive
point?
beat.
Yeah. So can you kind of recap that for us, Jack?
I mean, it came out way above what was expected. I mean, 60.5, we were looking for 53.6. So you saw the jump there. I'm kind of upset I didn't sell 6,000 just because I can't imagine the Michigan sentiment meaning too much long term, or at least in the day time frame here.
And the higher the sentiment, the more confident the pollers are, right? Or whoever got polled.
No, yeah, I guess it's just the stronger it's kind of like consumer sentiment, right? So people are feeling good, according to Michigan.
There we go. People are feeling good. I need to translate it. That I can make sense of. People are feeling good.
That was before last night happened, right?
That was, yeah, probably true.
Yes. No, they did all the polling this morning. Very efficient.
Yeah, they
pulled
In
10
classic
guys
Jack.
in the Upper Peninsula.
That's right.
Feeling good. 6 of them said it was great.
They looked around and said, "Yeah, we're doing okay."
Yeah, it's fine. Drinking apple cider at 9 o'clock in the morning. We're doing.
Do we have any
fantastic.
Youpers? Are there any Youpers in the chat? I know
I used
that.
to go to Watervale. I don't know if that's in the UP though. That was a long time ago. Long time ago. All I remember is
drove
very,
to,
very shallow beaches.
Copper Harbor, and it was awesome. That's way up there. I've also done the longest possible drive continuously through the state of Michigan. So we drove from Copper Harbor through the straits down to Lake Pawpaw, JD. And I think it was like a 10.5-hour drive completely within the state of Michigan.
Probably beautiful. It's so pretty up there.
It was.
Mo, can you use a position update? You experienced some volatility. How'd you handle that?
Fortunately, the news comes within my direction, exactly at this support. Market jumped. My target was 2-1. Missed that target by maybe 1.5 points only. And I keep calm. I have nothing to change. Still sipping my tea. I stop as it is. Nothing to worry about.
Trades on,
I
hands
like
off.
my position.
Like that style.
James is from Houghton. I drove through there on the way to Copper Harbor.
Thought he misspelled
Michigan
Houston.
Tech is.
There was a Houghton, Michigan. Fantastic. Crude still selling off. 7.235. That's kind of interesting. I would think that crude would have a little bit more support. Oh, gold is also selling off down to 34.52s. We were as high as 34.68, so down about $15 in gold right now. Mo, your long is looking really nice in the ES, trying to test those 6,000s again. And the NASDAQ.
Yeah, but I see lower low. I see lower lows. I see sellers are taking control back. They cannot make higher high yet. So if I see this high is not broken, now maybe it is the time to put my stop at point of entry, because this will mean the buyers are weaker than what I sign up for.
Eddie, ready for the tip of the week?
Tip of the week. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. We got a tip of the week here. And remember, it is about optimizing your trading environment. And maybe this weekend you can optimize maybe the backyard. Hopefully the weather is nice for you. But when we're talking about optimizing your trading environment, we're talking about a clean, focused, well-equipped workspace. Something that not delaying you in any movements or any actions. Something very clean and clear. And, like I said, and I've been saying this throughout the week here, just like an athlete needs the right gear, the right condition to compete at their very best. Now, the trader needs the right environment to perform. We want precision. We want to build confidence, and we want total focus. So remember, keep that in mind. And also, one of the things here I want to stress is if you are using Wi-Fi, trading with Wi-Fi, you got to be very, very careful. We're always talking about using a hardwire internet connection. It's the safest. You won't have breakages or anything like that. You want that direct internet feed into your computer. So keep that in mind. If you don't have that, time to go to the store, get yourself a cable, and hook that up directly to your computer or laptop. or whatever you're hooking it up to. But otherwise, that is one of the things here. Optimize your trading environment. And that is the last one for this week. Back to you, Dolby Time.
Eddie, thank you so much. Chat, have you done anything to improve your setup? You optimized your desk situation this week? If you have, let us know. Oh, what do you got?
Speaking of that, I just upgraded my chair today.
Ooh,
Got a new
recliner?
chair. Really?
Recliner?
Yeah. And we are sitting a long time here, so make sure that you got a nice chair. Don't sit on any chair. Your back will be hurting, and
I gotta say, I might be in the
you'll
market
regret
for a
that
new chair.
later on.
Might be in the market for a new one. Chat, put your favorite favorite chair in chat. No Amazon links though, but let's see what you guys are sitting on.
Grim says, lost power last night. The phone app worked great to get me out of a position.
They kicked out my wife.
Know your exits.
No, that's not right.
I do think that's a good point though. Like if your power does go out, you know, having that cell phone as backup is really good. Also, make sure you know how to place trades on your phone in case of emergencies. You don't want to have an emergency, then pull up your phone and be like, I have no idea how this works. You know, spend 15 minutes just to get used to the mobile platform. In case of an emergency, you can log in, flatten the trade, and be done with it. You don't want to be messing around with your phone, not knowing how the platform works on your mobile. So all those little details, you got to be prepared. Your broker's not going to issue you a refund because you decided to trade during like a thunderstorm or something. So got to.
I agree, Dolby, but I have. I want to go deeper in that. You just not look for optimizing things in your workspace, which is important, but make sure to optimize the healthy social life around your house, around your office. Your relationship with people around you is very, very important for your trade. If you have a fight with your spouse or your girlfriend or your sister, your father, you will find a lot of difficulties trading this market. Telling you that.
Well, that one guy kicked out his wife, Mo, so I think he took your advice to heart. So I mean, it sounds like his trading space might be.
I don't know about that. Maybe he go to the wrong direction.
See, I'm lucky. I don't have to kick out my wife. She has no desire with anything that goes on in this office. There's a glass door. She just sees me staring at these screens and talking shit.
She's like, yeah, that's the life I want for myself. Be a YouTube star, getting razzed by chat.
God, when people ask me what I do for work, it's such a difficult question to answer.
It's so hard.
I tell them finance. I just say finance.
Then they ask, like, what? Oh, what do you do? I'm in finance, too. Eventually, you get outed as a YouTuber.
Yeah, what do you say, Jack?
I don't.
What do you say?
I've had this conversation, all right, Jack. I went on a date, and that was like, what do you do for your job? I'm like, I'm in finance. And then that's what she was. She's like, oh, that's great. I'm going to college for finance as well. What do you do? And I was like, well, I'm an educator, and I help people understand the futures market. And then we start talking about futures, and I kind of segue it into something else.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Hanging out just below 6,000 DES.
Yeah, markets have slowed down. Not saying the latter jumped nearly as much in the ES or the NASDAQ. Really tight ranges in NQ right now. We're about, what chart am I on? Got a 3-minute chart.
Young.
25-point range.
You know that you'd be surprised how many 30-year-olds are getting their master's degree.
I know one.
It takes some time. Yeah,
my wife just graduated. Just graduated with a master's in speech-language pathology. Yes.
Yeah, college doesn't mean like fresh out of high school going to college. I mean, you get your associates, you go through bachelor's. By the time you're working on your master's, that's like late 20s.
Yeah, I got my master's probably when I was about 30.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm never going back to school, but congrats to all those who did and who are planning on doing it. Volatility back in the market. As soon as I said there wasn't any, now it's back. So well below the 6,000s, trading 59.90s and going a little bit lower. NASDAQ long red candle on the 3-minute, trading at 21,700s. Big round number. So getting a little bit heavy here. Maybe crude has found a little bit of support, and as well as gold. Okay, so maybe the commodities are starting to bid. Indices are selling off just a hair. See how this plays
I'm
out.
already
Any
flat.
trades? Already flat. Perfect.
No, I'm already flat. Point of entry. Didn't lose in this trade. Yeah, Pamara. I have a profit that I lost, but I didn't lose in this trade. I was shooting for 2 to 1. Market went only 1.60. So,
Okay.
yeah,
We're
I didn't
getting
lose.
closer to
The good part that I didn't lose.
59.75 is a really interesting level in the ES. It was strong.
There's a possibility
support.
we test overnight lows. Like, can we? Is that a possibility? We go test the overnight lows.
There's a possibility of everything.
Anything's possible now.
Surprised,
This is 2025, Dakota. Everything is on. Everything is on.
We're almost back to where we opened. We're basically there. 680s.
Yeah. I'm leaning bearish now.
Still waiting. I'm just kind of waiting for a big break here. I'm not sure what's going to happen though. It's going to be a strange power hour is going to be lit until I can let you guys know. Going into this weekend, anything could happen. Hopefully you guys get some volatility for that. I'll be on my way to Indiana. We're in Lafayette. I'll be playing a show.
Oh,
West
are you going to be
Lafayette or
at
just
the
Lafayette?
trader meetup, Dobie? Are you going to be at the trader
Yes,
meetup in Chicago?
I will be at the trader meetup. Should be.
Are you going to bring a drum set?
No, absolutely not, Dakota. That's one of my least favorite
Why
things
not?
about playing drums is carrying a drum set sucks. They're very heavy, unwieldy. Thankfully for tonight, someone is providing a drum set. One of my favorite things in the whole wide world. Just bring in the essentials.
I played keys, Dolby.
Taking
which
the
also
short.
suck.
Yeah.
I'm taking
you're
the
short,
short.
Mo?
Yeah, this is strength set up to the downside. 3 consecutive strong red candle followed by weak green candle. Stop last 2 candles looking for 180 R down. This is 8 point of risk. This is not 1-to-1, less than 1 because I'm looking for 4 points down. So I'm looking to the 84. 83.
Excellent. While we have a second here, I was going to show something. One of my new favorite Twitter accounts, but by exposing it, it may not work anymore. Check this out. Pentagon Pizza Report. You guys seen this? It monitors the delivery pizza places around the Pentagon to see when it's unusually busy. And lo and behold, last evening, there was a huge spike at the Domino's, etc., that was closest to the Pentagon. This was an actionable trade, Dolby. We could have got short just by following the pizza indicator.
Those are my favorite economic
Okay,
indicators.
this is interesting.
Brilliant.
What time did it? At 7 p.m.
Well,
Eastern
this
time.
tweet was as of 6:59 Eastern, so it'd be 5:59 here. Let's take a look at the futures. 5:59. Look at this. Here it is. If we go to my screen real quick, we were trading up around 60.34 when that tweet went out. You had a whole half hour to get in there.
Half an hour? That's an eternity in this day and age.
If somebody got rich doing that, please let me know. You're hired.
Could you imagine that? Like, hey, the pizza indicator's going off. There's unusual activity at this pizzeria.
Michael Burry's getting a call on his red phone. Pizza indicators going crazy. Starting to place
I know who thought of that idea. Now let's look up.
I mean, it kind of makes sense though, logically, though, right?
Sense. Yeah, it does.
In the middle of the night, you have a whole bunch of workers rushing into the Pentagon, and they're grabbing pizza before they're getting in.
Yeah, but I mean, they're there to work, not to eat. You know.
Yeah, they're doing both at the same time. Life is tough in DC.
Pentagon?
You got to
We're in,
multitask.
we're in trouble then. We're in
You got to
trouble.
multitask. I like those economic indicators. Also, the stripper index is a good one. What's the other one? Big Mac.
You're gonna need to
index.
explain that further.
I gotta look that one up. Maybe someone in
You just
chat
went
knows
out
what
and
the
said
stripper
it.
index is. Huh? Yeah. Well, I assumed that you knew what it was, Jack. I thought that was like kind of your wheelhouse. Was
Maybe some people in chat don't. I just want to hear you squirm. What is the stripper index?
well, I literally cannot squirm. I don't have the flexibility to squirm, Jack. So I'm totally fine sitting on air and absorbing this awkward silence. Or I'll just talk right through it. Who cares? Because Mo's in a trade. I need to look up what the stripper index is. Hold on.
You're Googling it?
Yep.
Yes, I am.
Office computer. I'm gonna give a note to HR in
Leave
advance.
browser in history.
Oh, I've searched much weirder
Incognito
stuff.
mode.
Looking for images.
Incognito
Remember, I had to look up dick pics when Powell said it.
That is true. Okay, so the stripper index is an informal, non-traditional economic indicator that tracks the earnings and customer traffic of strippers and other workers, particularly in strip clubs, to gauge the health of the economy, especially in terms of consumer discretionary spending.
That's
There
what
you
we
go.
need instead of Michigan.
I agree.
All right. All right. Yeah, I
agree.
see.
It's down due to OnlyFans.
Okay.
Underrated comment. That was a good one.
Grok says an example is in 2008 recession after noticing clubs were too dead for too long, highlighting how the decline in tips and club attendance can reflect broader economic trends.
See?
Hey.
This is the type of stuff that you get. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I guess.
These off
It's
the
like,
beaten path, accurate economic indicators. Got pizza delivery and the stripper index.
It's like Disneyland, right? Where you know the average attendance by looking how long the lines are, something like that, or
Something like that.
something like
You'll
that.
never see me at Disney. I am not a Disney adult.
Well,
Also, I heard
I'm
that
gonna have to
Disney-
go sometime in the near future. Not looking forward to it.
Well, you can wear like a body cam, Jack, so we can live vicariously through you.
I can imagine Jack there, but not Dolby. You will find Dolby in Six Flags, maybe Six Flags.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do some roller coasters. Sounds like a good time.
Is that one of the questions in the
Universal's better.
University of
That's where I
Michigan
wanna go.
sentiment? Have you been to a strip club? Yes or no? that goes towards the sentiment.
Where do you think this $5 is going?
I mean, you could combine the two and then just ask the strippers in Michigan, see what their sentiment is.
Oh, man.
Two birds, one stone. Oh, big sell off in gold. Gold is hovering in the middle of the range, 34.46. Mo, how is your long doing?
It's short now.
Now you're short. You gotta keep up.
Yeah.
Gotta keep
Short
up.
at 5,988.
Give me 1 second, guys. I have to do some crowd control outside here.
I'll call in the riot squad. They're getting an early start at Jack's house. So Mo, what is your current position right now?
I'm short 4 contract, micro MES, at 5,989. My stop at 5,996, so that's 8 points of risk. Looking for a flush down. We have big room down there. Stronger resistance is at my first TP, 5,983. It's strong that the recent low, which I was long at before that last high. So you could see some support in here. This is why I'm taking half of the position at 5,983.
I said, like in the short here, Mo, we've done a terrible job of making higher highs in either the NASDAQ or the ES. It's been lower highs and lower lows. NASDAQ looks very similar. ES looks very clean.
Especially when we were part of that long. I was long here. I saw them failing to make higher high. I was there. So going into short this area makes sense for me.
So that is a
we
good
go.
looking short there. So Mo, let us know how many you short.
I get
can
my
really see my tiny little
I
eyes.
get my
two.
My target 1, exit by 2. I'm minimizing now the risk. To stop will be 5,994. Let's see how. I mean, I'm worried about this area as well because that was a range in there. That range is worrying. So I will take one at 5,968.
Starting to get a little bit heavy here.
Yeah, we're coming up on 59.75.
A little bit heavy. Candlestick starting to get a little bit lonely as they push to the downside.
Yep.
Maybe some bidders still coming in.
At
This is
990.
just one where you couldn't really believe any of the buyers this morning. It's like after everything that happened last night, and we've had one heck of a rally the past month or two.
Well, there was already one heck of a rally last night. They got a little bit over their skis for now.
Mm-hmm.
From the lows, yeah.
I don't think I've
Lows last night, 59.28 or so in the ES. We'd already rallied 70 plus points when they were buying it off the open.
Yeah, we do have Trump at National Security Council meeting at 10. That might put a pause on the market while he makes statements. Could also add some volatility depending on what he says. So that's
like
about
public?
I'm just seeing on Financial Juice. So it's probably a private, might be like a private meeting. At a National Security Council meeting. Yeah, it's probably not going to be public, but maybe someone in chat can check on that one. Or Eddie, if you can see if that one is public or private. But it might just add a little something, because that's kind of the hot headline right now.
Yeah, and Coach Jay
You
lost his
usually
bet.
let us know here in Juice if it's going to be, I guess you could say, televised.
Televised,
But,
okay.
Looks like that one might not be, but I'm going to look into it for you, D-Time.
Yeah, appreciate it. We might end up getting comments out of it, maybe like half an hour later or something. So we'll see. Looks like, oh, hey, Hogue, your gold entry. Looked like it was the greatest entry. 34.45 just bounced, already up 6 points from it. So if he had gone to break even, theoretically, he would have gotten stopped out, only to watch it rally back up.
Yeah.
It's like the ES is
If you regret exiting those trades, get in again.
Yep.
Yeah.
New lows in cattle.
What a good spot to buy it.
I'm flat. I'm flat.
That was flat.
Plus
We can always
175.
count on you for taking some trades, man. Always count on you for taking some trades. What's your P&L right now, Mo?
175.
Pretty much break even, right, Mo?
In this trade, no, I took profit.
You did.
2 out of 4, and the rest of 2, I took all of them out at break even.
You remember where you got out of the other 2?
83, 5,983. The target, 5,983, and entry was 88.
Thank you.
Nice trading.
Looking for a
Still
short
can't
again.
really make higher highs. Every time it tries to get up to make a new higher high, sellers just come in ever so slightly. Oop! Thank you for keeping an eye on cattle. Ooh,
feeling, Dolby, I got that feeling. Even if we got a higher high, that will be a trap.
Mm-hmm. So, Mo, are you gonna work that thesis? Just kind of shorten the higher lows.
Yep.
Love
yeah,
it.
I'm looking to short around 95.
Oh, it's got a plan. Putting it in action. Oop has
He's
eyes
always
on
got a plan,
cattle.
doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
This is an enticing short, but I'm not taking this.
We like trading with a plan. It's better than trading without one. I get in trouble. Cattle trading at 213s. Did they find some new cattle somewhere to have this be down $7? A new cattle vein has been discovered.
selling cattle to buy ES. I don't know.
Mo, can I ask you? You're trading on a 2,000 tick chart. Is that the chart you've settled on?
Yes.
The time frame.
Yes,
Or
in
the
ES,
ES?
in ES 2000, in NQ 1000. Because number of contracts in ES is less than number of contracts in NQ usually in the day. So if I put 1000, I will not find a lot of candles.
So I like to do the reality check from time to time during the day. Reminder, we're down exactly 1% or thereabouts right now. So a lot of room.
A lot of room. Yep. Either way.
Well,
either way, there's
I was noticing that yesterday when we were grinding higher. It's helpful sometimes to look out and you're like, how can this go any higher? And it's like up 0.28 on the day.
in there.
When you're looking at the ladder, you get ladder brain.
Yeah. Yep. It's like the y-axis too on your charts, right? Because when the markets are very slow and like not non-volatile, the charts are still the same, or the candlesticks are still the same size as the candlesticks when it's like 100 points every 5 minutes. So, what's a word for it? It's like what, y-axis jaded or something? Y-axis.
Oh, we have to make up a new term.
Y-axis hypnosis.
I am short.
Skibbity ladder.
I am short.
Mo is shorts. What is your
short at 5,984? After this
short 84
signal candle closing here below. See now where will it take? This should be at least 1 to 1, 1 to 1.
Nice. Mo still chopping it up. Actually, funny you say that, Dakota, about the y-axis. When I was trading crude oil way back in the day, I used to have a unwritten rule that if I woke up and crude oil wasn't 20 cents apart on the y-axis, then it meant it was going to be a slow day in crude. It would be at least 20 cents.
Hit. Second take profit hit. You have a runner.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Glory wizard.
John will have a lot of work to do for the.
Yeah, Hogue, by the way, don't kill yourself trying to get all these entries. You just need a
Every
vague
single
idea
one.
of what they did. He's asking, he's got a spreadsheet open of where they got out of every one of these contracts.
He's going through the trade reports.
Yeah, it's not that precise.
Every single one of them.
Look for 36 points here.
You guys are golden if we can break through 59.75.
Oof.
And I'm out.
Yeah, it's good. You guys cannot make higher highs. Well done, Dakota. What was your P&L after that one?
882.
82s. Nice.
I'm still waiting for my target.
Nice patience.
5,976.
Yeah, we could see overnight lows, man. We just broke any of the bullish trend almost. Like,
hell, there were reasons it could go down besides all this.
Yeah. Just add another log on the fire, Jack.
Had one heck of a rally in the last month.
I'll just take one here.
Nice job, Mo.
By the 90% rule.
Hogue rule, as I like to know it as.
90%. I call it the 10%, but 90%.
Yeah, it's a 10% rule. Yeah. Like the 2% rule at Top Step. That's really like the 5%. I think. I don't know. Think of it. I think more of it at 5%. Getting heavy.
Yeah, but I'm tempted.
Ooh, Jack is tempted. What is tempting you, Jack?
I really wanted to see it go through the 75s, at least before I bought. Getting some resistance here.
I see this support area. I see this support area. You can see these highs in the one. You can see that inverted head and shoulders. That was the neckline. This is very strong support. I think if you are long looking to buy this, 5,967 is the level. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what it seemed like was going to happen. That the rally seemed fake to start the New York session, and that's why I've just been shorting today, and I'm what 5 for 5. This is a higher win percentage strategy, and it looks better on air, I guess. It's a lot.
It definitely looks
More
better on
exciting.
air. Yeah, when you have like
This
a
sell-off
30%
from the
win
high
rate.
was systematic. It was very systematic. The sell-off from high. You can see higher high. Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. It's just not even one trap.
So hard to short though, especially when you see it rallying off the open like that. I was feeling the same thing as
Yep.
Dakota. Like this seems off, but that's pure vibes, right? I mean, we've seen it so many times where no matter they'll shrug it off, move it higher.
Yeah, I mean, the main point of reference I had was these 780s. I said it to start the New York session, right? We had a little bit of hesitation right there at the 780s, and that's when I started shorting. Who knew that was going to be the top? You just never know, right? But that was my only point of interest right there. The 5-minute candle on the 5-minute chart on our way down. That's where we had hesitation. 780s, and oddly enough, that was basically where we found that resistance.
Yeah, it confluence with the trend line, that projected trend line that I draw from these two lows. We projected up there. We saw it testing 1, 2, 3 times already, and now they are failing even to reach it. Maybe this will be a strong sell-off.
Oh man, we'll see if we can get some higher highs in the Nasdaq. I found some buyers down here around like 630s, let's say 620s, and it's finally make a higher high though. Let's see.
Well, I have a few quick news stories to hit that actually involve this. Just some observations. So, someone pointed out last night, S&P futures doing the classic geopolitical risk formation, selling off and then gently climbing back on the basis that nothing ever happens. And according to stocks, nothing does ever happen. Or put more succinctly by this commenter on Wall Street Bets, this is how I'm going to trade from now on. The end of the world is priced in. Buy the dip.
Yeah, there's something to that, though, to be honest. It's just human nature, right? As soon as something happens, everyone jumps to the worst possible conclusion, and that's fear, right? That's fear for you.
And then lastly, because I don't think I showed it this week, we finally have a picture of the Pope rocking a White Sox hat in the Vatican. This ain't AI. This is real. We live in a simulation. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Hoag's nodding.
His
What a
favorite
time to be
squad.
alive.
Exactly. So let's see if it helps the Sox. They had won a few games. They don't win many. And back to the markets.
I did not have the Pope in a White Sox hat on my bingo card for 2025. I missed out on that one.
Didn't think of it.
Also, Jack, what do you think the first thing he looked up was on his new Bloomberg terminal? What do you think it was?
That's a good question. Maybe he's short Carvana. What was he going to say? Oh, something about the Pope. Oh, yeah. You should all be thanking us, by the way. I saw some people point out. It's like, we're very lucky that we'll never have a Boston Pope, because that would be insufferable.
Oh, good point. Good point. Why did they put that image in my head, Jack? That just sounds like the worst.
St. Patrick's Day parade in Boston. Pope wearing a Red Sox hat. Too much.
Just can't wait for the Pope from the UP. That's what we all want.
Get another like Jimmy Fallon and Mark Wahlberg movie.
Cool.
Beantown Pope.
I'm looking to add to this short. If the market goes up to 5,989 and 5, I will add 2, because this is the strategy that we say. We project vertical line from the low to the 50 EMA. So that is the level, 5,989 with 1.5 ATR as a stop. So I will add 2 to that position with the same stop, looking for 2 to 1, which is basically 3 ATR to the downside.
How many are you short currently?
I'm already 2. I took 1 profit down there. I'm keeping my stop as it is. Now I will add 2 at 5,989.
Shirt.
That chat is
I love
crushing
the
it right
chat.
now.
Basically, I'm
really
building
funny
a
comment.
short position into this. Building a short position.
Until it can make a higher high, Mo. Until it can make a higher high.
If they make a higher high, I'm out.
Sounds good. It has been working. You know, it's easier to make a bet on the market doing the same thing it's been doing, which is lower lows and lower highs. Looks like cattle is trying to fill a gap. This little gap does exist here between about 212 and a half to about 213. Gap in cattle that was working on. Get that filled in. Crude oil in a very nice Dorito formation currently. Any other markets? What's crypto doing? 104 for the MBT. Looks like it
Bitcoin's
also
off
sold
about
off.
1.2%.
Seems pretty happy to hang in there between the 100K and 120K price range. Seems like it's found a little happy spot for a while. And Steve L was pounding the table on platinum this week.
So my average,
platinum sold off
entry
a
now.
lot. Holy shit!
Right,
Average
I'm gonna
entry
look to
now
short
becomes
this.
5,087.
I'm gonna look for ways to short this now that we're up here near 700.
Okay. Jack, you were looking at longs. Where around like 75s? Just never got them.
Now I'm looking for shorts.
For shorts, okay. Chat, what is your sentiment right now? Bullish or bearish? Let us know. New lows in cattle. Thank you, Hoop.
Everybody's looking for short. That's not good.
Which is, it's not, you know, it's like the people that are preempting these big levels are getting in.
I know. I'm short from 703.
Hey, Dakota is in. Short 703s. How many?
6 micros.
6 micros. Nice.
Now,
Dakota, where'd you start your size at when you started switching over to this new
3
system that you're running
micros.
now? Okay.
Yep, 3 micros.
And then you're just like literally adding one every time you start feeling just a little bit more comfortable. So like 6 to 7 to 8.
Starting last night, I'm doing 6 micros. So I'm going to trade this for a little bit, and then I would get to just multiples of 3, so I could close it out with three exits.
Coming over the wire here, China approving some of the new U.S. pork and poultry plants to export eligible products. This is coming over the wire.
This one might be a loss.
that's fine.
There you go. First loss today.
Happens.
Not
It's
yet
okay.
for me. Not yet. Not yet for me. Stop at 95.5.
These low prices were too enticing for buyers. Pretty happy to come in and buy 59.80s as well as, I don't know, around 6.30s, 6.20s.
I'm back in short 715.
Dakota's working
Low
shorts.
prices.
Yeah, right? It's like the old Walmart commercials.
You sounded like a commercial.
Also short 1 ES, 59.94. 59.94 short one time. See if we can keep it below 6,000.
Jack is on the board. Feeling shorts. Eddie, you forgot some Trustpilot reviews. Chat, if you like us. 5-star.
If you like, if you like Top Step TV.
I'm glad.
If you like yes, I'm going to put this on here real quick. If you like what we're doing, yes, by all means. If you like what we're doing here and want to let us know, head over to Trustpilot and leave us a review. You know, we would appreciate feedback so we can keep serving up great education, great guests, and of course that thing we call Tradertainment. And there's the link in the chat. Please leave us a review. Take you about maybe 30 seconds, a minute, if that. But we'd appreciate it. Take a little time out and let us know. And that's what we got here. And also, Dolby Time, I've been looking to see if we can find some live feed on Trump's National Security Council meeting. I'm not really seeing anything for a link or anything, but you never know. If anybody in the chat sees it, by all means, share it with us so we can keep right on top of that. Thank you, Dolby Time.
Thank you, Eddie. I do give you permission to dress as a caterer and see if you can walk in there and give us the scoop, Eddie. Let us know. Let us know.
Okay. Who's the fat caterer, man? He's eating all the food.
Nice. He's the best taste. He knows what's good.
Yeah, I'd need a cook.
Stay away from the lobster rolls. Gotta go with the cocktail hot dogs. That's where it's at.
There you go.
Spicy ketchup dip. Bacon
yum.
wrapped dates. Yummy.
There you go. Those are good.
Oh, cattle still pushing lower. Indices found a bid. Finally broke that series of lower lows.
Yeah, we're breaking through everything. So, oof, I tried another short right there and popped out.
I'm looking for a short at 6,003.
6,003, okay. Jack, where's your stop at for this house account trade?
Just above 6,000. I may cut this because I'd rather get back into something better, but we'll see. It was a little bit of like a stop run, it looked like right there.
Back to the trend line. Back to the trend, the same trend line. Our friend. We are back to that trend line. Let's see now what happened. So that the trend line, which was the friend of the sellers till now.
I would say, chat, you're doing excellent today. So jab, jab, jab should be super easy for whoever's grabbing submissions. Seen a lot of positive stuff in chat.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how some of the live traders are doing, man.
I think
some of them are doing very, very well.
And some of them are doing probably not very, very well. That's what happens when volatility happens. It's a double-edged sword. If you're on the right side, you are very happy. Or how
Especially
many
last
crude oil
night.
traders there were overnight. Yeah, seriously.
You know, there was someone somewhere short before that happened.
Oh. Yeah, they're not happy right now. That's why you trade with the stop. It only takes one instance to completely ruin your trading session. Only has to happen once every 4 years. But once is enough. It's going to be hard to recover from.
Man, I cannot believe this trend line. Sometimes it's too good to be true. I mean, what is this trend line? 3 times. Now they just touch it. It's like electricity shock coming to them to sell off. What is this?
Oh, you missed it by a couple tickies too. Man.
Sometimes you wish you are wrong.
Almost got filled, Mo. Almost got filled.
I'll wait. Maybe they'll do trap higher and low.
House accounts in the money by just a little bit. What's your downside target for this? What's your take profit, Jack?
On a day, sorry, I got something in my throat. On a day like today, I'd love to trail it, but I won't do that until we're at least a 1-to-1.
Nice. Plan. We have some stats. If JD is ready. Crush some stats real quick.
Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right in with stats.
Back there. Almost. Production team has told me almost. We will wait. Watch this. Watch this market here. Watch Mo's magical level act as a roof on this market, or a ceiling. Maybe more like a ceiling.
I just have one runner left. 2 micros.
Nice. What's your plan with the runners? Do you have vibes for the take profit, or do you have levels for the take profit?
Levels. Based off
okay.
the 5-minute ATR.
5-minute ATR, nice. Why do
Where
you like
is
the
this short,
ATR so
Dakota?
much?
727,
level?
Hogue. 727 is my short, and
Thank you, sir.
the 5-minute ATR is sitting at 37, basically 38. And so I'm going to start to trail this here soon. I took 2 losses going up as we were talking. So my realized P&L is 546.
Nice.
We shall see.
JD, are we ready for the stats? People love the stats. I mean, so do I. I want to see how these traders are doing. Let's bring in JD.
Let's do it. We got some new images to show you guys too. I'm pretty excited about this. Here are your top 5 live funded P&Ls. Fancy new graphic. Look at that. We've got John M.
Wow.
Trading gold. Gold, the S&P and the NASDAQ, $11,104 in total profits. Took a little less than $3,300 out of gold, about $900 out of the S&P, and $6,900 out of the NASDAQ. Big day mixing it up for John M. Our pal Wazarek, who's on the big board, who's number 19 yesterday, $8,267 trading the ES and the MNQ. Jeremiah, trading the NQ and MNQ. Took a little hit in the MNQ, lost about $1,200, but made it all back in the NQ, over $8,000 in profits in the NASDAQ, for a total $6,887 for Jeremiah. Lidio, $6,061 trading the NQ, and Matthew S. also on the big board, $5,975 trading the NASDAQ. Those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. All right, payout numbers. Here we go. Right at the top, Matthew S. We just talked about him. Had a nearly $6,000 winning day in the NASDAQ, and he pulled some out, put 15 grand in his pocket to start the weekend. Nice job, Matthew S. We've got Owen, 10,659. Shane, 10,500. Baron P. Yes, that is our Baron P. He's going to be in Chicago next week. You think he took out 5,500 to play with in Chicago? Is that part of his
maybe?
Is that part of his trailer?
Our Baron.
Our Baron. That's our Baron. And Justin, $4,273. Those are your top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. I'll be back shortly with some more good stuff to show you.
Nice.
That's awesome. Great payouts.
Don't short. It's
Great
a change in sentiment.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, how
almost
do you
to
feel
the
about
take
that,
profit
Jack?
here.
That was
Almost
a
on this
comment
take
from
profit.
earlier.
Receipts, chat. Receipts. You collect them. So does
Oh,
Jack.
there's a flush. There's the take profit.
Yep.
40 points on that. short.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm short, by the way. Wasn't I don't want to interrupt JD. I took that short from this red signal, and I see this strong sell-off from this high, and the buyers try. They failed at this candle strongly. I took that short, and looking 2-1 in this trade.
Yeah, I took it on the flush, so we're flat, up 360.
Nice. Man, we are carving it up today. Nice job, y'all. Carving it up. Hogue is scribbling furiously to get Jack's.
I know.
position.
Like a bunch of scalpers here. Hoke's gonna.
Yeah, right.
Now that
It's
that would have
crazy.
been a much better trade if I had been patient and waited, because we did get 6,000 or close to it.
Hoke
Well,
misses my
you-
oak strategy.
You almost Lenny'd it, Jack, and you didn't. I'm proud of you.
Yes.
We need like a Lenny scoreboard.
I definitely. I pulled down my stop at one point, but once you risk a certain amount of money, just let it ride.
Yep. Crude oil is still doing lower lows, lower highs, which is kind of interesting. Trading at 72.65, let's say. Back back under 73.
Dolby,
Just a
let's hope
Dorito.
this was the trap that we said. Once we see the new higher high, that would be a trap. So let's hope that's what's happening.
Yeah, right. I just hope, you know, get some safe volatility, just enough to give us something to trade, not enough to be super scary.
Dakota, how's your trade going?
Pretty range bound.
Take profit hit. That ATR on the 5 minute was at 39 points, so that's where I got it. It was from 727, and I closed it out at, I can tell you, 687.
Nice trade.
Andre's not
nice
here.
trade.
He's
not.
okay. Don't worry. He's be back on this afternoon, I think.
He will be.
But since he's not here, I'll say, is there enough gas in the goose to get above 6,000 and stay there in the ES? Or is the goose gasless? Can we catch a bid?
Seen a lot of wicks. A lot of wicks on that 30-minute ES chart.
Where'd we lock up Mick? Somewhere you'll never find him.
Jack, we all gotten these new headshots taken. Every time I see JD's face posted in Slack, I always think it's Mick for some reason. I have no idea why. He doesn't even have a mustache. For some reason.
That's weird
it's Mick.
because
Like, no, it's JD.
As far as white people go, those are two pretty dissimilar looking people.
Yeah.
Mick and JD.
Yeah, I'm colorblind. Yeah. Hey, James Harden. That's the same thing. Exact same thing.
I'm stopped out.
All right.
Stopped out. Minus $96 today.
Ooh, minus 96.
You guys
comments
here.
from Iran, apparently. Yes, we do miss Mick and his mustache. It is a glorious mustache. One of the best. One of the best in the business. Probably one of the best at Top Step. Not going to lie. At least top 3. I would say number 1 mustache at Top Step.
Hogue erasure.
Okay. I mean, it's a different type. Different type. Also, Hogue does have some facial hair on his chin. That is below the lip line level.
Yeah.
Just talking pure mustache here.
I cut off the handlebar. That was probably the best mustache.
Yeah. What happened there, Hogue? What happened there?
I had to shed for summer.
Let's see, molting your face. That's got to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Do we go back to the well here? 6,000 ES.
Buyers came in.
Here we go.
There.
Finally, we break that trend line. That could be a shift in my bias now. We broke
we're
that
short
trend
one.
line.
This is gonna be cheap.
Nice. Ooh, CL rolling over. Crude oil now below $72 a barrel. 8 o'clock this morning, we were trading at 74. We are now down to 71 and 75. Wow. Volatility is back in crude.
I'm flat, 8 plus 27. I hit my take profit at 680.
I just flipped that real quick. We're up 469, right, Dakota?
Oh,
High five for the internet.
Oh, look at that.
And I'm 96.
Oh my goodness.
I'm 96. Look at this.
You're doing it wrong, Mo.
Yeah, yeah.
It needs to be 6,900 like Dakota pulled off somehow 2 months ago. Dakota landed his P&L exactly at 6,900, including commissions. Why Dakota is the GOAT.
Yeah, I mean,
Eddie,
same
I
for
didn't know
the.
you were back in the market.
Got something over the wire here talking about Trump from NBC saying Iran officials are calling me to discuss the situation. This is over the wire here,
That's
right?
the rally. Eddie, when your comment was in chat, I missed the Trump part of it. I thought you were saying Iran officials are calling me to discuss the situation. Like, that's a hot biscuit.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, it is Eddie. Top Step. Can I help you? No, we're not. No free resets today. No.
They need a reset.
Let them know the sentiment in Chicago is just great.
When reset.
No news pack two
Yo,
today.
Dolby.
Come on, that's sad. Love this second news pack. What's up, Gabe? How you doing?
Buying this breakout. Long 4 micros. Looking for this breakout after this high candle, Michigan news candle high in broken here. I'm long with a tight stop at 5996. Looking for the highs. It's a breakout trade, has to go now.
Time stop or regular stop?
It's regular stop, but if we stay long time below this recent high, I might consider to just exit. So it's both.
I love Turphog's comment. Parent the 12-year-old can also spell better than them.
Moving now.
Jag.
Did you just come in and say hello and leave real fast?
I did, yeah, but I didn't want to interrupt Mo. Mo had a trade on. So I got 2 images to show you guys. So since we have no news pack number 2, we're going to throw up a couple images real quick, and you guys tell me if these guys look alike. Because I don't know if they do. But there you go. So you got Mick on the left and JD on the right.
Twin sisters.
What do we think,
No.
Chad? What do we think? Look alike?
Not even close.
Do you want
Very different.
to try?
I mean, it's like going to like Sherwin-Williams and looking at the variety of colors of white they have. We have.
Yeah, they both human. This is the only similar.
Yeah,
I mean,
literally, I can't.
They
tell the
both
difference.
have a nose, 2 eyes. They have a collared shirt.
Yeah.
There's,
It's
what is
happy
it?
one's not.
Off-white, warm white.
you've never
Yeah, I
testified
feel-
like in a criminal trial, have you, Dolby?
No, obviously,
Like,
you think anyone is
pointed
getting me
someone
on
out of the
stand
lineup?
for anything? Yeah, I wouldn't know. No idea.
Those 2 look the same.
All right, well, there's your news
See?
pack 2.
Thank you. That was an excellent
Yeah.
news pack. Shout out to Sherwin-Williams trading in the Dow, by the way.
It is.
It is.
Fine paint company.
Yep. Where my dad goes. They're old twins. Also, it's like they're in slacks. You got like a little tiny image. You know what I mean? It's like I don't have a lot to work with. I don't have a lot to work with. Might be in a range here. Crude oil still selling 71.70. I'm sure there's gonna be some more news over the weekend. I'm probably going to affect the price of crude. I don't think anyone wants to see crude over $80 a barrel. I'm sure that people in Texas probably wouldn't mind it. I think their break even is around 55 or 60 a barrel. They're probably kind of happy. But for all the summer travelers like myself, you do not want to see high oil prices. I don't have any road trips planned this summer. I'll be going to Colorado in a car.
Yeah? Are you going to go to
driving?
Aspen?
No, we're going to South Park, actually. South Park, Colorado. Yes, of South Park fame. There's a farm out there. We'll be attending a wedding on a farm.
Attending a wedding
Driving
in
out
South
and driving back. Yep. True story. True story. The longest drive of the summer.
Question. Why?
Wedding.
Well,
The
right.
family has.
I've done the
what?
drive when we were, like when I was in college. I've done that drive a few times, like 23 hours straight to some of the ski resorts around there with people, switching out.
Yeah.
But it's not like you're driving, to Montana through Yellowstone or something. Like what?
You are not.
What are you trying? There's a lot of flights from Chicago to Denver.
There are. Jack, do you have any stories of sharing a car with your in-laws and only having one car? What's the price you would pay to have two? It's about a
Oh.
10-hour drive. I think it's about a 10-hour
driving-
drive is the price.
You're
I'm
driving back
short.
separately. Okay.
I'm short 740.
Yeah, I
Perfect.
don't like
Short
this
the
long
40s.
anymore. They failed to make a higher high after this breakout high. Concerning to me, I'm still holding my stop. It's still valid. I will not lean in this trade. Just wait.
Still in the range between 21,800, 21,620. Cattle found some buyers though. Surprised Toop wasn't pounding the table. Maybe he was and I missed it, but bounced about 212 up to 213. Kind of filled that gap for the most part. Maybe left a little bit there, but it was good enough for whoever's participating. Crude oil still cannot find a buyer, trading 71.87. Rizu, you rock. Thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful weekend. Still a whole lot left on Top Step TV, though. Going all the way to 3 o'clock, per usual. Reversal challenge at 2. Some more special guests coming up. I know George T is going to be making a triumphant return. Looking forward to VWAP George coming back on air. See how he's doing. Been a while. Oh, we're still working the short there.
No, I'm long.
You were long. Whose chart am I
I'm
looking at?
long.
Looking at
I'm long.
Dakota's chart.
Breakout.
Dakota is short.
Looking at my chart.
Yeah, Dakota is short NQ.
Yeah, I'm short from 740, 6 micros.
Good news that one of us will win. Maybe both of us.
Only show my chart
Hopefully
when I'm
both.
in the green.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Dakota.
That's good. I like that.
Me too.
If not, the trade didn't happen.
You have a great marketing department, Dakota. Only showing those green trades. Still stuck in the range. Maybe we get some news later. We do have the Trump Security Council meeting. That will be about an hour or so. That's a private event. But we might get comments after that. That might move the market. Chat is feeling spunky today, per usual. Especially you, Chad. Easy, buddy.
Yeah, it's his
Jack,
job.
no
to run.
trades. It's literally, yeah, I'm Andre 2.0.
How many should I have?
Andre is not here. He is not here right now. He is, I believe, doing some video taping, video recording with Danielle. They're out and about, getting some footage, which is awesome. Andre cannot
Next
be here
week,
all
man.
the time.
Next week's gonna come faster than
I'm-
we know it.
I gotta say, the RSVP list is filled to the brim. It's gonna be an absolute party. I think the last time we did Woody's, maybe like 50 or so people showed up. I think the RSVP list is like 150 to 200 people right now. We got people flying in. We got Doomlord flying in. Of course, we're gonna have Dakota, Baron, Coach Jay. It's gonna be a hell of a time. And also, hot wings at Woody's, fantastic. Top tier stuff. Looking forward to it. Be a very, very good time. I also believe we are bringing the toothpaste to Woody's. KFC toothpaste is coming.
Eating like toothpaste.
That's got to be gross.
What would be the best
Weird.
beverage to drink after gravy flavored toothpaste? What would that be?
Dorito,
Be like-
Dorito liquor.
God, it was gross. It was so gross. It's like $60 for a bottle too. It was foul.
Cicada
Absolutely
Malort.
foul.
Oh, that's good.
I'd rather
marketing.
have Malort. Yeah. I'd do a Bloody Mary after some something savory. Well, yeah, back to these markets, back on the bull. Looks like the ES and the NQ have perked up, trying to get back to top of range here.
I got stopped
Is this
out.
a cup and handle? Is this a cup and handle?
Oh
Is
yeah,
it?
I'd say so. Pretty good.
Possibly more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yep.
Yes, so let's see a breakout
tea in
above
there.
the 6010. This 6010 Jack.
Mm-hmm. The old 610, my friend.
I mean, shorts would probably be not very happy if we start pushing above those 800s. They might get pinched. Same with the
So
ES.
sorry.
Yeah.
They've already been pinched.
Yep.
6014 half, about the high of the day trading session here since New York Open.
The tilt is leaning pretty heavy here on the NASDAQ. 66% long average price, 724s, so well in the money. Crude oil, 56% long. ES, 70% long. We're getting a little bit tilty. You should maybe mark this off real quick on the chart. Let's see, 70% tilt long. Keep an eye on that one.
They couldn't take out 59.75. It would have been such a banger. Stop at 59.77 quarter. For now.
Just wait as the world turns, as these markets turn. Trying to get out of range here. In the indices, maybe the news has kind of settled down a little bit. Eddie has been suspiciously quiet with the news. I guess nothing's going on right now. Thing is calm before the storm, maybe? Who knows?
No. I figured I had a little time to paint my toenails, so yeah, nothing over the wire right now. What do you think? Like a rose color or maybe like a deep red? What do you think?
I'm gonna say JD White. I think that's a great
JD
color.
White.
Maybe, you could maybe find that one.
Hmm.
Okay. See if I got that here.
Well, while we're waiting to see what color Eddie goes with for his Toesy Woesies, might be worth rattling off a few of today's standouts from the live accounts. Aldane.
Let's.
Oh, yes.
$41,000.
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, they were up 34,000 as of the 8 a.m. update. Now they're up 41.
Whoa.
Let them cook. Just don't give it all back. Aaron S is up 25 grand. Sri up 17,500. Joshua up nearly 10,000. Charles G 15,000. Live accounts.
Nice.
As of 10 a.m.
Hey, as I was painting my pinky toe over the wire here, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu commented on the wire, mild biscuit here. The battle against Iran isn't over. Just hit the wire here.
Wow.
Safe to say.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, they already said 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
2-week campaign is what they said. It's more logs on the fire of volatility. No trades on right now. Oh, Mo, you still got that trade on? You still long for or no?
Yeah, still long.
Keep
grinding slowly higher. I mean, the market is doing what I want it to do, so keep doing higher highs. Not worry about this trade until we start making lower lows, for example.
Wait, is that
Alchemist? Is that you?
Is that literally you? Can we get you on somehow? How do we get you? I don't know. You haven't signed a form yet. Actually, we could probably make it happen. It's pretty intense, man. That's an impressive day. What market were you trading? Alchemist? Let us know.
Run slow. So I think they can only comment maybe once a minute or something.
Well, come around in a minute from now. We'll get back to you at 10:11. I say, I put this tilt up here. Yeah. Put the tilt up 70% long, 64% long, and we're starting to slow down a little bit. Right at those levels, maybe you got a little bit too tilty. Let's Start off a little bit.
Yeah,
63% NQ, 66 ES.
The 610 is so annoying.
Back to 6,000.
And we're back. Ranges are gonna range.
First take profit hit for me.
Nice job. How many do you have left, Dakota?
4.
Four
left.
Okay. Add 6, down to 4.
I'm always quiet now, Dakota, when you close the first one, because it's usually like 3 seconds later. Close the second.
Yeah. It happens fast in the NASDAQ from like 5
Mhm.
points to 10 points in a second sometimes. Yeah, that's the momentum, especially in this type of market volatility.
It's like the Dorito
ATR
pattern
on
in
the
cruise
5 minute
holding 'em.
is at 37. So my long target's 37 points on this trade.
Nice. I want to talk about the ATR a little bit. For Dakota, for those who don't use the ATR, why should some? What would you encourage them to use it for?
It's a
I don't
good
think
gauge of
everybody wants.
volatility. To me, it's a good gauge of volatility. Like on average, over here on the left-hand side, this is a 5-minute chart. This is on average, how big are each one of these candlesticks? On average, it's 37 points. And so, therefore, if you're going to look for one candlestick, then it should be about 37 points. Each one of these candlesticks, on average, for the past 14 candlesticks, is averaging 37 points. And it doesn't matter whether it's long or short. It's just from the bottom of the candle to the top of the candle. Of course, some of them are going to be a lot more. Some of them are going to be a lot less. That's why they call it an average. So that's why I like to take profits on the way down, or take profit 1, take profit 2, 5 points, 10 points, leave a runner to try and catch one ATR on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah, basically the ATR is something that helps you to probably manage your expectation of the trade. So it's how the market was moving during the last 14 whatever candle that you have. So if the market moves against you by more than one ATR, that means you are wrong in your entry. That's
Usually,
simple. And if the market is moving towards your ATR, that means your direction is correct. So it helps you to manage your take profit and stop loss. Never use it as an indicator to go long or short. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, I don't use it as an entry signal or something. Just to manage my position.
That's great. Thanks, guys, for sharing, because every trader uses their indicators just a little bit differently. So we got a lot of new traders out there who might throw an ATR on their chart, seeing you guys use it. It's nice providing a little bit of context and how to use it, which is awesome. The beauty of Top Step
For example,
TV.
how I use it in my position, current position. Let's put it in life example. I'm trading this as a breakout trade. Okay, if the market moves against me 1.5 ATR to the downside, that means this is not a breakout. I'm wrong. So it's better to exit. So find another trade later on, whatever. And if I'm right, I'm looking to 2 to 1 in this trade. So if the market moves 1 to 1, I might trail my stop to the last pivot, whatever. But at least I should make 2 to 1 of this trade. Otherwise, I'm not 100% right.
Love it. Great explanation. I don't personally use the ATR, but I know a lot of people do. I know Coach Paul is a big ATR guy. Coda, Mo, probably a couple others. Chat, do you use the ATR? Go ahead and put ATR in chat if you're an ATR fan. We're starting to push, and it feels like it wants to pop tops here, Mo. Oh,
Settings
yes,
is the same. I don't change anything. It's just 14 length. I don't change it. Even if you put it whatever, it's not gonna change dramatically.
Yeah, I'm flat. I already
Just
took profit on that one.
Good.
Nice trading. Chat, got some ATR fans in chat, but maybe about half and half. Half and half, I say. I do want to bring the sultry voice of Gabe back, though. Gabe, are you back there?
Oh, I'm back here. I'm back here.
Music to my
Let's
ears.
go.
What do you got for us?
All right, y'all. So if you did not see, we had an excellent interview. Michael was featured on Lance Breitstein's podcast, and Lance was a #1 trader at Trillium Trading. He's an 8-figure trader and has mentored thousands of others. Lance approached Michael last year because he was skeptical about the funded trader programs out there, the prop firm world. Sat down for a fun and honest conversation where they dug into it. So what are the red flags to be aware of? Who should utilize them? Common traits and strategies of those who make payouts. So we're going to drop the link in the chat right now for you. And you can go ahead and take a look at that at your leisure. Maybe something to watch this weekend. If you're looking for something to listen to, get a kind of a little bit of a glimpse further into Michael's mind. But that's what I got for you guys. So I'm going to send it back to you and the markets.
Thank
Don't
you,
do
Gabe.
it now. Keep watching us.
Yeah, that's why I said this weekend.
Okay.
This weekend, Bullet Trader says it was a great interview. I'm going to have to listen to it on my way to Indiana.
I will too, but for those that listened, I presume, did Michael talk about his $30,000 accounts?
Ooh.
As per usual.
Probably yes.
Okay. That's good.
If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I would have three $30,000 accounts.
$30,000 account.
That's exactly right. Oh,
Yeah.
But, man, put
6
that
years
tilt up
here,
there.
Dolby.
Yep.
And you've been
you're a
here
lot.
for just a little bit shorter, so.
Yep. Do you remember the
Market
Matrix
reached
chair
1 to 1.
commercials? Those were good.
And the market
One,
moved
nice.
1.5 ATR up already. And
I am back
exactly
in
at
a
the
short.
point. So let's see if the entry is holding or not.
So we got a long from Mo, a short from Dakota. The tilt is starting to flatten out a little bit. So we got 62 in the ES, 59 in the NQ. I'd say Tilt did a pretty good job in this instance of kind of maybe seeing where this market might be getting a little bit too optimistic. But that could always change at the drop of a hat. Adel, still trying to fill that gap. Selling off just a little bit back down to 212. And oil is starting to push back up a little bit, trading at 72.53. Really good volatility in crude oil today. Doesn't look like much, but we were trading 71.60s for a little bit. Now we're back up to 72.50s. That's almost $1 move. We used to see that all the time in crude oil. If you're an OG crude trader back in the OG Top Step days, crude was the hot market. You'd see 50-cent to dollar swings routinely. It's a fun market to trade. Cattle, new lows.
Crude's back to being
Robert the
active
Riz.
again.
Yes, it is. For better or for worse.
Yeah, depends on what side of the trade you were on.
Yeah, no kidding. Robert the Riz Cooney is probably pretty happy to see cattle back down to 212. He is a huge fan of ribeye steaks, so they might just be getting a little bit cheaper for Robert. Fantastic. NQES. These bulls are starting to test the highs here. Maybe we can bust out. And if we do break out, will we see the volatility creep back into the markets? These little 5-minute NASDAQ candles are just so
I know.
so short and
whip
sneaky,
off.
Dakota. Yeah, they're just
know.
like slowly creeping up. It's like you're not gonna notice. Not gonna notice us yet. Trying to sneak up on the bears here. ES is doing a slightly worse job sneaking around. Looks a little bit stronger on the chart compared to NASDAQ. Arthur Gill, any plans for a trader meetup in the future? Of course.
Wednesday.
Of course.
That's
Wednesday.
in the future, right?
Technically, that is the future. That is how time works. That is the future. You can't make it next week. Sorry, Arthur. We will try to
There
get
will
another
be
one
more, I'm
in.
sure.
There will be, yeah, most definitely. I mean, after this one, we'll see. This one sounds like it's going to be an absolute banger. So if y'all, what they say at Wayne's World, you build it, they will come. I think if we book one, people will come pretty much anywhere. That was Wayne Worlds 2.
I'm excited for like meetups in like
Field of
Las
Dreams?
Vegas or at the studio.
Ah, yes. The studio in Chicago. That should be pretty exciting. I feel like we're at an ESPN desk. Jack, are you ready for the bright lights? Ready for the makeup?
Oh, am I ready to
Close-ups?
get up at 5 in the morning? Yes, I'm excited by that.
Oh, it's gonna
No,
be
I'm
thrilling.
excited about it.
What time are you gonna get up? You gotta wake up, go to makeup and under the lights.
Well, I sleep in my makeup, so that'll give me a few more minutes. No, I randomly got up at 5 a.m. this morning to work on a few things. I guess I can do
Nice.
it.
Fun time. Probably be taking the L. 5, 6
Hell no.
This
o'clock in
looks
the
like
morning.
it's gonna hit my stop
That should be
loss.
Need a
exciting.
parking spot.
Oh, we're so close to my stop loss. Okay, stop loss
We need to
hit.
renegotiate our contracts, Jack. Get some chauffeurs. We're VIPs, baby. On Uber Unlimited. Crude still
I'm still
bidding?
looking for shorts up here. I'll continue
I
to
see
get
it.
shorts up in this area.
I see it. Maybe we can get up to those like 800s, big round number. Only about 27 points away from another big round number.
BFRN. Okay. There. Oh, what
Not
got
anymore.
announced?
Oh, hello.
What was announced?
There's a tape bomb. if I've
Not
ever seen
anymore.
one.
World peace breaking.
Let's check the wire. No, don't say that out.
Jack, from
Was
your
it
mouth
tape
to
on?
God's ears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jack has a pipeline.
Look at chat.
One of the
Say.
things earlier Netanyahu said, which I thought was, well, anyway, I don't want to think about it, but coming off the wire here, I plan to speak to the Iranian people directly. That was something sort of out of left field.
Look at the trolls coming in.
Netanyahu,
Chat, I'm
no.
positive for this session. I'm up 549 trading micros.
Not good enough, Dakota. Not good enough.
I
for
guess
them.
not. I went like 5 for 5, 6 for 6, and then I take what, 2 losses, and then chat goes crazy.
Mm-hmm. Perfection only.
I guess.
That's all they want.
I guess.
Just perfection.
Mm-mm-mm.
What's your P&L, chat? Dakota's isn't good enough. What's your P&L?
Well, one gentleman's up 41 grand.
Yeah,
Oof.
and he's in chat
Bring
hanging
him
out.
on.
Seriously. Let's.
Oh, boo-hoo. Someone's laughing at us. Get a life.
Who cares?
I guess that's what happens when you show all your executions on screen.
Yeah.
Damn it. Damn it.
It's just so easy. Just to come on and just
Yeah.
talk smack. So, why is it so hard to be nice, huh? Why is it so hard to be
Yeah.
nice?
It doesn't get the clicks and the views, Dobie. It doesn't
No.
sell.
Okay.
It does not sell.
No. Does not. The only crap talking sells.
Yeah.
I
Now
mean,
the trolls are
Jack-
out.
yeah, I mean,
They've come on a summer Friday from one YouTube stream to another to
yeah.
I don't know.
No,
defend the
what they
honor of
probably do is
what on
they have
YouTube.
both streams open at once, watching everything.
I mean, Jack and I, to some degree, have our hands tied a little bit. We can't just completely unleash every thought in our head. So we gotta stay professional. As hard as it is, would love just to open up one day, Jack.
Oh, I don't
Just let
mind
'em
it. I
have
just think it's, I just think it's funny. Like when you think about it and break it down to the behavior, it's very, very sad.
It is sad, but it is fun though.
Whatever,
Having a good time. I'm having a good
whatever
time.
keeps them happy. If that's what they
Right.
choose to do, then
Yeah.
so be it.
I hope they all have a great
Contributing
weekend.
to their happiness. Cattle
London
trying to
As long
make
as
closed
they
you
in
look.
watch,
5
as
minutes.
long as they watch, that's all
Ooh.
that matters.
That's right.
Just watch,
Yeah.
enjoy.
One more time.
If
London
you are
closed
gonna
in
hate,
5 minutes.
like and subscribe, even if
I-
you're a hater.
I took 2 of 4 contracts at the high here. So I'm long only 2 from 6,002 with a stop
Nice.
at point of entry right now. And I would like to shout out for Arico. He taught me yesterday. I learned from him yesterday. Instead of having a trend line, use a channel trend line. And look how this worked at these highs. I love it. My target was 6,019 maybe. I took it at 6,016 just because of this trend line channel.
Awesome. Indices perking up a little bit. Cattle almost
Thank
filled
you,
that
Arico.
gap though.
You are listening.
We get a little bit of wiggle in the ladder here. Nasdaq pushing very close to 800. It's about 12 points away, almost 10 points away. 8, 6. I just got a countdown up to 800s. Cattle found some buyers back up to 212. Okay, markets are awake. We do have that euro close too. That's a good call, Eddie. That's at 10:30. So we might get a little bit of volatility going into that. It's very interesting to see what happens after that. Sometimes we do get a opposite
so
move after
So
euro.
if this cup and handle worked, the target for this cup and handle is in ES 6090, and the other target, the first target actually, because there's 2 targets, the target of the cup and the target of the handle. Target of the handle should be 60,052.
Nice trade, Mo. Mo, do you see yourself taking fewer trades in ES versus NASDAQ? Because you see less opportunities?
Oh, big
Seems like you're
time.
still pretty active. Wow.
Big time. Less, more than half of number of trades. More than half.
You see higher decision quality because of that?
I see less fake breakouts, less fake stop run, because either you have liquidity sweep or a fake move. So we have to differentiate between 2. We have a liquidity sweep where the market take all stop loss and take all liquidity and reverse back. Or it could be just a fake breakout, which is 1 tick, 2 ticks. Just there is no liquidity actually has been taken, but just to encourage buyers to buy at that level. So buyers are getting in wrongly. That's the fake. So I see less fake moves in ES.
Less fake move.
Totally.
Love that.
Yeah, every now and then, yeah. You know, you compare ES to NQ and you'll see a perfect setup in ES. And you might see just total chop in the NQ. I've noticed as a range trader, sometimes the ranges are way cleaner than ES. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're a range trader, I advise you, the Dolby, to look at the MES. That would work better for you than the NQ. NQ, the range could have range extension easily.
Yep. A bit of a learning curve the first time I traded NASDAQ. I think we're better adjusted. Almost new highs. Oh, hello, ES and NQ. We have not seen a green candlestick in quite a while in either of those markets.
Settlement is 50, correct? Settlement in ES is 6,050. So
top step levels.
It's confluence with the target of the handle. Let me calculate this correctly. No, I didn't calculate it correctly. It could be here. Sorry, 1 second.
Mo, some people in chat are saying your charts are ugly. Do you have any opinions?
Yeah, because of this. Yeah, let me remove these. And let me remove these arrows.
Yeah, a lot of opinions in chat about your charts. A lot of opinions.
This ugly.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you put on there that made them so angry. But
they either look at your panel and you say, "Oh, this is not enough," or whatever, or no, your chart is ugly. I'm green. you always find something.
No, you're not green enough, Mo. Not green enough.
Oh man,
my chart is not clean enough.
It's a tool. It's like saying your quarterback is ugly. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
throw the ball.
Oh, that one got me. That was a good one, Mo. We got JD in the back. bringing in some stats. JD, what do we got? New highs NASDAQ. New highs ES. Second stat pack with JD.
Put your effort in something useful for yourself, man.
Oh, we're not clear yet. Oh man.
I'm marking that the clip.
That was a great one. Copper's on the move. Shout out to Copper for all the copper traders. I needed that. That was a good one. That was a good one.
And we are short of likes. 600 likes. What is this?
Oh, come on.
Your likes is ugly.
Give those likes to Andre. You like Andre, you miss Andre, get some likes for Andre. We'll let him know that he got at least 400 likes. That would make him so happy.
At least 1,000. At least 1,000.
At least 1,000. I was saying, get us 400 more so we can hit that 1,000 mark.
Good way
Maybe
to
we
go
should do a
into the
segment.
weekend.
Yeah, roast our charts. Roast our trades.
Oh, to take people
What-
behind the scenes.
What does a good
people are
looking chart
asking.
look like?
I don't know. Ask chat. They have a lot of opinions. Chat, what does the perfect chart look like?
People were asking why we don't do shoulder tap anymore, or where's Mick? He's not actually locked in my basement. If you check there, you won't find him. But you know, it's a TV thing. A lot of people loved it, but we would see some viewers drop off during it. So we're trying to keep focused on looking for trades. Maybe it'll come back in some form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be fun. I mean, people like the segment, and people like live trading more. That is the thing.
Yep.
That is the thing. I say live trading is pretty interesting. People want to know what's going on right here, right now.
When the markets move, last night we had over 2,100, 2,200 viewers at a time when the markets were selling off.
Mm-hmm. It was a good segment. Also, roast my trades. I think that was very funny. Jack did an
We can still
excellent
do
job.
that. We can just do it during the show sometime.
Yeah.
The reversal challenge was good.
Reversal challenge is fun. It's a fun segment. Wish we had easier ways to roast chat. I wish we had like more access. Like I would love to just pull up some like trade report from some trader who's just been like railing us for 3 hours straight. Just like, oh yeah, buddy,
Their
you
trade
DLL
report
4
connected
days in
to
a
the-
row.
the YouTube
I had a funny story in Stand. It's just I can't share it, but let's say someone who was chirping quite a bit yesterday decided to send in a message. I won't say what the result was, but it was pretty funny.
One of the personal issues that I had with shoulder tap is that it's really hard to just look at someone's trade report and figure out what they were doing exactly, right?
Yeah.
Especially if they're trading different strategies or products. you can get, of course, it's real obvious when someone's just doing the 15 banger every day and hitting DLL, what's going on there. But I mean, that's part of the problem. Like, I think a hard part about all the evaluations in general is that it's really hard to do sort of evaluations the way that it had been done in the past, where you would just have someone there and see how they're trading. So we have to have some rules, but I don't know. Maybe our eggheads will help us with that.
Do you have JD in the back? Not the segue I wanted for you, JD. You are not an egghead. But JD, you do have the stats again. Come back.
The world needs more eggheads, folks. All right, here are your Fun to Trader hot streaks from yesterday. Up at the top, Daniel T is back. He took a while to put a string of $200 winners back together, but he did it, which means he's back on the list. Made $229 yesterday, trading the MNQ. He has a 46-day heater now worth $9,852. Leon pushed down to second place after Daniel T made a comeback. Leon made $1,050 trading the NQ yesterday. 43 days or $33,455. Leon is our hot streaks P&L leader at the moment. Daniel B made $202 trading the NQ. 40 days worth $18,443. Michael S $215 trading Micro ES. 39 days worth $12,700. And Chowdery still hanging around. Made $600 trading the Micro Nasdaq yesterday. Now at 38 days on this hot streak worth $16,992. There are your hot streaks. All right, Gabe, I didn't give any instruction on what to start with here, so dealer's choice. Which call-up do we start with?
Which call-up?
All right, Luca. Luca from Cliffside Park, New Jersey, closed out 550K XFAs. Let me just double check and make sure that is correct. He certainly did indeed close out 550K XFAs. Transferred $25,000 over to that new live funded account. Took a total of $71,565 in payouts. A handful of legacy 50K XFAs here. Big shout out to Luca, who's been around since November of 2024. Good luck to you on your newly live funded account. And then we have Ian from Peterborough, United Kingdom. Closed out 5 150K XFAs. Took a total of $25,700 in payouts from those accounts. And pushed over $40,789 to that new live funded account trading the NASDAQ. Great job. Those are our top two. We actually had quite a few live call-ups the last couple days. Elijah, Frederick, Howe, Ian, Lynn, Luca, Mark, Larry, Sue. Total of 9 traders transferred to the live account yesterday. Big shout out to all these traders. Very nice starting balances all the way around. Best of luck to you all in your new live funded accounts. All right, Eddie, you know what time it is. Give the people what they want.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
There is your big board, folks. Oh, it's behind the call-ups. There it is. Top 25 live funded traders here at Top Step. There they are. Not much change in the top 5. CFT and SpyGig, 1991. Flip positions again, but they're pretty neck and neck still. So our top 5, KJ Futures, Todd S, CFT 0718, SpyGig 1991, and Coach DBA, who is joining us right now on Fast Markets. He's in 5th place. Benjamin T, Junior, Justin King, and Dion round out the top 10. Couple of all-stars around here. Few traders to note who we actually mentioned earlier today. Down there in 18th place, we've got Wazrak. Put up $8,300 trading the S&P and the Micro Nasdaq yesterday. Right below him in 19th place, we've got Jeremiah. Picked up $6,900 yesterday trading the Nasdaq. And then right below him, Matthew S. In 20th place, Matthew picked up $6,000 trading the Nasdaq yesterday and also took a $15,000 payout. Big week for Matthew S. He's in the top 25 live funded traders here at Top Step. He's taking payouts and he's putting up some impressive numbers trading the Nasdaq. So big shout out to Matthew S. Have fun over the weekend with that nice payout. Matthew T, Sakanti, Lee Riaz, and Nicholas K round out the top 25. All right, folks, there's your big board. We're going to leave it up here for a minute, a couple of seconds at least. Get your cameras ready, take your screenshots. Make sure you tag Top Step when you post the show social. Hashtag Top Step TV. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. You know the tags. Just tag us.
Right on.
Wonderful.
Thank you for that, JD.
There you go.
That's awesome. I gotta say, those hot streaks are getting pretty impressive. We're starting to see some 5-figure hot streaks. Before, I feel like it was a little bit more sparse, but 30, 40 days up 10 plus K, that is some real ass trading right there. So shout out to everybody who's either on a list or is on a list somewhere. Congratulations. If you took 5 payouts, you will get an email, I believe. Move up to that funded account. Delash, I believe, still does have the total record, but not a P&L record. I think he was at, what, JD, what was he at? 90 something? Like 97? 97 days?
93.
93 days. 93 days was $930.
So close to 100.
That would have been incredible.
I miss him so much.
I know.
We're thinking about you,
He was
Delash.
so sweet. I was emailing with him, and he wrote the nicest emails. He's such a nice guy. He was doing it just.
He never did come on air though, did he?
He didn't. He didn't. He said that if he got up to 100, he would consider it.
Oh.
He unfortunately didn't.
Man of his word. Man of his word.
He had some hairy days too. He was actually in the red a little bit, had to scratch it back, and he did it. Chris Muldoon. It's interesting there's no gold or crude traders on the big board. Is it that interesting?
Is it?
There has
Oh,
been.
it's
Is
a
that
Friday?
true? There's no
Friday rally. Zombie rally. The market's just moving slower and slower to the highs. All what you can do is trail your stop.
And Euro session came and went. That did not offer us a lot of volatility. We were just casually. It's just the zombie rally, the Friday zombie rally up and to the right.
Did we turn green today?
That would be sick.
Nothing surprises at this point. Not a thing.
And this daily chart on ES, we might close a doji. Weekly, what is the weekly looks like? Weekly is a doji as well now. Are we closing to the high of the daily?
And see why not. I mean,
the weekend is why not. The weekend, because the week is still, don't know what will happen during 2 days. You don't want to be surprised opening a gap down on Monday. So I suspect that we're closing at the highs. I don't know.
Man, shorts looked really good earlier. Just drop of a hat. All of a sudden, shorts not looking so hot. Maybe it does just casually bid up and then just sells off to some happy midpoint.
Power hour. We still have a lot of day left too.
There's a lot of day left.
And yeah, a long day left. It is Friday.
All it takes is one tweet to move these markets. There is a lot of time left. A lot of time. We have that Security Council meeting starting in 15 minutes, assuming they start on time. Not that we would know because it's private. But we might get some new news.
Check the pizza. Is there a pizza?
Yeah, what?
Oh, they're in there right now. I think from Eddie's comments, I think Trump's already talking.
Is that in there? Okay. Nice. That started early. Gabriel Trujillo, blue and XFA. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Blowing an XFA on a Friday is not fun. But hopefully you did a soft landing into your maximum loss limit. So when I was doing trader support back in the day, I only saw one trader who actually slowly lost their account until they hit their maximum loss limit. They kept the exact same daily loss limit the entire time, all the way to the bitter end. You do not see that very frequently. Typically, it's some winning days, losing days, and then one massive losing day that just undoes everything. There's something to be proud of if you did, did a soft crash landing for your account. It's very, very rare. Nasdaq feeling pretty confident over these 800s, trading at 815s. ES at the highs of the 5-minute range at 60.20s. And crude oil is pretty slow right now. Still stuck in the Dorito. Looks like Eddie is back being busy, tracking the news.
Yeah, coming off the wire here, Trump says the U.S. still has a meeting planned with Iran on Sunday, but he says, I'm not sure if it's going to take place right now. And regarding that, his next comment was, I'm not concerned about the regional war breaking out as a result of Israel's strike on Iran. It's just over the wire. Back to you, Toby Time.
Okay, Eddie, thank you for that. That might make the markets feel a little bit more comfortable. He says he's not worried.
Say it has.
Maybe the market believes him. And it looks like, yeah, just based off the chart, ES bidding 60.21 and NQ bidding 21,820s. We were as low as, say, 622 at 9:30. Now we are at 820. Almost a 200-point bounce. Didn't really feel like it, though, did it, guys? Almost casual 200-point bounce.
Well, I mean, what about from the overnight session lows? That's a 400 plus bounce, right? 400 points.
Nearly 100 points in the ES.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, volatility is back. Chat, you wanted volatility. There you go.
I did.
Don't get to pick what it looks like.
Yeah, this is 100 points in ES. 6,025 is 100 points from the low.
Hassle-free limo. Is YM Future allowed in Top Step? Yes, it is. Even though Jack would probably prefer it not be. I don't know. Jack, YM is not your favorite. But it's a fun market to trade. It is a fun market to trade.
Well,
Yeah.
Feel free to trade it.
This one works. I think you're right. Squeeze them.
This is a squeeze. All those over-eager shorts.
Do we get to settlement?
Yeah,
I would
50.
short settlement.
In ES.
You were
Mo's still rocking those longs. Nice job, Mo. Staying patient. Letting the market do all the hard work, Mo.
There is a good patient and bad patient. You know, when you're patient for a loss, that's not a patient. That's wishing the market do something. This is patient, definitely. Maybe I can take some here.
Yeah, what's your unrealized right now?
From the low. 220.
Ooh, nice.
2 micro only. So if you put these in points.
What's your goal with these XFAs? You're trading the ES. Is this your first time getting into the XFAs with an ES focus, or this is like the second pass?
Yes. This is the first time, and this is the first time I activated this lookout features, so I cannot change it anymore now. As you can see, I bought 750 maximum loss already in the morning. I have 11,000 whatever target for the day, because I know I will not change it, so just put it any number there. It will be liquidate and block. And also I blocked ES and NQ, so make sure that I only trade micro.
Do you go through and block it every day?
Yes, since I started this XFA.
That's awesome. I'm looking forward to this, how this storyline unravels, Mo. You were trading NASDAQ, wasn't working out, giving you a headache.
I swear.
ES.
I will make it very difficult for the market to take me out. I will make it very difficult. Even if I lose, I will be a badass loser, you know? So yeah, I will not make it easy for them.
back. The leaf blowers are back. I swear, I feel like I'm living in the Truman Show, and these guys are just doing the same spot over and over again.
Well, Dolby, I can drive for a while they're blowing the leaves off your yard there.
Not even mine. It's like a patch of grass they keep on working on every day. It's ridiculous.
Approaching the value area low in the ES from yesterday. 60.33.5. It ain't easy being a short.
Tell me about it.
It was this morning when we were scalping it up, but now it's just zombie rally. Don't sell a Friday rally after we started to break out.
Yeah. Just during the handle time, that was a nice short time. So once we make this low, now it becomes very difficult to short this market.
Yeah, I mean, just it's new highs across the board. I think we're clearing the leaf blower front.
Even
Fantastic.
it's more difficult to buy it, by the way. It's more difficult to buy it. We don't know where this will stop.
When we did that scalp earlier, I just haven't seen the action of like a puke, right? It's just grinding higher, grinding higher. Got to get all them shorts out. Maybe then we'll see it.
I guess settlement jack.
What's up? What do you have for settlement?
That was the aha moment for me when I discovered this cub and handle. That was, whoa, this is bullish. This is bullish, you know. So this is where I stopped looking for shorts.
Chad, avert your eyes. Mo has his chart shared. Great trade, though. Great trade. Great holding. It's nice. Just
60.49.5 would be that one, Dolby. To answer your question.
25 levels aren't popping
now.
For Top Step X. Not sure why.
On 25 points, realized, unrealized, my stop will be 10 points.
And how long are you going to trail this for, Mo?
I will trail it until I get the settlement, 6,050. I will get out with one at 45. And I have another target, which is 6,090. I will trail with every 2 pivot. So I have 2 pivot now. I will trail with this one. If I got another 2, I will trail same thing.
Very nice.
Yeah.
60.90 would be something. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, every 2 pivot.
No chill. No chill in these indices. Tried selling off. Buyers were like,
why every 2 pivot?
Discount.
Why I say every 2 pivot? Because 2 pivot, that means the market already made lower low. Not only one low, it means lower low. So if I put my stop, it should be here. So we break this one. That's not enough. That could be just double bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But if it is 2 lows, now it's more than, lower low, the previous 2 lows. So that would confirm the down trend.
I'm going to keep an eye on this trade, Mel. This thing looks pretty good right now. Sellers are not in sight in the slightest. Went from all red candles.
What worried me that we are 100 points from the low. We are exactly 100 points from the low. So maybe some people will see a sell here or something. Or the market would range there.
Yeah, well, we will see.
Green today.
We may.
Friday.
I mean, it looks
closing green. We're closing green.
Yeah.
Down 0.4 in the NQ. I mean, we get back to 22K today.
If we do, I'll buy you a dinner. I'll buy you a dinner when I come to Chicago.
If we hit 22K today, all right.
Yes.
Sounds great. Well, man, time flies when you're having fun. Gentlemen, this is about the end of fast
Whoa,
markets.
wow.
Saw some.
Really?
I know, right? We zipped right through that.
Already.
It's pretty awesome.
Already.
Dakota, excellent trading. What was your final PNL, Dakota?
550. 550.
Five.
And I just got triggered into another short at 832. So we'll see how it plays out. It's not over. I'm enjoying this new scalping strategy. It's really fast, requires a lot of mental capital, but we'll see how it performs next week. I'm still going to stick with micros. I'll slowly scale up and then eventually get into minis. So
Dude, I love it. I love the storylines we got going here. We got some pro traders switching it up methodically and with reason. Mo, what's your final P&L? I know you're in a trade right now, but what do you think you're working with here?
I'm already 5. I locked in around $100. Around $100. It's locked in. Unrealized is around $200. So we'll see how this will go. I'm taking this very easy. Whatever I get from this trade, I get. Final word. I always love chat. I always learn from chat. Sometimes I get a lot of nice advices. But you start talking about my charts, be careful. Don't make me my enemy. Don't make me your enemy. I love you, and have a nice weekend, everyone.
Yeah. Mo, we love you too. Jack, you're not going to be on air for the rest of the day, so feel free to give a quick goodbye to all of your lovers and
I got
your haters, Jack.
one more hour, and then it will be my weekend. House account for this segment finished up 469, brings us to up, I think, like $830 on the day. I'm fine with that. I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. Every single person in chat. Dolby,
green across the screen.
Yeah.
Green across the screen. I wish we had like a little banner for that. That'd be pretty sick. But the show must go on. Hogue is coming in next. We're going to see how many of these trades he managed to write down while he does the morning recap. And then after that, we have Gabe, Bobby T, and myself on the house account. Bobby T is live funded trader, I believe. Or is it? It's like number 61, a live funded trader. He hasn't been on in a while, but he is coming back. I think he got some, I think he moved houses, but we'll hear about it. He's put in some carpet or something, but he's back in the game. So we're going to catch up with Bobby T. But don't go anywhere, because Hogue is coming right back for morning recap.
This is Top Step TV, live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Top Step TV. We'll be right back.
Happy Friday, everybody, and welcome to the morning recap. Yes, Dolby, I do have them all written down. Do I have them all in the charts is another question. Just put some highlights on there, and I'm trying something different with Dakota's trades. Again, just putting some of the highlights up there. We're going to look at those on the 100-tick chart, the chart that he kind of takes those trades off of. Probably see a little bit more detail on why he's taking the trades that I did get on the charts today. But as always, we're going to start with the opening range trade call. The opening range trades this morning, starting with gold. Hang on one second. No, do not. All right. So kind of putting things in context here. We did open with a considerable gap to the upside. Gold really pushing up back towards possibly all-time highs, maybe sometime soon. So I was really looking forward to seeing a long trade for the opening range trade this morning, and that is exactly what played out. Now, this little yellow line right there is the opening range. We took the long one tick above it 5 times micro gold, took 3 of them out at 34, 55, 40. This naked point of control up here, which is the highest naked point of control ever in crude oil, in gold, was really the target I was looking for to start taking some of these off. We did take one off really close to that. Really a great exit on this one lot, 34.65. And we moved our stop up just below this swing right here, the 34.55. We eventually got taken out on that. So a pretty decent trade. I think the trade in itself was probably worth about 500. And so a good opening range trade there in gold this morning. Let's take a look now at the crude oil, which was a little bit of a different story. Now we know crude oil was also screaming to the upside. Let's get into context here. Market really, with that news yesterday, bounced to the upside, opening with a gap. Wasn't really sure what to think about this opening range trade. And it got us short first, but didn't let us stay in. It came and took our stop, and then the market turned the other way. I didn't really have an opinion on whether to go long or short, but that's one for 2 for the opening range trade today, and I think overall we're up about 350 on that house account. So a positive day. We're going to take a look at next week and talk about how the opening range trade is performing. Again, April positive, May positive. We'll see where we're at next week for June. All right. So again, really just kind of focusing more on some of the highlights of the traders that were on today. Back to the 30 for a little bit of context. The market broke with the news last night. We did come up and close the gap, and now it looks like we're possibly going into acceptance of the range from yesterday in the equities. So equities very resilient and recovering relatively nicely. Let's go down to the 3-minute now. So we're going to take a look at most trades, at least some of them. So Mo's first trade was a long 3 in the micro S&Ps, 59.91. Pretty much scratched that one. It didn't give him what he was looking for. Mo was short 4 at 59.89. Got out of 2 of them at 58.83 and scratched the other 2. Short again, 4 at 59.84. He worked his position on this one. He got a 2 in a decent profit. Added as the market continued to move down, and then it pretty much scratched the rest of it. So at least he took a little bit of profit on this one. So he got short again. Actually, this is the house. This is the house account. Jack got short 1ES 59.94 and took a nice profit on a little bit of a liquidity sweep down here, 59.8675 for about a $360 profit, including commissions. Then he got short again, 6,001. Really just a quick short there. Just got some money, see money, take money, and got out of that one. This, I think, was probably one of the better trades of the day, except for the last one that Mo finished the day with, I believe he may still be in it, not quite sure. There was a long here that Mo took, 6,002, and took some profit, mostly above 60.12, so 10 points on that. These are all micros, remember. But this was the trade I was really impressed with. Mo got long 6 at 6,003. Did take some profits along the way up, but he still had 2 on when we ended the session, and was trailing behind the swing lows. I'm pretty sure Mo might still be in this. He's still in. He's got it in the chat there. His stop is at 60.18. Great trade, Mo. Wonderful trade. Really good trading today, Mo. And let's look at the NASDAQ with Dakota now. So again, really just kind of looking at some of the highlights on this. And again, this is one of the charts that Dakota looks at. And, he looks for these breakouts. He looks for lower highs, lower lows. We're going to just kind of take a look at what Dakota might have been thinking, what he might have been looking at. We all know that he's working on a new strategy, actually going back to an old strategy of scalping. So we're going to take a look. So one of the first trades of the day was relatively early in the session. Short, these are all micros. You got short 6 at 21.77. Got out of all of those for a decent profit. Now, what could he have been looking at? Maybe just basing his risk above this swing high right here. That, I think, would be a pretty good guess. Now, we put in another swing low right here, kind of a double bottom here. And then when the market broke below that, Dakota took the short 6 times, 21.747, taking wins on 4 of them. And then I think he moved his stop just above where he was in and took a small loss on just 2 of them. I know I don't want to clutter up these charts too much with these balloons. So I'm just kind of going through what Dakota was maybe looking at on these trades. Now, the market rallies. We get a nice little consolidation here. Now, remember, this is a 100-tick chart. This is a very short time frame. When the market breaks below this little consolidation level, short again, 21.778, taking profits on the way down to a final profit level, 21.750. So a nice 30-point move on at least a part of that package. That was a really good trade, really good exit as well. As you can see, the market based there for a very brief amount of time and then started pushing higher again. So what are we looking at on this trade? Short 6. Where is the breakout in this? Maybe it's just the lower high, the lower low. Maybe it's the break below this level here that he was looking at. You got short 6, 21.741, taking a profit on one of them at 7.30. Pretty decent profit on that one. Remember, he's looking for like 10 points of profit and maybe 20 points of profit, and then taking the last profit at ATR. So he took a nice little profit on one of them, ended up scratching the rest because he's moving his stop to pretty much break even when he gets his first profit target. So, that's maybe just a glimpse or a look into the mind of Dakota. He's looking to hold against this high. He's taking the breakout below this level, taking the breakout below this consolidation, taking the breakout below this consolidation. It's really kind of neat to try and do this in the time frame that Dakota looks at. Now, he took a little bit of a break. I forget how long these charts are. I thought this was a really good trade. And of course, looking back, we can see how good of a trade it was. He's looking at this as a reversal. Market comes back up into that reversal. Really nailed this exit. Short 6 at 21.740. Peeling off wins all the way down to 21.687, all the way down to here. So 10 points, 20 points, final exit at ATR. So nice trade there. Let's see if we got any more of them on here. Nope, that was it. That was all I was able to get on there. Again, just putting some of the highlights on there and kind of trying to look at Dakota's trades in his time frame. He looks at a 5-minute chart. He also looks at the 100-tick chart, and I think a lot of his finer entries are based off that 100-tick chart. So thank you again for hanging with me for the morning recap. We've got Rising Star coming up. Bobby T is going to be looking for trades with us, and us being Gabe and Dolby. Happy Friday the 13th, everybody. If you've had a good day, remember, it's all about risk management. It's all about Capital Preservation Friday. I'll see you later on. We'll be right back with Rising Star in just a minute. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Hello. Vamos, mijo, vamos. ¿Qué cosa está pidiendo, mamá?
right, good morning, everybody, and welcome back. We have a rising star. We got Bobby T. Bobby T, number 61 of the big board. It's been a minute, Bobby. We haven't had you on in a while, man. How have things been? I heard it was hot today for you out there.
Yeah, it's a UK. We've got 25 degrees of heat, so it's not usually this hot here. So it's yeah.
You know what that is
it's
in
been a good day.
Fahrenheit?
I'm looking it up right now.
I was about to say.
Yeah, we've
Like,
got
what,
heat.
25?
77.
Yeah.
Bro,
Dude, that's
Mini-
beautiful.
Mini heat wave. We
77.
don't have good weather here, so
Yeah.
I just thought, yeah, it's hot. And yes, guys, thanks for me having patience with me. I literally just moved house, and it's been so stressful lately.
Oh no.
Bet, man.
Yeah,
How's the new house looking? Settling in?
pretty good to be fair. I would move the camera around, but I've got the carpet in. I've took the doors off. I'm just about to buy the sofa, the TV. But the first thing I did was put a trading room down.
Nice. Like it. I like
Priorities,
it.
right?
Yeah, the girlfriend had no say. I said, look, the trading room is first.
First priority. Got to get back to the markets.
Yeah.
The internet,
Oh, I
the
love
computer,
it.
everything else can wait. Everything else can wait.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Dolby, forgot to welcome you as well. I mean, everybody knows you. You were just on last segment, but obviously, you know the man Dolby time. What are we looking at in the markets, guys? What are we thinking? We're obviously just continuing to grind higher, getting a little bit of a, pull off the top here, just about 15, 20 points. Bobby, are you looking at any markets currently right now?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the NQ. I always trade the NQ. I had a dream last night the market would just rocket to 22,000, which is what's happening now. I think we're at, Andre calls it a zombie rally. So I think we're in a zombie rally. I think this is just a slow cruise up. It's worth taking a position to the long side, even here, because you guys think we're in a bull market? I mean, I know Dakota's saying, I'm not sure. We could be in a bear market. We could be in a bull market. It seems like something's happening.
Yeah, I don't think we can say we're really in a bear market. I mean, look at the recovery since the bottom from the tariff talk, back in April. We've just continued to. I mean, we're trending higher in the longer term. I don't really think there's any reason to try to call a top right now by any means. We are at a pretty pivotal, level, though. I do agree that 22,000, it's a big psychological whole number. We're just shy of returning to all-time highs, so it's, I think we're all curious. I think there's a little bit of uncertainty still as to what direction we're really truly headed, but every dip that we've had, any meaningful correction we've had recently has been bought up, usually within the next few days. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning. But 22,000. So you dreamt of it. We saw it come to reality. What was it, yesterday? I think yesterday we hit 22K and pulled off.
Yeah, so as you guys know, I've been in the live account. I've had a rough time in the live account for the first week. But last night I put a position on overnight, thinking, you know what, the Nasdaq's just going to rocket. It's just going to rocket. It's just going to go, and it didn't. So I'm in the combine.
You caught in that short? Did you get caught in that nasty sell-off?
Yeah.
When the news hit.
Guys,
me too.
What happened?
Me too.
I was like,
just headlines, man.
Okay, this is just a rocket down. I was thinking, okay, it's gonna bounce. It's gonna bounce. I'll just go to sleep on this one, and my dreams didn't come true. Yeah, so
too hot in the
had a
UK.
pretty massive sell-off.
Yeah, big sell-off. I said to Kev in the chat. I speak to a guy called Kev in the chat and Ezra, Top Step, and I said that usually when we get bad news, it's usually good for the markets. But now you're seeing when you talk about military stocks and stuff like that, sometimes you get a big pull, you get a big push. when news comes out about war. But yeah, I didn't expect that. I thought we were gonna get pushed.
Yeah,
I did it later.
I was right there
Do you
with
have
you.
some, I got some bids
What's up,
in
Dildy?
game. Still a little position update.
Sweet.
Getting 5 MNQ, 800, 805, 810, 815, and 820. See if we can get filled. We're looking for stair step longs. We're above the 30-minute range high. Maybe a little bit of resistance at 850s, which is the midpoint of the range between 21,721 and 21,978. So this might be a little pit stop at the middle. I'm going to see if we can get long on a pullback. Bada boom, bada bing. Hope we don't get stopped out.
All right. Well, speaking of getting stopped out, what's your CYA, or what are you planning? Lowest entry would be 800. Are we thinking maybe 780, 770?
It would probably be around the 80s. It's about 20 to 30 points of the whole average. We got the 5.
Yeah.
So it depends on how many we get filled on. We kind of go from there.
So thinking of buying a dip.
100%.
Hell yeah, Bobby. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Problem is I don't see any ranges immediately. So the one that we did have was a 30-minute range, but we already broke out of that. So if we're out of that range, I'm thinking of just stair-stepping highs. Had some good little 5-minute ranges that have ranged over range. So I think I'm just gonna get these bids in here and see if we can get a pullback and be good to go.
Sweet.
I'm close. About 5 points away from the first one.
JD just said 4,000 points in 2 months is bearish.
Yeah, right. All right, we're in
the chat.
That would be bearish, but we've recovered it quite substantially. But I do agree that 4,000 point move down was definitely.
Like Dakota said, we're in a shaky stage, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It just feels shaky. It just feels like
unique.
Something's gonna happen.
We did get long one, 21,820 and 3/4. So
let's go.
Starting this average kind of at the base of the 5-minute range. And the bottom of our buying range is around the 800s, which is just around the top of the 30-minute range high. So hopefully we can get sort of a pullback off the middle point. Buyers will come back in around the high of the 30-minute range, and maybe we can take some new highs, or at the very least test the midpoint again. But we are in the game.
Oh, I'm looking to buy the dip as well, but I think I want to get in. I want to get in around about 780 on the
Long
NQ.
2. So that's where our stop's at. But I wouldn't be sad, Bobby. I wouldn't be sad. If we end up becoming liquidity, unfortunate, but it happens. We are now long 2, 21,818. So we are still accumulating just a little bit within this range. See if we can take one off the highs of the range, so around 50s or so.
Shout out to people in the chat.
What you got in chat, Bobby?
Oh yeah, just some of the trading buddies. Some of the trading buddies in there. You got Esther, Kevin, all part of Coach J's chat and Discord.
Oh, nice.
Brian. Yeah. It's a good gang in there. It's a good gang of guys. All good traders as well, manage risk. Eating capital.
Did you have trading buddies when you first started? Or have you acquired some new trading friends?
I've actually acquired some trading buddies, yeah. I'm sort of a lone ranger, like a lone wolf, yeah, but through Top Step, I've gained a lot of friends, trading buddies. Yeah, but the good thing about Discord and Top Step is just it's a good community. There's good people.
Yeah,
so I recommend it. Everyone in the chat, I 100% recommend get on the Discord and just exchanging your ideas. Good.
Yep. We might sleep. Discord does not. Yeah. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Can't go to sleep. Want to talk trading. someone is awake on our Discord. I can pretty much guarantee it. Got over 150,000 subscribers.
Yeah, it's getting bigger.
Oh yeah.
I remember when it was like 10,000.
Yeah.
I remember those days vividly. We're very excited
Was
about
well-
our round numbers
well
back
before
then.
my time.
I remember the first days of Top Step TV.
Oh yeah,
Good
look at us
days.
now, Bobby. Look at us now.
Crazy. How many subs?
Price action.
Jesus.
167K.
167K.
Yeah. Well, nice price action thus far on this MNQ long. We have long 2 at 21,818s. First TP is going to be around 850s. And then hoping for a breakout out of this. Put this at around the 900s for the second contract. Still have our bids in around 800, 805, and 810. Let's see if we can continue to push higher here.
Speaking of pushing higher, gold is ripping the last 20 minutes. Bottomed out at about 34.40, and we're back right up to 34.50 an ounce. So about $10 an ounce in movement in the last 20 minutes to the upside. And back to the high end of the range. Crude oil also bottoming out a little bit. Last trade 72.02. Tilt is really the only thing that's kind of heavy would be gold longs. After this 20-minute move, we're about 65% long in gold. Equities are leaning to 57% short in both the ES and the NQ. Oil about flat, 50-50. So Bobby, this live account. Let's talk about your live funded experience. So you got called up somewhat recently, right? You've only got like 8 or 9 trading days in the book so far with that account, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. How was the transition in terms of, are you doing anything different? Are you just trying to repeat the same process or recipe for success that you were seeing some of that consistency in the XFAs? Like, what's that journey been like for you so far?
To be honest, very, very difficult. With the XFA, you have freedom to trade without. I mean, it's like the how can I explain it? It's like that stage before an exam. You know, you get worked up at the start, but once you get over the hurdle, my goal was to make 10K in the XFA, and I would trade NQ, and I would hedge positions. I would long stop losses away. I would really, I'm quite an aggressive trader. I would really go, you know, looking at what Dakota does and what some of the people do on Top Step TV. I was trying to emulate their successes through my experience of failing for like 2-3 years, and I've got there. But the transition from XFA to live is, okay, this is the real deal. You need to tighten things up. And I'm just getting across that line, or beginning to start to realise that it's not so easy as it was in XFA. Not because of it's alive, it's just because there's consequences when you can't. It's just consequences of trading. You can't go gun-ho and trade how you would in the XFA. So,
right,
managing risk.
I mean, I think the biggest. Go ahead, brother.
Managing risk has always been the issue, which is most traders, which was why most traders fail, and it's something that I'm gracing now. I'm realizing, because I've been in this stage before. I've been in a live account before, and I just whittled it right back down and failed. Took the payout.
Hola.
I said, you know what, I'm just going to flip this.
Caliente.
It's going so bad, but I want to stay at Top Step. I want to trade at Top Step for a long time, and to do that, I have to take accountability. So it's been hard. It's been hard.
Appreciate you sharing that, man. I think one of the biggest differences is, you know, if you don't set a personal daily loss limit in the XFAs, there is no daily loss limit. Right? So you have the full drawdown in the account versus the live account where you've got a risk team that's going to set you up with a daily loss limit from the get-go. You're stuck with some form of risk management to keep you in the account for more than just a single day. A lot lot of traders start out with like $1,000 DLL or a $1,500 DLL, and some people have worked themselves up to a larger. I think Rake Trades was in like a $7,500 DLL, but he had the account balance to support those kind of down days. So overall, I think the biggest difference is you are given some parameters that are gonna, just like to help keep you there and survive for a very longer period of time. But it doesn't give you as much wiggle room as you might be used to in the XFA, depending on how aggressive you are with your XFAs. So I'm sure that was an adjustment.
100%. I mean, you start, I mean, I've made what 76k in 30 days. I mean, that's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. So
yeah, great work.
I mean, when your account starts at 0, it's hard. So you have to take accountability and realize that you're not going to have Lamborghini days. You know.
Yeah, kind of resetting the expectations a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. You start looking at things you can buy. You start thinking, you know what, I can buy that car, or I can do this, I can do that. But it's the ego creeps in. Yeah, the ego creeps in. The ego says, you're back. But in reality, it only takes. I've still got about 40,000 in there, between 30 and 40,000. It'll only take, with my DLL, it'll only take 12 days, and then you're gone. So, yeah, that's hit home. And I said to the guys today, the first time I've been happy with the last couple of days, because I realised that it's changing and get better and become what I was, but in a different way, with less risk.
Yeah, smaller scale, right? Just and reducing the position size a bit. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a sell-off here. Eddie, I saw something posted in chat. I was hearing something about some air raid sirens potentially in Jerusalem. So it seems like things are ramping up just a little bit potentially.
A little bit coming. Looks like some retaliation if we're talking anything like that. I'm sorry. Yeah, a little retaliation possibly. So we'll keep an eye open. I got an eye open here.
Okay.
All right. All right, so we're turning around just a little bit. We got 66% short in both the ES and the NQ right now, so we're leaving heavy shorts. Obviously, Dolby, you got a bid in at 810, 805, and 800. We're probably going to get filled on the majority of those.
Long on 3 at 815 and a quarter. Yep, our trade thesis is not changing.
Yeah, there's a guy called Todd B. Todd B in the chat. Tell us your strategy that got you 76k in 30 days. Todd B. I traded on the NQ on the 100 tick chart and the 5-minute chart, and I literally scalped the range using VWAP. It's as simple as that.
So
Plus a good dose of risk management.
How would you, how are you incorporating VWAP into your, was it a part of your entry model? Like I bought at this touch or I sold at this touch, or was it more of a moving average play of just like anything above I'm buying, anything below I'm selling? What was your kind of incorporation with the VWAP?
Yeah, if you flick to my charts, I literally, on the 100 tick chart on this one, when there was news, luckily I had President of America talking about tariffs. The volatility was through the roof, so you had the speed in the market for me to get in, to get out really quick. These were like 30-second to a minute trades of just high intensity scalping, up, down, you know, scalp there, scalp here, scalp here, scalp there. It's not the done thing of how you should trade. I get it, but we're day traders, right? We have to find, like Coach Jay says, you have to find something that works. That's in simplistic terms. I literally just traded the news. Like someone's probably traded the news now with this short, or just getting back in again. Yeah, I hope that answered the question. Really, really simple.
Yeah. It seems pretty
Could be.
simple. Just one
Thank
layer
you.
of information, and then using the range as an opportunity to
Using the
let
range, yeah,
yourself
and you can.
manage your
What I
risk.
plan to do next is do it in the MNQ. In the live.
Position
This
update,
looks like
long 4, 812s.
Long 4 from 21,812. Thank you, sir. Bobby, real
TPs.
quick before we go ahead, what's up?
40s, 45s, and 50s.
Okay, cool. All right, looking for the upside. 40s, 50s. See if we can get back up to the highs where we just topped out recently. Bobby, we're going to get right back to the market in just a moment. I'm going to pass it over to Eddie real fast for a quick on this day. We got a lot moving around right now. But Eddie, what's up?
Yes. We've got on this day. It is Friday the 13th, and let's start it out with that magic flea market $5 gold, and of course let's hit the harps. Hit it. All right. On this day, June 13th, 1966. 1966. You remember that 1966?
I do.
Well, the U.S. Supreme Court hands down decision in a Miranda versus Arizona, establishing the principle that criminal suspects must be advised of their rights for the interrogation. Now considered standard police procedure. You remember the you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, well, that's too bad. No, if you can't afford an attorney, we will appoint one to you. It's been heard so many times in the television and film dramas. It has become almost cliche. Oh, you hear that a lot. But June 13th, that's when the Supreme Court said, yeah, I think we better do that. So there you have that. And then also, how about this one? June 13th, 1920, after several instances of children being mailed to family members. Yes, this is real. U.S. Post Office makes an official announcement prohibiting children from being sent as pieces of parcel. Billy, you're going to your auntie. Now, just, here, let me stick the stamp on your forehead. Oh, you'll be okay. Here's some water.
Need more than one stamp, Eddie.
They were big stamps back in the day. Also, ladies and gentlemen, it's a National Blame Someone Else Day. Sort of goes hand in hand with the Miranda rights. And Movie Night Day. So, a movie tonight. Kick back, relax. It is Friday. All right. Back to you guys on this day.
Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it. So speaking of blame somebody else day, so you're telling me, Eddie, that I can blame somebody else for all of my mistakes through learning how to trade? Is that what you're telling me? I can put all the blame on somebody else for all the money I lost learning?
Just today, and if you cross that line, more or less, you're going to have somebody saying, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So be careful. But yes, you could blame, you could point the finger today. Just today.
Chat, I'm putting it on you, man. I'm putting it on you. But beyond today, it will all return to my own accountability, as Bobby said. Bobby, all right, my friend. So we are continuing to kind of get filled on some of these single MNQ contracts. We're still looking for a long. Anything that I know you're not in a trade right now, but looking into the remainder of the day, I know it's Friday. Is there anything particular for levels that you would be looking out for? Is like any kind of big, high time frame or key levels that you might be watching, or is it more so just playing the VWAP range strategy?
Yeah, I'm playing the range. Playing the range. I've took a long on the NQ on this combine. It's not playing out how I like it. The short seems to be. I mean, on the 100 tick, it looks like we're just ranging until we're going to explode again. But yeah, I took a long. I'm probably gonna. I've set my stop loss of about 40 points, which is about right for 3 micros.
Okay.
And I'm hoping to get back up to where we were.
Okay.
Because we're ranging
long
it.
3, 817.
Yeah, long 3
3
micros. 820. Yeah, that 40 point stop. I think that's if you look at my account balance, if you work out, you can trade. I can trade it with my live account, 1%, 2%, 3%. 3% of that is like $400. So you do the maths. It's if I can
It's
have
reasonable.
good days. Yeah, if you can risk up to 400 a day, I think that's where I want to be. But let's see how this trade plays out, guys. I'm not banking on it. It's a combine. I'm not going to be too upset if it does fall. But
Yeah, did you just to kind of get some clarity, because I don't think I've asked this yet. Today, in general, did you stay out of the markets in your live today because of the news? Were you locked out already? And
yeah,
what was the
I
story
hit the
going into a
DLL.
Friday?
I hit the DLL.
Got it. That was
Yeah.
that last night, right? Overnight
Yeah.
in the Asian session. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, so
I do remember that now.
I had like 26 winning days, and I've had 3 losing days in a row. But
Long
part of the game, right? Part of the game, guys.
All right, man. Red
Max
streak's
allocation.
happening.
Max
All right,
allocation
Dolby,
here.
1-5.
Yep, 21 810s definitely does feel heavy, but maybe these 800s hold. We do have a nice, hopefully resistance becomes support around these 96s. That's kind of what we're banking on. Risking about 20 points, about $200. See if buyers will come in and save the day. Let's see.
Find out.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate.
We will.
Definitely with you on that.
Yeah,
Let's
if we
go.
don't
We need a
bounce-
reverse Jerome chant.
Yeah, if we don't bounce these 800s, anybody want to say look out below?
Not
And
quite.
really,
Not
the
quite yet.
next stop would be 750.
Yeah.
We've got 700. Guess it depends on what kind of volume we have coming into the market, but yeah, I think there's definitely a chance to bounce at these 800s, and if we don't, might be seeing some 750s again.
Not making a higher high yet. Hopefully the buyers can come in and finally get a higher high going on here.
Yeah, it's been a difficult market lately. I think this week's been quite choppy, right? You guys found it difficult? Anyone in the chat found it difficult this week?
I think every day is
Absolutely.
difficult. Every day is difficult.
Every day. Yeah, it's like you only have 3 moves a day. Like, where's all the moves gone? This week
There's
is
a lot of
hard.
them
Yeah,
today.
Cow's
A lot
low.
of
This
them
week
today.
is hard. Every day, man. Everyone's saying the same thing. This week is just a tough week.
Come on, buyers. See if we can have this 30-minute range high hold.
Where's your out, Dolby?
790s. Until Goldman.
Yeah.
And this could very easily just flush 20, 30 points. And then
You're
build
running
right back
for
up
your
again.
sim stops there, Dolby. They're looking for that simulated liquidity.
Not this account. They're in the market.
Oh, I know. See, these are live.
This is real liquidity.
Sorry, that was the joke earlier, though, right? It was
100%.
looking for your sim
Yeah.
liquidity, but live accounts, they don't come after you.
Yeah. Yeah, I always love getting emails from traders who are on sim saying they're after my stops. It's like, bro, nobody cares about your stops. They don't even know they exist.
They could kind
All
of
those-
maybe pair you up with where live real market, orders are sitting. Like you can probably see like, okay, there potentially is a little crowd here, a little crowd there, but they don't know where all the orders are for all the simulated traders. They're just
Nor
not on
nor
the
do
order
they,
books.
nor do they care or even notice your order. We're just a speck of dirt on the ladder for them.
Is there just there's no money being drawn in or out of the market from those orders.
That's the good thing about the combine, right? Everyone has a chance to trade in a sim environment, I think. And can I just say, Top Step are the best.
Why, thank you. I would agree.
Say, a lot of people talking about
Maybe.
Top Firm.
Yeah,
I've
I may
seen
be biased,
Michael-
but I agree.
Yeah. See Michael Batak on a podcast talking about props today.
Did you watch
there's
that?
A lot of, yeah, I watched the whole thing today. Yeah.
Nice, man. Yeah, we were just talking
good.
about that earlier, actually. Would you
It was good.
what'd you think about it in general? Like, what was it nice to kind of get a peek further into Michael's mind, or what aspects of the conversation did you like?
Yeah, I heard when he started talking about the brokerage. He started to, well, we could go down the brokerage route, and obviously we don't know what's going on yet. But I said to someone today that I don't think there's a guy like him in any other prop firm. You know, when I look at any other prop firm, I look at some guy that just wants to take your money. But I don't know, Top Step seems to help people and get things done. And the customer service is unreal. If you guys in the chat have ever got a problem, every time Top Step have been there like in 5 minutes. Any questions?
Ooh, hello.
What's going on?
Hello,
Oh wow.
Wolves.
A little bit of a pop here.
What happened?
Yep. We're reducing risk, but still accepting it. We're gonna walk our stop up a little bit. Probably get this 200. I don't know, but I'm liking it. Finally got some higher highs. That's looking nice.
Yeah, something came out.
Put our risk down a little bit. It's probably just buyers coming in off the 30-minute range high. That's still on highs, okay. The tilt has been pretty good at finding excess. So we were leaning heavy to the short side, 63, 64% in NQ, and buyers just came right in. So nice call from Mo on that one. We did reduce risk down from about 200 down to 124. We're looking for 840s, 845s, 850s, and then we'll leave the 2 for a runner.
Yeah, get
and so this goes. We might have to. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to be on for the rest of the day, so I probably need to get a conclusion to this trade. So let's see if we can at least get this whole thing, this whole range right here. So up to 840, 845.
What's your target?
Higher range. I think we can get back up to the 850s. So it's about a 40 to 50 point target. Look at us go.
Oh, wow, here it is.
All right, let's pull 1. All right, down to 4.
There you go. There's that zombie rally. Yep. Hope it pushes a little bit more. I'll be happy with $100.
Just one more push. I'm flattening this at whenever this segment's over. So we've got 6 minutes left for this trade. 6 minutes left for this trade. Let's see if we can get to the high of the range here.
And those 800s were nice. Those 800s were nice.
Yeah. So something I like doing for range trades, I call it like rounding. So if you like take a range and then you notice that there's maybe a big round number underneath that range, I kind of start rolling down my entries to get kind of close to that. Because the idea is that, oh, hey, if we're so close to a big round number, chances are, you're going to get more involvement from other traders at that space. So I'll try to round my entries to like maybe the nearest big level or the nearest big round number. So when I was deciding to put this trade on, I was like, okay, here's the range, and what's a big number that's close to it? Then I saw 800s. So okay, great. So let's get our stop underneath 800s, and then that should put us in a good spot where other participants might come in and try to save the day that we can align with.
Yeah. I mean, what I've done before is use ranges as well. I've used pivot points. I don't know if you've heard of pivot points.
Yeah, never got into them, but very familiar with.
Yeah, so you can there's a website called pivotpoints.com or whatever it is, and you can put the high of the day, the low of the day, and the average range, and then it works out where your support resistance is. And institutional traders that work for Goldman and stuff, they use pivot points. And if you're new, see if I can put it in the chat actually. Pivot point. But it's really good. It's really helpful. It you can see the market sometimes bounces off the pivot points, and it works out the pivot points for you, so you don't have to guess where they are.
Yeah.
See if I can
David Green's big pivot point guy. Oh god, we just need one more push. Just give us like 20 more points.
10% rule, Dolby.
No, I think we can get the whole thing. We can at least get these 40s.
Yeah, we're gonna get touched
10% on that one, 10% on the 40s. Let's see, with 10% to 45s, we got 3. Let's go to break even. So we've locked in $51, 200 unrealized.
Nice.
This would be an awesome trade going into the weekend. I'll be feeling
Oh,
cloud
wow.
9.
Yeah, I'm
Off
taking
one
that.
more. Two left. 100 in the bank. 150 in the hand. We'll leave the last 2 for a range extension. Let's see if we can knock these out.
There's that zombie rally.
Ah, damn, I can't leave a runner because I'm not going to be here at a show.
Good trade, Dolby.
Oh, it's a great, yeah, I love this stuff. Right into the weekend, riding off into the sunset. It's a winning trade. Great feeling.
Yeah. You done for the day?
After in 3 minutes, yes, sir. I have a show in Lafayette, Indiana, so we got to head down to the space. About a 2-hour drive, and then we lose an hour headlining. So that means longer set. But we're getting there at 6 o'clock. We're probably not playing until like at least. So it's a lot of. Never been in a band before. About 30 minutes of playing and about 6 hours of driving around and waiting.
Wow.
God, does that 30 minutes feel good though, boys? It feels good. It feels real good.
Have a couple of drinks before?
Nope. I play death metal, so any alcohol in the muscles. It's basically it's the equivalent of like doing shots and then doing cardio. Not that many people.
Yeah, you can't.
All right. Flat.
All right.
250. We're done.
Nice trade, guys. Stuff.
Well,
Well, Bobby,
pullback is.
yeah, it has been a great opportunity to catch up with you, man. Thank you for coming on and spending some time with us, working through the technology gremlins to get on here and hang out for a bit, talk markets. All good, man. All good. Thanks for pushing through it. Stick around, y'all. We are going to bring Bobby back very soon to get a further update on his journey in the life funded account. But in the meantime, we have a couple coaches coming in to hang out with us. We do have Coach Hoop and Coach Vince coming to hang out with JD for lunchbox trading. We also have a quick drop-in from Robert. Coach Robert, the Riz, is going to stop by and say hello real quick. And then we have, remember, Top Quiz later at 1 o'clock. And then we'll have a couple other awesome segments planned out for you. We got VWAP George coming in, and then some crew for the reversal challenge. So it should be a fun time. Hope you guys have a great afternoon if I don't see you. And we will be right back. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
See you guys. Have a good weekend.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Lunchbox Trading. Go grab yourself a ham sandwich or whatever it is you do to relax during the lunch hours, because we're going to be chilling here trading the markets. We got Coach Hoop. We got Coach Vince. Coach Vince is just a couple tickies away from passing a couple of trading combines. Let's help him get through it in this segment right now. Quick check-in on the tilt before we get started. There's my tilt. We got 53% long in the ES, 55% long in the NQ, 51% short CL, and 56% long in gold. All right, Coach Vince. Let's start with Vince. So you had a little mishap with the trade copier today. You're above water in one account, below water in a couple of other accounts. So we got a little wood to chop to get you through these two trading combines. What are we looking at? What's in the markets? What are you trading today?
I'm about to get
get
filled.
you past the goal line.
Yeah, it looks like we might get filled. Yeah, the one account was showing a lot less value than the other one, but now they're kind of close. So I should have just hit exit all at market. It would have been done. But here we go. We're filled. We're long. This got filled. Perfect timing. Let's put my stop entry here. 1375. So there's
Hey Vince, what are you trading? Where are you long at? Oh, there we go.
I am long 1 E-mini S&P at 1775, JD.
I'll do my inner hope. Order filled.
Order filled. All right, we're getting long the ES. We're kind of flagging. We got a little flagging pattern right now. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. Let's see what it looks like on the 15. Textbook flag on the 15 also. Let's see here, boys. Sort of playing the bottom end of this flagging pattern. A little baby down channel. Well, I guess we're mid-range on that. But getting long preemptive before the breakout. Don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we'll defend value here and we'll get a little bit of a rally. Let's see, to get through this, what do I need here? I need about $400.
$400, that's 8 points.
Yeah, let's put it right there at 500 for now. Let's see what we could do. Hopefully maybe we can pass this combine. Everybody, give me some luck in the chat. Hit the like buttons. Coach Vince can pass me these few combines here that I got working. Let's go.
Coach Vince doing the coach's hard work here, showing you how to pass a trading combine. Let's get through it. In this segment, we're gonna get Coach Vince across the finish line here. Along the ES. Kind of like this. Never short the slow Friday grind, right? They say never short the late Friday rip, but you also never short a quiet market.
Yeah, I'm not too comfortable with it. The YM is selling off right now. I don't like that part of it. So we're going to see here. But yeah, it's not looking too great at the moment. I would have liked to see it move quicker than what it did. So looks like we're getting back into value, but let's go, chat.
60.25, last week's high. We're kind of hovering just above that a minute ago.
There's
a little bit of rejection there.
Right down there, 60.13.75. So it's a pretty tight stop. If not, maybe I'll get another opportunity here for something else. But
Better initial
like
balance high right here. Came off the 8:30 open. Initial balance high is 60.14.75. We're just a couple ticks over it. Let me draw that in also. Here's our initial balance high. You're right on top of it. See if we can get a bounce off that. Trading back inside the initial bounce. Would you call this is it too late to call this a failed auction? Coach Vince, you like trading the profiles?
I wouldn't say, no, it's not too late. Nope. I mean, if we get back in step value here, it's not going to be good for the long side, right? I mean, we've come off pretty good off the lows, and you know, I was hoping to maybe catch a little more momentum, but I think we closed the gap, right, from overnight. Yeah, we closed the gap. We're back inside of range from yesterday, so you know, who knows? We'll see what happens here.
Who knows is right.
Start buying this up for me. Let's push this market. Thanks in the numbers, guys.
That was our mantra in the opening call also. Everybody out and push.
Yep.
It's low on the ladder.
It worked.
Lift it higher.
It worked.
He says
win emojis in there.
Going a little quiet here. We see volume starting to die out just a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit of selling pressure here. But again, if you're going to be long, if you're going to take a shot at a long, this is the spot to do it. This is a nice cheap trade at these levels.
Cheap, right? That's what I'm doing. My method, the miser method, right? Cheap as can be. That's how I want to trade. Cheap, cheap, cheap.
Oop, how do you feel about being long the ES right here? Any opinion?
And it's, I mean, you know, my other platform, I'm open at range. The stop is tight, man. That's the only, you know, I'd probably have it more like 1075, you know, give it a little more wiggle. But I hate rollovers, so you're talking
Nope, we're out. All right, well, that's all right. We're out. We're going to look for another opportunity, though.
Yeah,
yep, we're out.
Paper cut.
That's how I trade, man. Paper cuts. Paper cut.
Still like it.
We're getting a wash right now.
I'm going to draw a legit channel line here.
Yeah.
As long as you can manage the risk, ions around their lows.
Yeah. I'll tell you, though, it was upsetting what happened earlier. We'll see. I don't know why it was showing two different prices.
That's all right. That's all right.
Let's see what's going on with Dow here. Dow is selling off.
Little move back inside the initial balance in the ES. Again, initial balance high. Printed it right on the
maybe
first 5-minute candle.
Sherman Williams is selling off. Maybe that's why the Dow's going down. I don't know.
Sherman Williams is selling off. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Man, I wonder if there's a crude long in here. I don't think anybody's going to want to go home short crude this weekend.
I'm still pissed off.
Would you?
I'm still pissed at crude from our
I know, JD.
Yeah, got a bone to pick with this market.
Well, like you said, algos are playing that thing.
Yeah, we getting too popular? Is everybody playing the opening range trade, and now they're picking us off one by one? Maybe we should change up our parameters.
It's a good out, Benny.
That was a good out.
Yeah.
Still seeing some weakness in equities right now.
Yeah.
Inside initial balance. Oop, you got me looking at crude again.
Sorry,
dude.
Day here. Yeah. We have a neutral center day. We have a double bottom, intraday double bottom. I mean, I can see this thing maybe rotating all the way down, taking out the low. I don't know. You know, that long was kind of iffy because, you know, we have low is still
come a long way from the bottom, Benny.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Long way.
long term, long is still the play.
Yeah, I mean, if it sets up again, I might attempt it one more time. But I want to see this thing get back above that initial balance and try to do something up there a little bit. I might take another long. We'll see.
Just tested the lower extreme of this 5-minute channel. Call it a bull flag if you want. I think we close this candle back up above the initial balance high. You got a case for another long shot.
Yeah.
Reed says we're one tape bomb away from a dump.
Isn't that
true.
true? Like every day.
Talking,
Why can't we get a tape bomb that goes in our direction, though? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't mind that one. How about you guys?
Yeah.
If the tape bomb went in our favor, I wouldn't mind it.
We got a minute till this 5-minute hour closes. If we close back above initial balance high, I might join you for a long. I'm really not supposed to, but
I mean, we got down there to 875, which is yesterday's low. 850s. It was yesterday's intraday low. We just traded to that, and then we bounced back in the range from yesterday. I don't like that poor low at the bottom here today. But it could be that the shorter time frame shorts got caught too, right? It's kind of a double-edged nuance.
Yeah, definitely a double-edged sword, for sure.
Yeah, it could be a weak low that we're gonna take it out later on in the session, or it could just be that they got too short down there and they're
looking at a 30-minute chart, this is kind of a textbook bar double bottom here.
Where's that line at, JD?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 59.77 half.
Yeah.
I mean, we are back inside the range here. There might
strong
be,
candles. 3 pretty strong 30-minute candles backing up that short time frame double bottom.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing. Good thing I covered I got short crude at 71.82, and I stopped it out at scratch. Thank God I scratched it because right after that happened, yeah, it went pow. What did something come out? Like,
I just think there's a lot of jitteriness in that market right now. That would be
yeah,
there really is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and to be honest with you, I think I remember, and I'm going to go look back over the weekend because it's been a while since we've had one of these blow through like a trend line. But it seems like last time there was some skirmish in the Middle East. We blew through the trend line, made a rally, and then the market just went right back to where it wanted to go. It's just this time of year, you're in driving season. It's going to be a little tougher pullback now. It's a little twitchy right now. Oh yeah, I watched it trade $77 overnight. I was watching. Oh.
all right,
We're definitely getting some movement today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, we're kind of range bound here. I mean, look at the Nasdaq
over there. Yeah, we're dumping now. All right.
That was just a good paper cut right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was either going or I'm out. That's kind of the way I do things,
I like that.
Yeah. But we're washing out the longs right now, so we're right in the center of the range. Where's the 5?
Are we looking to complete this special situation play? Should we be looking for opportunities to get in on the short side? Not saying we missed an opportunity to get in on the short side, but what's our risk if we were to sell it right now?
If we sold it right now, oh wow. I mean, value highs is 60.21 half. It would have to be done with micros at this point. But we're kind of in the center here, so this is interesting. I mean, if we can We got to point of control. We just bounced off the point of control. If we start to rotate higher, I might look for a long, JD. But I want to see us, trade above the IB and hang up there, right, for a little bit. Because it could just fall right back down.
5 area, some overhead, resistance. We kind of come back here and test it.
I mean, we did. The deep period low is still intact. So if we're looking at profile, the fourth 30-minute candle, there's a little bit of excess there at that low from where we are trading right now. So
you guys been noticing how thin the ladder is relative to yesterday? Just there's 100 lot every so often. It was thick yesterday, and it's kind of what I said this morning. It's just I think the rollover crew, if they're starting to roll, I still think they're waiting until Monday. I just don't think. I think that's why retail's being able to shove this market around today. I just think that's what's what's pushing this around. It ain't big money rolling out of their position.
Yeah. As of this morning, only 10% of the roll was complete based off of open interest. Yeah. We saw that. Expect that number to change drastically.
Too. You get those last. The closer it gets to the date, it makes it for us day traders. It makes it worse because they just try and now you're going to get in here on Monday, so you're going to try and blow this thing up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with the Fed. So they're going to have to spin a crap load of volume to roll in the next 4 days. So,
yep.
Hey, some shout outs in the chat. AK and Anne-Marie saying good things about my old man as a Discord coach.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Coach Jack. Big Jack. He'll be back on again soon. Top Step TV as soon as VIP starts up again. He's head coach of the Bull Brigade, my father. Coach
Corn
Jack,
Master.
The Corn Star.
Yes. Master of the Eggs. He spent many years as a lumber trader.
Oh.
I haven't gotten a lumber quote in a while. Do you keep track of that still, Poop?
No, lumber. What
I was keeping track of during the COVID outbreak. I used to keep track.
Yeah.
I know I've told the story before, but when we were kids growing up, we used to drop my dad off at the train station, the metro stop, to head downtown to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And then my mom would drop the rest of us off at school. But we would always get stuck at we would purposely get us stuck at the same freight train line on 111th Street in the Beverly neighborhood of Chicago. And he'd say, all right, count the cars. If you don't see a car of lumber on this train, we're going limit up today. And
there ain't a Union Pacific car. Watch out, right?
Wow.
And at dinner that night, we'd always ask him, we didn't see a car of lumber on the train, Dad. How'd you do?
Oh, that's good.
That's great.
There you go. Nice rip up.
Yeah.
Yep. That 5 area was probably better.
My ears are perking back up. That was a nice wash. Nice wash. They puked it at the bottom. I didn't want to be one of those guys to puke it at the bottom.
I've been that guy.
Yeah, I've been that guy many times. You start to learn though, right, Hoop?
Uh-huh.
Start learning.
Yep.
Start learning.
We get rangy. Hoopy stays away.
Yeah.
I just get chopped up too much in the range.
Let's see
That's
here.
your cattle trying to.
Vince, you didn't do anything,
Which
right?
one
You're
think
talking
is
about
leading
possibly
today?
getting long, but
yeah, I might look for a long again. Just not yet, JD. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. I want to see us pop the IB high again and see if we could trade up there and gain some acceptance back above. As long as we're right inside the value, I'm a little bit iffy about it.
Agreed.
JD, are you still a believer in that leader lagger deal each day?
I mean, it kind of shifts day by day, doesn't it? One day one's
100%.
leading, next day something else is leading.
Yep.
And you could really twist yourself up trying to find those correlations. You
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
really
yep,
start
for sure.
talking yourself out of good trades by trying to find
Yeah.
a leader and a
There
lagger.
goes the Dow. Uh-oh. You
Yeah,
start,
right?
yeah.
No one cares.
There goes the
right?
Russell. Yeah.
All of a sudden, today, nobody cares about the Dow. But yesterday, everybody
100%.
cared about the Dow.
Who's trading the friggin' Russell? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, about a month ago, there were a lot of days where the Dow would be up, the S&Ps were down, and then vice
Right.
versa. It
How
was
about the
trading
rotation
totally the
last
opposite
summer?
direction.
Rotation last summer was unbelievable when the Mag 7, we were talking about that, when the Mag 7 just went to the moon and everybody's like, well, they can't go any higher, so let's all buy the Dow. And then, it's a different, this year, like I said, I just think, I think Warren Buffett's led the way. He's in cash and he's staying there until he thinks get cheap enough. So he'll let retail play along with, this market. But yeah, I just think a lot of them are just gonna sit it out. And you know what? With the volatility, guys, would you, if you were running a hedge fund right now, would you be in the market? And dealing with the slash, or would you
Just
rather
in a small way, in a small
Yeah,
way.
I'm not saying
probably
totally
would,
out
but-
of it, but I'm
but
saying
I
you
wouldn't
loaded.
be right. Yeah, we wouldn't be at max risk. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. I'd be more in gold. Tell you that.
Yeah.
Even this close to all-time highs, less than 3% from all-time highs. You don't. It's a tough question. I get it.
Yeah.
I guess my call was pretty good, selling a boatload of Nasdaqs at 22,100, huh? Oh man.
We got 100 lot here at 13 quarter, traded out in the ES.
Yeah.
A couple minutes, we're going to bring in Coach Robert too. We're going to do a 4-man weave for the last half hour of lunchbox trade.
Liz is going to like the ribeye prices this weekend. They're going to go down a little bit.
I already bought them. Yeah. I got to start hedging my meat bill. I bought 4. I don't even know. Do you think the Wagyu beef is really Wagyu beef over here? You think they're just putting a sticker on it?
You think they just put a stamp on it and call it Wagyu? Is that what you're saying, Vince?
I bought 4 burgers. It was like $20.
I don't fall for that shit anymore. I'll buy 15.
I knew JD didn't. Yeah.
I buy in bulk too, so like I go to Costco and I'll buy 20 pounds of ground beef and separate it into 1 pound bundles.
There you go. That's the way to do it. Yeah, I got the marketing got me, JD. That nice Wagyu
marketing got
beef
you?
label. I was like, oh man. Yeah, they show you a nice picture of the Wagyu beef. It's in a nice box. It looks fancy. And then before you know it, you're buying 4 burgers for $20.
Yeah.
They're not even cooked.
Yeah,
for
that's
you.
I know I've said this before too. I've never had a burger anywhere on the planet that I thought was worth more than $5.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. Even a Whopper cheesy, right, JD?
Yep. And I'm a big fan of the Super Dog. But yes.
See that? Pull my chart up a minute, cattle. Since we're talking beef.
Ooh.
So cattle's, that's all-time highs up in there. Like all-time highs, not just yearly, whatever. It's all-time highs. Big squeeze. Market started to come down. It's been a rough short, but today we kind of broke a little bit of structure, and the 200-day is holding for now.
Nice.
Cattle closes here in about 30 minutes. You know how these cash markets work. We came in, technically there was a little gap in here from last week. And we filled it. And the first time we filled it, we bounced a little bit. But this market has been on a tear. This is, this one, JD, from dealing with grains and stuff with your dad, is when the cash market starts to weaken, either the chicken or the eggs lead. Either cash is going to go down and futures is going to follow, or vice versa. So if cash starts to break down and we start to lose structure technically, trust me, it's still not cheap. It's so weird saying $209. I mean, that's just nuts. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see us get a rotation. But man, this is kind of a big area in here. But with 30 minutes left in the day, probably not a ton to do. But we got to a point where we down 450 points. Limit down now, and the cattle is 725.
Okay.
So I kind of put a couple things through chat because remember, that's a market to go limit down. So if you want to get out and he goes limit down, yeah, we'll see you Monday.
Yeah.
They still have a cattle pit, don't they? Isn't that the last pit?
No.
Or is that done?
It was the
It's
meats
completely
were
done?
like kind of the last, and I think what JD wasn't the Euro option pit kind of. I think it's still semi at the SIBO or something, but yeah, the
there's still
meats,
there's still option pits. But,
Yeah,
there
as
is,
far as
right?
futures
I
go,
thought there was something out there. Yeah.
futures pits are gone.
Okay.
Options pits still
yeah,
exist.
the meats were one of the last to go. All the old schoolers, but yeah, yeah. See that cattle.
Yeah, while the markets are slow, I mean, I'll show the audience here some little nostalgic pieces of equipment.
Oh.
So if they ever wanted to see
wanna
one
hear
of
you
these,
stamp the machine. That's why you're
Got the
there. Turn it
timestamp, the
on.
clock, junk.
I plugged it in the other day. Wait, here we go.
Did it work?
I plugged it in the other day, and it started to kick on. But then when I went to pull the plug out of the wall, I broke the plug. But I'm gonna fix it and get it up and running. But that's what it used to look like, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And they were synchronized, so thousands of clocks would click at the same time every 15 minutes when a new bracket started.
I miss those days. I'll tell you, those days were fun. It's
JD,
fun
when I
now
used to
too,
do
though.
outtakes,
With stuff
you
like
could
this,
hear
it's
them all
fun.
when everybody was gone, right? Like if I would do night outs at the Board of Trade, but when I'd leave the pit at the end of the day and everybody was clear, you could just hear all those things clicking when nobody was on the floor. It was eerie.
Yeah, it was eerie.
Yeah. It's like, turn the machines back on.
Oh, we got a doorbell. Who's there? Hello? It's Coach Robert. What's up? Head coach of the Technical Titans. Robert the Riz Gooney. Here he is. What's up, my man? How we feeling today?
It's a broadcast. We're gonna lose half the viewers now.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Rob?
Better put a
How you
trade
doing?
in. Keep them hanging around.
Yeah, well, if you see one, that comes first. That's what it's all about. I made this little background. Y'all know I like doing these AI background stuff. And I just said to which side am I on over here, I guess. I did not tell it to make it look like me. It just happened to do that. I was literally gave it a one-line prompt and said, hey, label it Top Step Coaching and make it about trading, and that's what it came up with. There's a couple people in the background. I'm like, it popped up like that. I've got to use this, even if it's a cartoon one. That's fine with me. It's pretty funny.
That means your camera's watching you, Rob.
Yeah.
It's watching and listening. Can't get away with it. Yeah.
Scary.
Well, Coach Robert is moving full-time over to the coaching scene. He'll be giving us some VIP updates after our draft and hanging around. But yeah, he's going to be spending most of his time with the coaches in Discord from here on out. 150,000 plus Discord subscribers, 150,000 plus traders on the Top Step Discord server right now.
Nice.
What does that look like, Robert? Is it chaotic? I don't spend a whole lot of time in Discord personally, but 150,000.
Yeah. It can be. There's a lobby that's in there which can go pretty crazy because it's a kind of a free for all. But God, it was probably a year ago. Dobie and I rebuilt the whole thing, and then Trenton has been managing it and doing a super job. He got a lot of stuff in there, some AI stuff, and he's got it sorted out. Nice onboard stuff. He's got them all. If you don't trade ES, don't go in the ES channel. It's just kind of one of those things. And all the coaches have a channel. Every one of us, there's a VIP channels that are in there. Once you get out of the VIP program, you get into what we call the VIP pit. Those are all like the alumni that came through the VIP program. And there's coding stuff in there. I'm big on that. The API stuff is in there, but there's Every platform is listed. There's support for each one of them. It's pretty good. There's a lot of traders in there, and there's a whole bunch of ambassadors as well, and investors and moderators. And they do a great job. They really do. So it's kind of fun. And JD, yeah, there's the beans there. Friday the 13th. What a way for me to leave TV, huh? This is it. This is the end of it. You know.
You're not leaving TV for good. We're gonna have you back on again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll be back on, and we're actually set up some not VIP, excuse me, API traders are building some really cool stuff. I'm going to be interviewing a couple of those over the next week or so, bringing them on. And then, of course, my job going forward, it's to focus on the coaching, folks. And that's what it's all about, focusing on the VIP. There's a lot of traders and just really, really building that out. We had to put together, season 1 was kind of a trial. Season 2 was the last one we had. I just finished up. We're going into season 3. And now it just needs to be full on organized and managed with the whole group, myself and a couple other at Top Step are going to be just really digging into there. There's that. I made some more Top Step X 5-minute or less videos. I made a couple tutorial videos. We get the new dashboard that's going to be posted out there. I recorded that the other day. So kind of all in that realm. I'm still around. You're not going to get rid of me that easy. I'm just not going to be on the daily show every day on broadcast and on the production side. But we have some really great new people that came in here behind the scenes, and they're doing an absolute fabulous job. My hat's off to all of them, and all the coaches that come on here, and the trading and the guests that we have on, and the crew. And Danielle is just the absolute top of the ring when it comes to the ring leader here. She knows exactly what's going on. It's always has to give a thank you to MP. This wouldn't be around without him. And again, I'm not going anywhere. Just basically getting off of the daily TV production side of things, and we got a lot of work ahead of us. We'll have the VIP stuff, the program, Top Step Trader League, getting that prepped up down the road. So there is definitely a lot to do. Looking forward to the challenge and digging in first thing Monday morning.
Nice. It's Top Step Trader League. We've been excited to get that going for over a year now. That's going to be awesome once that happens.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing all the progress Coach Robert makes with the coaches and VIP and the Trading League. We got great things coming down the line. Exciting couple years ahead of us here, folks.
Absolutely.
Make sure you're training for tomorrow so you can be here for it.
Yeah. It was good. There's nothing wrong with the VIP program, but there's so much more we can do with it. And we just at this time said, you know what, we really have to branch this off. We really have to lock in and make a whole, dedication over. Because I did some stuff. Some other people did some stuff. JD, you did some stuff for it also with the boards and the stats and things like that. So rather than these little pieces here and there, we're going to take little tiny ones and then take the big chunks out and just wrap everything around it. And it's just time to go, just full force into it. And that's what we're doing. We brought another person on as well for it. So there's going to be 3 of us building out that entire program platform division. And just, it's the sky's the limit. You know how we do things around here.
Awesome. Love to hear it. All right, Coach Robert, we're trying to get Vince across the finish line for Trading Combine.
Let's go.
What are you seeing in the markets?
Yeah.
You got anything cooking?
I have nothing cooking, but I did take 6 trades last night. It was 1 trade in each of the 6 instruments. I don't have my screen share, but I'll just tell you it was NQ, ES, RTY, YM, CL, and GC. And if you all know me, I won 5 out of 6, but if you know me, which one did I lose? It was gold, right? Everybody knows I lose gold. Ended up with $2,010. Just took 1 trade in each one. It was after the big dump off. My alerts and everything started popping off, my own systems. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? So I hung around a little bit, and I basically took I want to say took the bounce, because that's not what I looked at. I just looked for everything to slow down and saw some recovery. Did my typical, hey, if it did this and it does that, what will it potentially do next? And we got 5 out of 6, and gold was the loser. So I have done nothing today. It's been focusing on production and making sure everything is set and ready to go for my pseudo exit here going off of the TV. So what are we looking at right now? It is not much. This is a bad time for trade for me, because one of my rules is I don't trade around the point of control. And so personally for me, I wouldn't take anything because we are right at the point of control. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that's about as much as I can say on that one.
Long crude.
Micro crude. Sick right here, 65. I'm just.
All right. Crude.
I'm going to see if I can get a show. I'm going to see if I can get to Anybody who's short to squeeze out, I'm willing to risk $150 to find out.
Targeting
On a micro?
73.
Okay.
3 micros.
Yeah. 3 micros. 3 micros.
What price, Hoop?
Right here at
65,
60,
right here.
67. Sorry,
67. Okay.
Yeah. Risking 19. It's $144 on the 3 lot.
Nice.
Yeah, I just
Cheap
I
trade.
think.
Love it.
Yeah, I just think if we get a squeeze into the, obviously at about 45 minutes to go until the,
Yeah.
quote NY close. Let's see if we get a squeeze up and get some shorts to fail.
Yeah, hopefully
I
we
like
can hold this at 72.60 mark, and then it's golden.
Yeah, and the 30-minute. I mean, I got the 30-minute up there. We held that, the 50-day EMA. Maybe get a rotation. We get cooking when crude likes to cook. Maybe 73.30, 73.40, and if we get cooking, maybe towards 74. But we'll see. I just think we're going to get some. I don't know who wants to go home short crude this weekend. Not me.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's for sure.
No, thank you.
Look at the move we
No,
just
no,
got,
thank you.
right? Past couple
Yeah.
days.
Well, and the fact we've pulled down $5 from the high is the other thing, right? If we were sitting at 76, 77, I might be a little bit apprehensive, but because we're kind of sitting in the middle of it, I'm willing to take the risk. And yeah, market stalker D's in there. Yes, I'm trading crude. Sorry.
See, I'm a crude.
I know I asked this morning, but we got some more viewers now. So sound off in chat. What are you paying for a gallon of gas at your local gas station today? What is a gallon of gas costing you right now? Right now, the average in the city of Chicago is about $3.65, which I don't buy. When I look at these averages, I don't buy it. There's a gas
It's
station
higher, JD.
Oh yeah, we're in the. So the neighborhood I live in, the closer you get to the highway, the more expensive gas gets, obviously. And there's a gas station right off the ramp to get on the Kennedy where I live, and I'm pretty sure it's around $4.60 right there for a gallon of gas.
We had that guy in Hawaii the other day. How much I wonder how much gas is in Hawaii? Did he say?
Oh no, he didn't say.
Yeah.
Did he say? I don't know.
No, I didn't hear. I was curious. I know it's probably around $6-7, probably, isn't it?
Yeah. Doesn't a bottle of water cost $10 in Hawaii? Everything's you got to ship
It's
everything.
Beautiful,
in.
Man. Yeah, it's beautiful. Sure. I've been to Kauai.
Nice.
I heard you guys talking about the beef when it first came on here. That's I was sitting in the green room and you guys started talking about the steak talk, and my mouth is watering. I'm going to be eating right after this. I'm like, woof. That Wagyu was something else. Yeah.
I can imagine what your meat bill is, right? You're on the carnivore diet still, right?
Yeah, it's carnivore. It's 2 years last month, straight out.
2 years.
And it's great. It's not nutritional advice. It's just what I've been doing. I feel amazing. I just turned 56 a couple months ago. I feel great. I have a lot of energy, nonstop, and
excellent.
Diet's great. Health is great. Levels are all good. So yeah, I absolutely love it. And it's actually not as expensive as you think. I pretty much just like eat ribeyes, and you need to have the fatty stuff in there, but that's kind of the best one. You don't eat till you're hungry. Right. You eat only animal products, and you eat till you're full, and that's kind of it. And the bill isn't as big as you would think because you're not spending a lot on things that are burned off quickly. We have to refeed yourself. It's actually not too bad. Yeah, nice. But I mean, the Japanese Wagyu beef is like $200 a pound, but I don't buy that. Yeah. No, hell no. What's that, JD?
How many meals do you eat a day?
It actually really depends. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3.
Okay.
It really depends. I'll wake up some morning starving, and I'll just have a dozen eggs, right? And excuse me. And at nighttime, I may have. I'll cook a ribeye, and I might have a third of it. I may have half of it. I may have to cook another one and have half of that one as well. It's just one of those things where your body knows. Yeah, your body knows. It might.
That was my follow-up question. Do you buy like a giant 20 or 25 pound ribeye and just slice off what you want for that meal? Cut yourself a steak.
I don't, because I like to get it fresh. I don't want to. I don't want to freeze it, so I get everything fresh every couple of days. To be honest.
Oh, okay.
And I will buy an extra one if they happen to. It's $19.99 a pound here in Raleigh, North Carolina for ribeyes. And go see if you're eating $20 a steak, and if that's what you're eating, a little bit of salt on it, and cook it in some butter, and that's it. In fact, I'll post my ribeye recipe in the chat here in a minute, and it's been having some great feedback on there. I think we converted a few to carnivores out of it. So,
Cast iron skillet. You told me, right, Robert? The old school way. That's how you do it, right?
Oh yeah,
100%. I have 100%. Here we go. I'll dump that in there. You gonna trade?
Crude trade's looking pretty good. Crude's looking pretty good for Hoop right now.
He's got about 30 cents on 3.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing the Tom Hugard. I'm not putting a take profit in.
I was just gonna ask, what's your exit strategy? You gotta
Nope. Okay. I'm Hugard.
Letting it ride.
He's like, I don't look at a take profit.
73.80 looks good, Hoop.
Yeah. Gotta clear. It was like this morning, JD. You gotta clear.
It's up there.
Yeah, you gotta clear that 20 area, 73.20 if you're gonna really get cooking. I might peel something up at 20.
All right.
Yeah, 73.50s. You might run into some trouble there.
Mm-hmm.
It's up against the excess from the morning.
I just want to see a good old fashioned crude squeeze. Not that I'll probably
get
it.
Buddy. Yeah, here we go. Light some fire on it. Let's go.
Vince, are you in the market? You got a trade on?
No, I was gonna take that crude trade, but I didn't want to chase it. I was looking for a pullback, but I didn't get it.
Get some more weakness. More sellers stepping in the equities here.
Yeah, I was just gonna put a sell stop at 602.75 to get short. It's in the center of the range, but there was like a weak structure there, and I was gonna put a sell stop in there.
I took one off.
Nice trade.
Yeah. Leave the other two go for
locking in profits.
Yeah. I like that when you say that.
Passing this?
Field it off.
How close are we passing this combine?
Couple $100.
That's 600. That's 600. It was better, but I took a stop.
Take
about $200.
Hoop collecting that crude blood money. I don't want anything to do with
it. Hey man, they don't care about our money, right?
Come on, JD. You could buy another bowling ball for next season.
I got a brand new bowling ball. I still haven't had it drilled.
You got the six. You got the 6-bagger.
Yeah,
you got the 6-bagger wheel around cart.
My wife actually for my birthday got me the. What's up, Eddie?
Yeah, thank you. Israeli official, the live feed from Israeli military spokesperson briefly cut short due to an incoming Iranian attack on central Israel.
Oh my God!
Back to you.
It's just
thank you.
That stuff has been going.
Can you hear me?
Buy 100.
Oh,
buy 100.
I got you, Eddie. You're there.
What's here? What's here?
We can't see you. Yeah, Hoop, I got a brand new Hammer Black Widow 3.0.
I got the hammer.
That needs to be drilled. Haven't had it drilled yet.
Ulo's cattle.
It'll be fresh for next season.
Shit, drilling it up's more expensive than buying the damn ball anymore.
Yeah, it really is.
It's $65, $70 to get the dang thing drilled up, isn't it? Still about usually, JD, something like that with plugs and all that.
Right around there.
Cattle Nulos.
There will be a quiz today at the top of the hour, 1:00 p.m. Central Time. Eddie and Sarah H are coming in. Eddie's been working hard to stump everyone on quiz day. It's Friday.
I have a feeling this is going to be a ripper.
Don't be mad.
Quiz.
Hey, be easy. It's Friday. It's Friday.
Yeah, very informative.
You got some good ones, Eddie?
Yeah, they're good ones, too. You're going to probably want to save these to tell your friends.
No, Sodbuster saw your comment. Appreciate it. You spelled my name wrong, though. So you're going to come at us, come strong, and at least get our names right.
JD.
I was going to get short that down.
There goes crude. Yellow. Field one more up. Got
Come
one
on,
left.
Crude.
Got a runner.
Yes.
Nice trade.
Man, I like a run up to 73-80s, but that 50 mark, you gotta get through that.
Well, Crude
And
75%
Dow.
long here.
I missed
Yeah,
the short
78%
end
long.
zone.
What'd you say, Eddie? We got 80% in the tilt?
78% long in the Crude. Check.
Ooh.
Check.
Oop, do you pay attention to the crude tilt? When it gets above 80%, it's usually
I know.
an inflection mark. See what happens. We usually see topping and bottoming patterns in crude when the tilt gets above 80%.
I'm trailing a stop.
All right, Vince. Let's check in on the rest of the tilt real quick. We got 62% short in the ES, 59% short NQ, 79% long in crude, and 59% long in gold. Gold is officially settled for the day.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say settled. It's not closed for the day. It's settled for the day. Settlement price has been established in gold.
I'm trying to find something, but
Equities have gone a little flat the last few minutes.
yeah, it's just sitting there. Yeah. Crude couldn't take out the B period high. That's a little concerning.
I got to stop trailing the last one.
Trailing a runner. There we go.
I'm gonna get hit on it.
See what the Dow is doing. The Dow is selling off. Let's see where we're at in the Dow.
Coach Robert, what are some of your plans for VIP? What do you got tucked away? Any secrets you want to divulge? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, we start off with 50 traders and the random poll. There's 11 coaches this time. Anne Marie is coming on, not coming on. She is on full time with a full-time VIP, right? So she's not going to bounce around to all of them. She has her own team. So there's 11 teams, and you 50 traders, man, that's 50 different styles, 50 different personalities, 50 different backgrounds and ages and upbringings and finances and risk tolerance. So it's at the beginning, the first week is really tough. We just say, hey, listen, let's just talk this through, find out where we're at, what we may be looking for, try to put some processes in place and find out what all the goals are. And by all means, every one of our coaches will say the same thing. Stop going all in on day one. It is not every single one of us. We didn't even discuss it last time, but at our first coaches meeting after the first week, we all said the same thing. We said, we all just told our team to trade one contract for a week and just let's find out what everybody is doing. And lo and behold, a bunch of them that just through 10 contracts or 100K combines, it just blew out in a day or two. It's like, well, that doesn't learn anything. If you're joining the VIP, you're here to learn something. It doesn't mean we have the answer because somebody may not like what I have to say, and that's totally fine. But we don't push our stuff on them. We say, this is what I do. It works for me. I know a couple of things that Hogue does. I know a few things that Coach Vince does, and we just try to work that together. And if somebody, give you a great example, I had 3 traders last time that were trading TPO charts. So they like to keep their TPO chart and then do the trades on Top Step X. Well, I'm not huge on the TPOs and market profiles, so I had Hogue come in. I said, hey, can you come in for a meeting? And that's what we do. It's a whole group effort. No trader is against any other trader. No trader is against the coach. Yeah. No team is against the team. It's everybody is there just to learn and grow, including us coaches. We made some great adjustments halfway through. We made some more at the end, and that's a good reason that I'll be focusing on, saying, hey, let's really nail this thing. Getting the back end stuff too, getting all in the same software. How can we have it cataloged so we can go back and review all the meetings that we have? What's a reminder system instead of just dumping it in Discord? So that's all the stuff we're working on, but it takes a lot of time, and therefore I'm jumping over there and helping out and with a couple of people too. So, but VIP, it just takes a lot. You have to learn to adapt, and if you're a coach, you're a coach. You have to be able to, like any other team, pick the sport, pick the coach of a football team, baseball, basketball, whatever. There's all different personalities and different ways of training. So we just have to learn. We have to adapt. and move forward and hopefully make a difference. We feel that we did, and we always put surveys out, and the traders felt that it helped them as well. And since we don't just shut it off, it's not like, hey, I'm with Coach Robert, I can't ask Deanna this. Well, of course you can. We're going to find that answer for you. Everybody's here to help you out, and we always say our goal is for you to leave the VIP a better trader than when you started it. And so far, it's happened with every trade every time. Yeah, we're really happy about it. Super excited.
Awesome. Yeah. We're looking forward to it too. Can't wait to see
awesome program.
Can't wait to get this next season of VIP started. 11 teams, 11 coaches. It's going to be exciting.
Sure is.
Yeah, we got a new best friend on the chat. Hey, take a trade, my man. You bum. Yeah, let's send take a trade. Can we give him the link to the to our casting call? Make a video for us. Show us your trade report. Show us what you do. Our trades. We wear our hearts on a sleeve here. Our trades are right on the screen. You see our P&Ls as we speak right now. So thanks for the view. Make sure to hit like and subscribe. Happy Friday. You go sleep it off this weekend. Take a trade.
Yeah. ASGATA, Asgate, how many VIP total? There'll be 550 because there's
stay tuned.
50 per coach.
No, you think he's talking forms.
Coaches. There you go. Yeah.
He might be talking forms.
Yeah, we don't know, and that's the thing. Is like you can come in and ask about the forms. Like we don't know. It's like, hey, we're gonna have this form. We'll notice a few minutes beforehand. We're gonna launch it at 2:00. Great, it pops up. We get the link for it. It gets turned on. We put it in chat. So you can ask all day long. Like I don't know. We don't know. That's just how it goes. We say it every time. So pass it on. We thought it was going to be 30, but then we had a little more time that we did take care of. One of the reasons is to get me prepped up and over to VIP coaching. So we said, it's more important to push it out a couple more weeks. Get a really nice program, get it all locked in, and trying to hurry and rush it and having something fall through the cracks. So this is where the patience comes in. I just take it as a lesson in patience, I guess. You'll get there. It's a free thing. There's a ton going with it. And yeah, just be patient with it. When the form's there, it's there, and hopefully you get your name drawn. Whoever you are, whatever coach it is, we'll be happy to help you out.
Yep. Yeah. No matter how much we preach against it, I know we're going to have that immediate. It happens on every single team. There's going to be a handful of people that just YOLO it immediately.
Yeah. It happens every season.
Free reset.
Yeah.
They'll be gone in 3 days.
You want to learn from the experience. You know what I mean? Like, don't just use
that's what
it.
We call it the experience. It's a 3-month long learning experience, but some people just want that free reset, and that's okay. If you're here long enough, you filled out all 30 plus forms and you got onto a team, obviously we know that you're here, you're putting the time in. But
I mean, the main thing is we don't want them to keep on resetting, right? So don't go for the free reset, go for the knowledge. You're learning from people who have, I can't even say, how much experience do we have throughout Top Step? I mean, thousands of years of trading experience collectively, right? So, nobody's doing this. I wish I had this when I first started trading 20 years ago.
Oh, man.
Yeah. We had to learn the hard way. Fund the account, blow it, learn from it, blow it, learn from it. Right. But that was, you had to go back to work and,
fund $1,000 scholarship. We should call it the scholarship experience. I think I said that before too. But yeah, we're giving you $100K trading combine, 3 months for free, 2 free resets a month. We're waiving your activation fee, and you got a dedicated coach.
I mean, you can
Discord.
You could go to UPenn and spend $250,000 to get this information.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you actually are getting all the coaches. I mean, you get one that you're dedicated with because we can only have so many that are in here. But let's just, if somebody gets me and they're just like, I don't like the way Robert does things, that's okay. Not everybody's going to be the same. But this is how the trader says, I got Coach Robert. He trades like this. It doesn't know much about whatever style. And I'm like, hey, we're going to just talk. You have access to the other coaches as well. There's other channels in there that we're going to have set up. We just have to keep it controlled under a main one. So because we're going to only do so much. There's 50 traders we're dealing with, meeting twice a week for 3 months. It's not the easiest task in the world. Plus, to our other jobs, we were working Top Step TV full time doing the same thing. So it does take a lot, and you do have the ability to have to work with all the coaches. Anne Marie has some great stuff. Deanna has some great stuff. Coach Hooped has some great stuff on here. We can name every single coach. Coach Jack, my goodness, I had 2 corn traders on mine. I'm like, I don't know squat about corn. So I would ping Coach Jack all the time and just be like, hey, you help me out here? So which means even though you're assigned to me, it doesn't mean we're not going to reach out for you. We really do want the best for you, 100%.
We did a couple joint too. I did a couple with I did a couple with D. I did one with Paul because if we trade different styles and we talk it in a forum between two, that was kind of fun too. Where we did some joint sessions because D and I trade on completely different ends of the spectrum. So it was kind of cool.
Oh, you want to go to Nerd Fest? Jump in when it's me and D and Anne Marie. Jump in one of those sessions. we go off on some tangents at that time.
We'll get that panel going for sure. Hey guys, I hate to cut the conversation here, but we got to wrap it up and get moving. Eddie's in the back, itching to stump everybody on quiz day. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? Don't get mad at Eddie if you can't answer these questions coming up. We got Sarah H joining them, and then we're gonna roll into we got VWAP George coming in after that. Gabe and I are gonna join him. That'll happen around 1:15 Central Time, and we're gonna stick around for an hour, and then rolling into Power Hour. We got a reversal challenge coming in. Kahoot link's gonna be pinned to the chat in just a minute. Make sure you click that link, get in on the quiz for another chance to enter VIP. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Top quiz is next. Top Step TV.
Bye, everyone.
Let's go.
Hey, have a great weekend, everybody. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Yeah.
Aha, we are back. Yes, it is Friday. It is Father's Day weekend. And I got one of my favorite people here of all times. Sarah, how are you? Sarah, how are you, dear?
I'm good. You're also one of my favorite people. Every time I see you, it's the highlight of my day.
Hey, you know what? I tell you, that's cool. That's cool. I tell you, people, sometimes in life, you find these people that are just really cool. And looking forward to seeing you here very, very soon. But anyway, welcome to the game we call Top Quiz. And it's just about that time, I would think. We got the link here in the chat. And of course, it is. It is time. All right. So, my friends, we've got Sarah here today. She loves being here on Fridays. So remember, the brains on fire, hands on deck. Friday's quiz will test your tech, crack the code, and rise above. VIPs, the prize you'll love. So remember, speed is the important thing here. Answer these questions as quick as you can. Top 5 VIP get an entry into the round 3 VIP. All right, an entry into the raffle, up and coming. Everyone else who gets 3 or more questions correct will be entered into a raffle where we're going to be drawing 20 more winners. And our good friend Gabe, our good buddy Gabe, we'll have them ready for you in Power Hour. Yes, reversal challenge Power Hour because it is Friday. So, Sarah, are you ready for the Friday questions here?
Oh, I'm ready. Come on, my brain might not be firing the way that it should at the moment, but I will definitely try.
All right, rub them temples, everybody. Get
Right,
those
let's
thinking
go.
caps on. How many people we got here so far?
390 temple rubbers.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. That could be something completely different. We are, here we
You
go.
said it, man, not me.
I know, but that's how my mind thinks. Okay. Come on, let's get 500 people. Sign up. Click on that link. Top quiz up above. Let's pack the house here. And we'll give it a couple more seconds here and we'll fire it up. Remember, like I said, you got to be quick. Ace says, careful, Eddie. Careful. Yeah,
Ooh.
exactly. Temple rubber, you are careful.
Just right here. It's your temple. You're fine. We're
Yeah,
good.
temple rubber.
Just trying to fire up your cylinders. That's all.
What'd y'all think we said?
I know you guys have
What?
problems with your ears.
Clean those ears out.
All right,
Harvest time.
We're at 420 right now.
All right, that's a great number. Let's just do
All
it.
right, we're starting it.
All right. Here we go. All right, first question. This one everybody should get if you pay attention. In economics, what does GDP stand for? Great Domestic Power, Global Development Plan, Gross Domestic Product, or General Debt Protection? What does GDP mean?
This. I hope you guys all know this. If I know it, you should know it. And I'm nobody
They should
special.
know that. Otherwise, knock yourself in
Yeah.
the head.
It's gross.
All right, what do you think?
It's yellow.
Yellow, gross domestic product. Wow, look at that. 373 people got that one right. Congratulations. Good job.
Good job, y'all.
All right. Let's take a look at the top 5 here. The top 5. Who do we got? Wise Pelican, Mighty Cat, Radiant Tiger, Clever Piranha, and Smooth Pony. We got a freaking zoo here today. Pelicans, cats, tigers, piranhas, and ponies. I like this one. Cool. All right. Let's hit the second question. The second question, I don't know if you're going to get this one. This one might be a little tough. All right. Barbers in the Middle Ages not only cut hair, but also served as a king's guard, practiced alchemy, pulled teeth, or baked bread. What did barbers in the Middle Ages do?
They baked bread. You'd
Besides
get some
cutting
hairy
hair?
bread. That'd
You get
probably
some
be pretty
hairy
gross.
bread.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know that they practice alchemy, and I don't think they were the king's guard, so we're gonna go with they were the dentists as well. They were pulling your teeth.
They pulled teeth. Yes, they did. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go.
That was the wrong
Good
one.
job.
No,
Yeah.
I want the one up
No,
sound,
yes,
not
it
the you
was.
died sound.
There we go.
That
All
works
right.
too.
They
We'll take
pulled
that.
teeth. Can you imagine? Now, barbers were known to be like surgeons back in the days. They did a bunch of medical
Yeah.
procedures, including surgery, bloodletting, and dentistry. Wild, huh? Yeah, a little off the top and a little off my bottom. All
No,
right.
I'm good. That's okay.
All right. Let's take a look at the top 5 here. Caring Fox, Polite Meerkat, Diligent Gnu, Smooth Glider, and Piranha. Still looking at the zoo because Smooth Glider could be one of those squirrels, those gliding squirrels. So animals attack. All right, let's take a look at the next question. All right. First official circulated U.S. coin, the Fujio, bore the motto, keep faith and courage, mind your own business, death to the king, or don't worry, call the Car X Man.
I don't know what Don't Worry, Call the Car X Man is. So I'm going to go with no.
Don't worry, call the Car X Man. Never heard that one?
Don't know that one. Sorry. Mind your own business is a
Right.
really good motto for a coin. Anyways, how about keep faith and courage?
Keep faith and courage. It was no, mind your own business. Yes. The first official circulated U.S. coin bore the motto, mind your own business. This was designed
Wow.
by
Well, I
Benjamin
mean, given
Franklin.
our history,
Yes.
right? Given where we came from, like, don't tread on me, mind your own business. That's cool.
Mind your own business. Look at that. I got everybody on that one. Yeah, mind your own business.
You
Which
71
the
people, you're awesome.
Fujio means I fly in Latin. Daring Lizard, Joy Mouse, Zebra, Mouse, and Duck. What's with these all these animal names? Is this like
Eddie,
They're
it's
anonymized.
yeah, they're randomized because we put chat in a timeout from being able to manually select their usernames from last time.
Oh.
So chat is currently in a timeout for a couple weeks until
Chat,
they
you
calm
were
down.
bad boys
you
and
bad
girls. You were
people.
picking some
Shame
nasty
on
stuff.
you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Your
get some
your
temple
names are
rubbers
now
out there.
your names are now
Eddie.
randomized.
All right. Last question. People are like, that's not me, man. That's not me. Which coach joined us for opening call on Top Step TV today? Was it Coach Paul? Was it Coach Deanna? Was it Coach Hoop or Coach Jay? Who was it? Were you paying attention?
Jay's not
I
up.
know.
I know Jay. Jay's not up yet, so I know it definitely wasn't Jay. I don't think it was
No?
Coach Deanna. I it could have been Coach Paul, but I'm going to go with Hoop.
The Hoop? The Hoopster? Yes,
All
it
right.
was. There you go. It was Hoop joining us today on opening call. I'm glad you paid attention. I'm glad that you were here to know that. So that's cool. Well, what did Sarah, you went 3 for 4 because you
Oh,
didn't
3
know
for
about
4.
the
That's
Car X
right.
Man.
I didn't know
Yeah.
about well, and not to mind your own business on our first official coin. So now that I know that, if I ever go in
It was
Jeopardy,
pretty
I hope
good.
I win.
Mind your own business. Yeah, mind your own business, Alex. All right, let's take a look at the 5 here. Top 5 winners of today's game. Number 3, Captain Octopus. I like that one. Mountain Leopard. And number 1, Top Step Rules. Oh, Proud Zebra. Way to go here. Congratulations.
I'm proud zebra.
There you go. Proud Zebra. And Balanced Cow. Was it? Well, I didn't see the other ones, Gabe.
Balanced Badger and something Tiger, but
Something Tiger.
we'll
Tiger.
see y'all
All
in
right.
Power Hour.
We're going to do this in Power. Yes. And remember your names, folks. And Sarah,
my
thank you very much for joining us. I hope you had a good time. Looks like you did, unless somebody's tickling
Wonderful
your feet right
time.
now. But either way,
Nope.
thank you for joining us. And we'll see you back here again next Friday.
Absolutely.
All right. Give me a virtual hug. Give me a virtual hug. Virtual hug. Oh, thank you very much.
Gotcha.
All right, folks. Gotcha. Folks, we're going to take a little break here. Coming up next here, we do have George, Mr. VWAP George. And George is going to be joining Gabe and JD for Back to the Futures. And Sarah, you have a great weekend. And if I don't talk to anybody, happy Father's Day to you dads out there. We'll be right back.
live. Okay, here we
what's
go.
going on?
Hello.
We'll call it Back to the
AD.
Future's Rising Star, whatever you want to
That's
call
it.
it. Gabe and I
Whatever.
actually talk behind the scenes. We're flip flopping positions. I'm going to drive so Gabe can trade his XFA for this 45 minutes. And we got VWAP George here. You know him in the chat. Here he is live. Mr. George, how are you feeling today? Are you in the markets? What's going on? How we doing?
Yeah, I traded a couple in Combine with this war news going on. It's a little intimidating. So I've been trying to kind of, I don't know, be careful, which I should probably be doing anyway. I've probably been over trading just a tad. So I've taken a couple trades back at the 9:30 hour. It looked pretty good. It basically went above VWAP, came back down, and touched the low a day VWAP and got out there before it started moving higher. So it was a pretty quick move. I was hoping that it would continue moving south. It did not, but we did make a little bit of profit, about $400, and haven't done much since.
Okay. Well, we just got some selling pressure coming in the equities now. There's some tape bombs
Yes,
bombs
sir.
and headlines dropping. We got Eddie in the backtrack in the news. Eddie, what do we need to know right now?
Well, it looks like Iran is sort of sending over some missiles over towards Israel. They're talking about 100 ballistic. But explosions heard over Tel Aviv. The air raid sirens are sounding off in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And it's all out right now. So I'm going to be watching, see if we can get any more details. But hey, let's be careful here when we're trading. Remember, use it stop. Thank you, JD.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Eddie's going to be in the backtrack in the news. He'll be popping in, throwing headlines out in the chat and popping in when something big comes up. We saw some selling pressure coming in equities, like I just said. ES stopped right at 59.8775, yesterday's low. To the tick.
Short.
And Gabe is short. Gabe's following
Short
momentum.
3.
Is this a momentum trade?
21. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Where are you at, Gabe?
Momentum trade for Gabe.
21.711. Short 3, MNQ.
Gabe is short 3, micro NASDAQ.
Looking for a target of first TP will be 684.
Nice.
The little 1 minute low from 9:49 this morning.
Here we go.
Stops. CY is up near 745, giving this one a little bit more room to breathe just because of the headlines coming across. So I don't want to get wicked out. So I'm risking about $200 to look for some further downside.
How tough is it to gauge your risk when you're sort of just jumping in on a momentum trade like this? Are you kind of eyeballing it? Is it totally arbitrary? Is it a dollar amount?
In this case, it was a dollar amount.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also making sure I give myself a little bit of room to breathe. We've got a little bit of an OB, a little bit of supply starting at kind of the 733s. So I'm hoping that we get like a sharp rejection off the 30s if we were to push back up, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, so considering a little bit of a correction on the 1 minute time frame after that leg down, I'm hoping for another leg down to take out that 684 low and tap into, I've got some demand around 675. But yeah, purely
Looks
momentum.
good.
Seeing if these headlines will cause us to go lower.
George, if you had a gun to your head and you had to get in the market right now, would you be long or short?
I would wait and go short at the New York Open anchored VWAP at 754 is what I would do.
754. Okay. I'm gonna switch back.
So unfortunately, it would be, it would be stopped out, but
it's all good. Shout out to Brad in the chat. Trading with Brad. Love you, bro. Every time I come on, he's like, "Uh-oh, Gabe short. Time to close."
I missed that one. Where is it?
Trading
scrolling
with
back in the
Brad.
chat. I got to see it. I got to see it.
It's right underneath one of Eddie's news announcements. But shout out to Trading with Brad. Cracks me up every time I come in. It's like, oh shit, here we go again.
Uh-oh. I got it now.
Yeah.
Gabe, it's looking good, man.
Yeah, I like the rejection off the 35s that we just saw. I would just like to see some continued flushing from here. I really don't want to go back and retest the 40s. Just due to the location of where my stop is, I'd prefer to get a nice run from here.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wouldn't as soon as it touches the anchored VWAP, I wouldn't get in. I would probably maybe even a wick into the 60s and then come back down and break through that VWAP before I got in short.
Yeah. See, you want to wait for a little structure to form.
Right.
Get a nice confirmation that short is the right direction. We got a 200 lot at 59.93 quarter in the ES. Just a couple ticks above here now. I've got an NQ chart up and the ES ladder showing. I still love reading the tape on the ladder. Anybody else here? Tape readers? You watch the ladder and try and pick out patterns based off of movement or based off of where liquidity is.
I know just enough about Bookmap to get me in trouble, but I do have it on in the background most of the time.
Yeah. I haven't looked at Bookmap in a while, but I spent many years just reading the tape. The very first, I know I've said, I'm just repeating stories today, but yeah, when the very first front-end trading platforms came out, they didn't come with charting packages. All you had was the ladder. So sitting on the trading floor, you had two tablets, 4 ladders on each of them, and you're just reading pure price action. Picking up
That sounds like a headache, to be honest with you.
It was
How
a
fun
thing.
was that?
It was excellent. It was more listening to what was happening in the pit, trying to gain an edge.
Right.
Scalping the pit. Arbitrage is what it is. Scalping the pit against the screen. Different kind of trading, different kind of markets. But yeah, a lot of tape reading involved.
I almost wish I would have learned that way, like to start.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm going backwards. I did the whole Forex thing, and then obviously got into the futures and the technical analysis of the charts. And if you just start with the DOM, and spend a lot of time doing that, it kind of makes more sense, doesn't it? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It helps. I like it because I scalp, and
right.
Like to get an idea which way the tug of war is going.
Sure. And you could see with your eyes when buying pressure or selling pressure starts to peter out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a 50 lot coming up. Ooh, there's a 20 lot here. Can they get through it? You're asking yourself all those questions while you're watching it.
Yeah. And if you do it for a while and you get good at it, it's an edge. You can get in some very low risk trades just by reading the tape and grabbing a couple points off of.
Agree.
Speaking of reading the tape, we got about 34 contracts being offered at 735. 22 contracts being offered, bid below us at 716, 75. So really not a whole lot of size. 20, 30 is basically the max that I'm seeing.
Well, you consider them little speed bumps. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get over it. We got to get past this. We got to get past that one. We got to get.
It was crazy to see that 1,000 lot in the NQ yesterday, JD.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it was. It was pulled. Well, we don't.
Yeah.
I think
I didn't see it trade.
I think eventually.
Do you think they?
I think
bid
eventually
up,
it turned into a
they,
market order. I think they went to market on it because we saw that sort of tape bomb. We saw that nice pop in the NQ right around that. Was it right around 130 yesterday? We were on together, Gabe. We were talking about it and trading.
I remember.
So it was bid quite a few points below the market, and I think they might have just gone to market on it. Again, another component of the roll, likely, but who really knows why you would show 1,000 lot on the NQ ladder when it's only 10 or 15 up aside.
Yeah, pretty ballsy.
Hey Gabe, here's where I usually have a problem. You had that volume come in. You go short, you get in, and then it just starts chopping away, and you end up being in the trade like way longer than
I
you
know,
want
dude.
to. It doesn't feel
I
good, you
know.
know. Sucks.
That's what happened to me yesterday. It's like I end up sitting in a trade for 20, 25 minutes for it to do damn near nothing or reverse on me after trying to catch some
Did you pull
momentum.
$50 out of that one? Did you get $50 out of there?
The buzzer beater I pulled like
Oh,
70
okay.
or $80 and reduced my red day off the buzzer beater. But yeah, the first
Hey,
trade that I was in was rough.
Over the wire here, real quick here, a little hot biscuit. Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei. Israel started the strikes and initiated a war. Revolutionary Guards, Iran's Revolutionary Guards, are to issue important announcement shortly. Okay, so we're watching the wire here. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie. Jeremiah in the chat. I guess I'm putting him to sleep. We got to start telling jokes. I got great jokes.
Need a wider view for the dance scam for you, you know.
Say, George, rumor has it that you're going to be at our meetup next week. Is that
That's
true?
right. I can't wait. I can't wait.
No
I'm
way.
sorry Gabe isn't going to be there. You know, I was born in San Antonio,
Oh,
Gabe. I tell
Were you
people I
really?
have dual citizenship. I don't know.
That's funny.
Oh, man,
Where are you
that's
flying in
awesome.
from?
I love it.
You don't have to give us
Kansas City,
your
Missouri.
town you're living in. I'm sorry, say again?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City. All right,
Oh.
all right. I knew that.
You're a Cardinals fan, then I take it, right?
No, not really. Not really.
No. Well, he said not really, but
All right, George, where are you staying? What neighborhood?
Right.
What's your room number?
I kind of
know
had
he's
a
a
couple
Chiefs
people
fan.
ask me, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I should tell you. You know?
All right,
Did
boys,
you go
we're out.
Airbnb or are you getting a hotel? Gabe is
What?
out.
I got a
Nice.
hotel.
Nice
We're
trade,
out.
Gabe.
Hey, nice trade,
Nice,
dude.
nice flush. Got that continuation that we were looking for. Took out that 1 minute low from 949, those 680s that I wanted. Tapped right into that demand. At this point, 224 on the XFA. See if we can get into another one here. But anyway, sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's perfect. That's
Nice.
awesome, dude. Right at opening price. right?
Gorillion Air just said passed. Is that a trading combine, Gorillion Air?
or a kidney
See on
stone.
the opening call. Gorillion Air is a bell to beller. So if that's a passing a trading combine, congrats, my
I
man.
hope so. Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Passing gas.
George, what day are you flying in?
I'm flying in Thursday.
Thursday. Okay.
Or Wednesday, right? What day is it?
Meetup is Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday. Sorry.
He's going to be a day
Hilarious.
late.
Wrong day, bud.
Hey, everybody, I'm here. Where's everybody? Can I help
Man,
you,
that
sir?
that meetup sucked. There's nobody there.
Where'd everybody go?
One man meetup.
Yeah. Yeah, flying in Wednesday.
I would-
Looking forward to it.
I would have
Yeah,
met
just-
you on, if you flew in on Thursday, George, I would have come out to meet you.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Hey, what's that burger place you wanted to go to instead of the wing place?
Oh, the Billy Goat?
Yeah.
Oh, Billy Goat holds a special place in my heart.
Cheeseburger. Oh, yes.
There used to be one
Not
right
Coke,
next to the
Pepsi.
Chicago Board of Trade building, right on Van Buren and Wells. And they
It's
open
not there anymore?
super early in the morning for third shift workers. You could walk in there at 6 o'clock a.m. any day of the week and see a bunch of tradesmen in there. Just got off work, drinking their buckets of old style, eating cheeseburgers at 6 in the morning. One of my favorite breakfast sandwiches was the double bacon, egg, and cheeseburger on my way into
Naturally.
work. It's a great source of energy, protein to start the trading day. They
Everything
closed that one
thrown
down,
away.
though. It's not there anymore.
If you're not familiar with it, just look up a YouTube video, Saturday Night Live, Billy Goats. And you'll
Yes,
get
made
to-
famous by Saturday Night Live. Cheeseburger,
you know
cheeseburger.
exactly what we're talking about. Yes.
I completely forgot about that skit until Hogue was doing it during your guys' bit on Top Step TV, and then I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
The Billy Goat. There's also one right next to the United Center where the Chicago Bulls and Blackhawks play, and you can park there for free as long as you go inside and buy a beer. And then it's a 2-block
Really?
walk
Oh
to the
no.
stadium.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Didn't
dip my
know
toe
that.
in the long here.
All right. Gabe, you've been
Here we
tearing it
go.
up, man.
Gabe's calling bottoms. Love it. Let's check in on the tilt. 62% short in the ES, 62% short NQ, 77% long crude, and 54% long gold. Gabe's sniping along here, picking a bottom. Let's see what happens.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm just starting with 1 micro, just because I'm going counter trend. So I'm not going to go too heavy in this one to start off with. So I'm just 1 micro long from 677. Stops, I'm looking at around 640. $75 of risk. So, keep some green on the board if I'm wrong here. Essentially, just playing
What got you into
off
this?
of yeah. So
Okay.
playing a flip zone. So with the after the open, we rallied. We rallied at the open, came back down, took out the kind of the low that we established right before the open, and then right here we have this kind of little flip zone where we had some supply that was formed that took us to a new low, so essentially a breakout segment, and then a pretty sharp recovery off that, and then this area, what used to be selling, ended up turning into a nice kind of area of buying, which broke out above some previous highs. So this is kind of what I would look at as a kind of an inverted or a flip zone, where one party was dominant there before, and then next time we revisit it, the next party kind of takes over. But downside is I'm going against headline driven news. I'm going against momentum. So this is really a low probability trade. So I'm prepared and I'm gonna stop out. So there's $75 down, but up 148. So it was gonna be a quick, it was gonna bounce there or it wasn't. In this case, it wasn't.
Yep. Got it.
Let's see.
Seller's still coming in here.
Approaching the lows for sure. There they go.
Approaching
close.
initial balance low in the NASDAQ, 21,617. I could see an opportunity for a cheap long shot right around initial balance low.
What's the price of that, JD?
21,617.
I like the 570s.
You want to see a little
570s to 560s.
570s, 560s. All right.
Yeah, that
We have 3 classes left till we start boot camp over in 2 Mondays, so we'll pick those up Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You guys out there, really appreciate you guys using our affiliate code. Helps the platform grow, helps the community grow. We've now grown to be one of the top 5 YouTube streams by viewer count in the mornings, which is great. We've gotten so huge. We get 7,000 to 10,000 views a day on our channel, which is incredible. Only 6 months ago was that number like 700. You guys like what you like, so really appreciate your support. Right now, there's a huge sale at Elite Trader Funding for 65% off using code Rocket Scooter. You're going to get a great deal on a static or direct to funded account. 65% off their DTF accounts. So, all right. You guys get any more necktie ads, or was that the only one? Hang in there, single contract long. I'm betting that the market doesn't fall apart. That's what I'm betting on today. Like that the market holds itself together by the end of the day. Hang in there. Hang in there, little guy. Little one. My little one. Stay there. Stay good. Catalyst to finish out the day would be pretty devastating. We got an hour left on the market, so hopefully this hour turns out to be somewhat okay. But losing this to finish the day off would be pretty nasty. Key level here. I even trade. Like, what am I hoping to achieve by trading this anyways? Don't even care. Take the risk. I kind of don't even care to take the risk, to be honest. Let me close this out. We've had 2 failed attempts to save off of a cat. I don't really care to, like, put too much on the table here. I can. But if it falls from here, it's going to be pretty gross. This will be like a really rapid loss. So let me go ahead and just... like, this account's up. I don't need to be risking it. But EST on S&P is where we are. So... like, I don't really need to be in a trade right now. I don't need to risk anything. But I know that the minute I close out, it's going to rally, so... This is just the bet that we don't have an extended catalyst to close out the afternoon and that we support DD band and stay above here. That was really the goal. I don't even know what this white line is here. Oh, that's the gap down. Yeah, it's the open price. This is looking promising. Market's trying his hardest to hang on to this. It's a fight right here. 670 is a big fight. Hang on in there. Hang on in there, baby. Yep, it's a bull. It's a 92%. I always long at bottom DD band. That's why I'm long right now. Every single time. Next, the only profit target we really have from here, I mean, it's basically this. Open's really the next pivot that we have. It's a 2-to-1 trade if it goes. God, I was so excited to see some pocket trades today. That was really nice to finally get some to play with. But VIX selling off just a little bit to end the day, but not selling off enough. Like, I really don't need to be in a trade right now. The more I take this every single time, I'm up in this account. Like, I'm up in these accounts here. I don't need to be risking it. Like, this account here is up $1,000 for the most part. Like, I don't need to, like, don't even need to do anything. I really am just talking myself out of it because, I mean, I've already made this account can't go any further because it's on the $3,000. It's on its, like, you know, 5th or 6th payout. Somewhere in there. I only need to make $3,000 to 20% consistency, so I can't be making like $2-3 grand anyways. On that one. That one needs to make about 1,000. I just cut it because, I mean, I'm at target. All of my accounts are kind of in a similar boat. I'm kind of stuck. I can't trade him if I want to be honest.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so.
century-long records in static events. On advertising corners of filter tip ice cream and instant instants. On political corners of wanted candidates and ritual lies. On motion picture corners of lasting and other symbols. On intellectual corners of conversational therapy and analyzed fear. On newspaper corners of sexy headlines and scholarly comments. On love-divided corners of die now, pay later mortuaries. On philosophical corners of semantic desperados and idea mongers. On ultra-real corners of love on abandoned roller coasters, on lonely port corners of low-lying and moist prophet eyes.